Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Grand.
I'm very excited.
Cool.
I'm thrilled to be here. I'm big fan of the game. Big fan of big fan of TCGs in
Sure.
general. So should be a lot of fun.
Sounds good. All right, and we've got something interesting round one. We have a little bit of a tidbit sneak peek. We do have a Fire Arisana against what I think is some kind of Terra Sylvie deck. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll get the lists up once they get started playing. But should just be a moment, and yeah, it'll be. I think
Slimes is a good
overall,
deck, unfortunately.
it is.
It's a good deck,
It is,
unfortunately.
yeah. Unfortunately, or fortunately, but I think overall, I think that 120 in, but I think we're very close, if not just a smidge over 100. So it's quite a big regional. So.
Yeah. Big group. 7 rounds is about right.
Yeah. I don't think we're having top cut today.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just be doing Swiss, and then hopefully we'll bring some good, interesting matches today, and nothing too boring. Hopefully not like a million slime mirrors all the time.
Right. No, I mean that's why we're starting with an Arisana match at the very beginning. Like I think this is a good palate cleanser, a good lead in.
Yep, for sure. Okay, and then I think we're just about ready to swap over. The players look like they're just finishing up shuffling, so we'll transfer over in just.
Rice on the left, our Arisana player. And Remetic looks like they're on Norm Slimes for their champion.
I think that's a Glimpse Spirit.
Is it?
Maybe. I can't quite tell. It's a little blurry on our screen. I believe he said Fragmented.
Oh, okay.
Maybe?
The board.
Oh, Serene. Yeah. So it is a Glimpse Fire, but no Spirit Shard this time around.
Yeah, Chun's deck is going to be pretty aggressive in terms of trying to get to level 3 as fast as possible. So we have Serene there as kind of a defensive play, giving him a bit of a life buffer.
Yep. I assume it's running the typical fire package for creative. Shocks. I assume it's got floating in there, a decent amount.
It's got a decent amount of floating. I think it might have just creative shocks as the fire.
Okay.
Given that it's Serene, the idea is you can pop that Serene and not have access to your fire cards and still be kind of in an okay place.
Yep. Did you catch if Chun bottomed anything?
Oh, I didn't see what the glimpse was.
Yeah. I assume he's looking for some amount of float. I assume there's DGs in there.
There definitely are.
And probably the
you
creative
can see
shock.
from his hand right now he's got a fast cure, so he's probably going to be using that. He's already got a gather herbs in the graveyard, so he's going to be ready to use his materials to go up to the next levels as soon as possible.
Yep. So Hermetic, pretty classic slime spirits start with a force cake.
Mm-hmm. A great start. Everybody loves juggle knives.
Yep. All right.
Gather twice.
And this is the plan. Get that Cosmic Bolt into the Banish in order to go to Arisana 1.
Yep.
And try to work Polaris in and get probably 3 Cosmic Bolts off of... as many Cosmic Bolts as he can off of Polaris, but 3 Cosmic Bolts in a row should be enough to take it out once he gets enough Cosmic Bolts through in the deck.
Makes sense, yeah. That was actually, quite a clean banish. Didn't need any floating. It's kind of like Rye, I guess. You kind of want to banish.
Yeah, it's Cosmic Bolts specifically. So there's a bunch of other Astro cards in there, right? But the more Cosmic Bolts you can get out of the way in the beginning, the better.
Yep.
And that's one of the things that he's looking for in that initial glimpse.
Absolutely. Yep, exactly.
These extra herbs in the beginning also fairly important. So he's gotten some herbs off of going to Arisana 1.
Yep.
He's now played a Gather ally to get additional herbs. And all of these herbs are going to power up his deck by both drawing cards off of Arisana 2 and also getting some extra counters on Polaris once that comes out.
Yep. Okay, so Hermetic here is going to level 1 off of memory.
Right, recollect draw.
So how much have we seen of Remetic's list?
I only know
of... probably not going to be too aggressive in the opening.
No, yep.
He's just going to want to get some stuff out and keep his influence up on his way to level 3.
Yep. Second DG, I think.
It's a decent draw.
I'll kill your foraging servant.
Okay, he's going to swing in.
All right.
killing that ally on Chun's side. It's going to give him enough floating memory to go straight to level 2 here.
Yep. Very. I think both
It's
float.
these two.
Yes.
Cool.
This is a very clean start for Chun and Rice.
Mana
Yep.
root and
Blight Root.
blight root.
I don't think Chun had a DG in hand, so we might have to potentially wait for 3 here.
I'll recollect.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go GCR for his next,
Next turn,
materialize instead of going straight to 3.
Quite low in
Um,
influence already.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling that influence crunch.
I will barter herbs.
Sure.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, he's definitely setting up these herbs so that he can use Arisana 2's ability,
Right.
Arisana level 2,
Right.
getting 2 of the same kind of herb that he can sacrifice in order to become a
Exactly,
card.
yeah.
See Lustrous and Limitless.
Yep.
On enter.
And
design
the
name
2
one
slimes
for
that Romantic showed for the baby gray, just right to banish.
Powering up that inevitable
Thinking
storm
for
slime.
Recollection.
Yep.
I'll go 2 down in prereq to play
Need to-
Gather Slimes.
Okay.
Gonna go gather some slimes. Let's go see what we can find here.
Hermetic taking this start fairly slow, not committing too much to the board.
Ethereal
Yep.
Slime,
Yep.
That's an
and
easy
heal
pick.
to
2
0.
ethereals, and there's the command the hunt.
Mhm.
I'm interested to see what his plan is with that card, because I don't think that's not standard in most slime
No,
decks.
most
but-
Slimes deck don't run this card. It's
Yeah.
definitely a card that benefits from having a wider board, having
sure.
more allies out at a time.
Yeah, yeah.
And Slimes can absolutely get there, especially with Gaia's Blessing.
Yes.
But most of the time, you see Slimes kind of relying on a giant storm slime.
Right, the
a
1 or
single big
2,
unit.
exactly, yeah. All right, I think we'll see a DG here. I'll be hard pressed to.
Play
Oh,
Dungeon Guide.
yep, there it is.
Yep, there it is. Go straight to 3, and that unlocks all of those advanced element slimes. Very
Yep.
powerful.
On enter, pick 2, please.
These two.
Sure.
Decent amount of board
Is
presence
Dungeon
too,
Guide in
just
flanking?
as far as like chip damage every
Sylvie
single turn.
level 3.
So I
Slimes
believe that it is
Trigger
4th
on
slime
enter.
in the banish.
Yep.
Counting for, again, that inevitable storm slime.
Yep.
Swing 1 with Dungeon Guide,
I'll take that.
and I'll swing 2 with Baby Gray Slime.
Okay. I'll take that.
And some damage up.
Hermetics- Yep, Hermetic is finally on the board. 3 damage on to Chun and Rice here.
I'm feeling the ethereal is probably the better play here, but
I'll play Ethereal.
there it
Slime.
is.
Yeah, Ethereal is just such a huge hitter,
Yeah.
and the stealth on that means it's difficult to take care of.
Yep.
So
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be a
Polaris
very-
looking kind of good right now.
Yeah, Polaris would hit 3 here with enough counters on it.
Yeah,
Draw 1 and it gets another buff counter.
it is going to take a hot minute to gather up those H counters though.
It is, yeah.
I'll swing 5 at Champion.
Oof.
I'll take that.
He may be planning on materializing Polaris during his materialize step, just to make sure that he can that it's
Get
it's-
value.
Get
Yeah,
value immediately.
Yeah.
One of the somewhat niche interactions between these 2 decks
Mhm.
What
is
your influence?
5.
baby green slime can
Mhm.
hit Polaris and knock off some of the age counters
True.
by
Yep.
suppressing it and bringing it back into play.
Yep. So you want to be a little careful.
hmm And by materializing
Materialize
the
Polaris.
Polaris,
Sure.
just like
There it
this,
is.
it comes into play awake
Right.
instead of rested
Right.
if you activate it during your main phase.
Now I
Yep.
will draw.
That might have just been out of respect for potential, like you said, baby greens getting activated fast speed
hmm
and kind of ruining their game plan. If it did happen that way, I think it would seal the deal. There's so much damage on board right now.
A little difficult to tell how many herbs he's got right now. I think it should be somewhere around for choice, right?
Yeah.
So many cards in his hand. He's got a lot of options here.
Yep.
Okay.
Still a bit of a late game
Mhm.
Forest Cape, but it is what it is. We're just going to use it to just draw you card and then immediately buff the limitless slime there.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think Hermetic is really just looking to go tall here. In addition to going wide, he wants everything that he plays to be big enough to punch through a resolute stand. He
And
wants
enough
do-
to survive like a big comet fall or something, a big
absolutely,
board wipe. Yeah.
absolutely.
Because I think, honestly, what Chen's looking for here is like a nice board wipe to clean up the board and maybe stabilize.
Mhm.
Because at this point, you're staring on that board.
Wake up.
You're looking at death in like 2 turns if you don't
That's
do anything
absolutely
about it.
exactly what he's looking at. I think even a Comet Fall at this point is probably not going to be enough with how big some of these slimes already are, right?
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
got an 8/8 ethereal. He's got
Yeah.
a 6/6 ethereal.
You have to
He's-
commit so much to clear this.
Mm-hmm. And even that 4/5 limitless that just came down is already
Yeah.
enormous.
Yep.
Orb of glitter.
Okay.
Interesting.
so
Okay. That was a glitter. And we're going to banish the bolt. Nice.
May I look through your banish?
Yes.
Yeah. Keep going.
Orb of Glitter, an interesting choice here.
Um,
What do you think he's getting out of that?
recollection phase. I will.
I mean-
glimpse one.
It is beginning of Recollection Glimpse 1. He's going to see...
And
I
then
think he's
will,
playing Go Fish,
Banish the Orb of Glitter.
essentially. When he can't do any
And then
larger
draw,
glimpses off
Recollection
maybe like a
Step.
Spell Shield Astra or any other mechanic,
Yeah.
at the very bare minimum, he's got the one at the prereq
Hmm.
to kind of figure out if he wants to cast it, to kind of start Claw off the top. I guess it does provide a little bit of flexibility in that if you do fish up something, you can banish it, and just draw it, but it's yeah. Interesting choice, but I'm curious to see how he utilizes it. Maybe he knows better than we do.
Yeah.
Sorry, does this glimpse?
This
first
looks like
and then
he
draw
found one of
a
his
card
Cosmic
now?
Bolts.
And then we resolve this, right?
Yep.
Draw a card, and then resolving Cosmic Bolt. This will do 2 Cosmic Bolts. So
Based
it will
on
be
the
8 damage.
Cosmic Bolts in his banish at the moment, looks like he's getting 8 damage off of this one.
Yep.
Um,
And I think our life totals are back.
it does look like our life totals are
Hope
back.
they're
That's great.
accurate, but I think I think the Cosmic Bolt was targeted at champion, right?
That would make sense. This
Yeah.
is Chun's only win condition.
Yeah.
So if he's throwing Cosmic Bolts at units on the board, he's in a bad way.
Yeah.
Forging Servant.
Forging's fine.
Gather.
Blight Root.
We're gonna
Pulling out a few extra herbs here.
Yep.
Maybe just digging. He's so low on influence now. He doesn't really have that many options.
I wish we could see the herbs better. I'm wondering if he
Um,
potentially even has enough to do like end of turn cycles, if he's really digging for something,
material
or
is,
maybe if he's just gonna banish them for effect.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he got a draw out of that herb.
Reflect draw.
But I believe it was one of the lower 2 herbs, a 5 or a 6.
Yeah.
So one of the ones that can let him cycle a card from hand if he needs
Yep.
it.
Tap Verdant Scepter.
Okay.
Okay.
Targeting Ethereal and Limitless.
Getting even more cards out of that Verdant Scepter.
I think it's been so valued this game.
Draw one.
Yeah, what a
wild.
board.
Swing 5. The buff counter will make this swing for 6.
Spell Shield Astra.
And
Sure.
response on the limitless here. That's a
Cosmic Bolt.
4/6.
In response, I'll,
So we're gonna
target,
glimpse.
please.
I will target you.
Yep. In response, I'll banish Beastbone Boots.
Okay.
I'll gain
Beastbone Boots for a Spell Shroud.
Yep,
Okay.
and that'll protect him from yet another Cosmic Bolt.
Wow.
This goes to the bottom because of glimpse. This resolves here. This goes here.
Yep.
No cards in hand.
Swing game with Ethereal.
You have it.
And that's going to be the end of game 1.
Yep.
Same here.
Just huge power on those ethereal slimes. What a massive
It's a
board.
fun deck.
Definitely. Would you call that high roll? I don't know. I don't think it is. That seemed like fairly
That's a
standard.
fairly average game for slimes. Typically, when you're talking about slime high rolls, it's 2, 3 storm
Storm Slime's like right after
immediately
you
off of
3. Yeah.
This is just
Not
just
the
a big board.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
would
2
say-
ethereal is pretty
That's
pretty darn
you
good
have
though.
storms,
Gotta
it's
say.
Like,
Can I get Power Cell token, please?
Yeah, especially with the Verdant Scepter there backing them up.
Yeah. I'm curious. You might know more about Chin's sideboard.
Mm.
I don't know either of their decks.
we're-
Unfortunately, we couldn't get the deck list in time.
Oh,
But do
sorry
you
about
think
that,
there
yeah.
would be anything coming in for Chin sideboard wise to handle?
Yeah, I think Chun is looking at Remetic's slime deck as more of a allies focused deck, more of an aggressive deck.
Yeah.
So Chun's going to be bringing in a little bit more defense.
Hmm.
We've got the Resolute stands already in the deck.
Yep.
Trying to remember exactly what I've seen from Chun before. I know he played around with Peaceful Reunion for a while.
Interesting.
I'm not sure whether that ended up making his final list, but I think that's the kind of thing he's going to be looking for here. Something to slow down the aggression from
Yeah.
Remetic.
Yep. Because we clearly see there's damage.
Mhm.
There's for sure damage on the Aris bolts.
Yep.
It's just unfortunate that almost none of it went through.
Yeah, Remetic had the boots
The
in order
boots.
to prevent one of those Cosmic Bolt hits,
Yep.
which is a really big deal.
I'm not sure
Um,
what happened to the first Cosmic Bolt. Life totals didn't change. So the first Cosmic Bolt for I think was 8.
Mhm.
I don't think it cleared anything on board.
And you're like, there
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with that either.
But regardless, 8 is not enough to.
Yeah, 8 on its own isn't going to get you
Yeah,
anywhere.
yeah. You got to see multiple
Mhm.
bolts there. But overall, like I think we can. I mean, we certainly see what Polaris has done to Ari. At least it's made it somewhat, at least in its current state, somewhat viable.
Yeah. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think Polaris is exactly what Ari needed.
Sorry,
It
no,
kind of
I
moves
do
on
like
all
in the habit
fronts,
of, like,
where Ari was weak and where Ari was looking for a little bit more strength.
Yeah.
Giving Arisana that early board clear
Yep.
is really powerful from Polaris. Giving Arisana a more powerful win condition
Yep.
in Cosmic Bolts. I think everybody looked at Cosmic Bolt initially and was like, wow, this could scale so high, and then
Yeah, yeah.
you can only have 4 in the deck, right?
Right.
And that's kind of exactly the punch that Arisana needed.
Yep. And I think I'm very interested to see after the round is over, like how Astra heavy Trent's deck is. It does seem quite Astra heavy just by looking at his hand. I
It
know some people have
definitely
been
is.
trying like
Oh
a
God,
more
Ari's so
leaner,
slow.
a more leaner Astra build
Neon, you
where
just
they
kind
just
of
shuffle in
felt
like
like-
an ungodly amount of Cosmic Bolts and just kind of pray that one of the or that most of them will hit. But I think this is more of a, I would say, well balanced. Hopefully, it's like, you know, the Cosmic Bolts aren't their only win con.
Yeah, I mean, for Trent and Rice, I think it kind of is.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, good luck.
Good luck.
As a fire Arisana deck, his
Yeah.
focus is definitely hitting that level 3 and getting to those Astra cards as soon as possible.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's a lot of different builds of Arisana out there.
For sure,
So
yeah.
Water Arisana doing more control-y things.
Yeah.
Water Arisana doing more Astra things. And it's still early for Arisana's lifespan in this
Yeah.
meta.
All right, let's take a look real quick. What Chen decides to bottom 5 to the bottom.
Digging
Ice.
deep into that deck.
Okay, so keep the DG, obviously. Fished up another DG. Okay.
Got that creative,
Creative
shock.
shock,
That's
I
nice
think,
to see.
yep. Unfortunately, I don't know what he would pitch from it, but
Might be one of those dungeon guides. I don't know whether he's necessarily going to keep them both.
Yeah.
He might end up dungeon guiding to 2 with both of those there,
Sphere Slime.
but
I'm sorry, I'm removing.
he does have a lot of options here. I think we're probably starting with a creative shock and then
Draw
see what
7,
happens.
For sure.
1 for turn.
Okay.
Hermetic, starting with at least that one dungeon guide, which is always nice to see on Slime's side.
Yep.
See a baby red, a baby green,
Wow, options. I think Forest Cake as well. Storm Slime.
Thank you.
a Limitless, which is good food for the baby red,
Yep. That is such a well-balanced hand, actually.
right? Yeah,
Oh,
a lot of
man.
options, actually. What do you do with that?
Yeah.
So many choices.
Forest Cake.
Of course, you.
Of course, you.
This one.
Yeah, Forest Cake.
This play.
And I'll pass.
Okay.
When in doubt,
Your end
Forest
step,
Cake.
I'll play Creative Shock.
There
Alright,
we
the
go. I was
classic-
wondering where that was.
The classic shock
Draw 2,
at the end
discard 1, Let's
phase.
see the floating
Mhm.
memory.
And
Drawing a third dungeon
Hey, but we
guide.
fished up a fast cure, so
Let's see.
I suspect Chun will be hanging on to that fast cure.
Or
And,
harvester for part herb.
He could dump
yeah.
it now for the floating memory,
yeah, yeah.
but
Might be
he
more
might want to get more
value-
value out of
yes,
it for the heal.
Yes. Well, okay. We'll pitch it for now.
This is the safe play,
That's not
honestly.
where
Yeah.
that goes.
There you
This
go.
is hanging on to it would be greedy.
All right,
A
wake up step.
little bit of a personal connection with Chun, but I kind of expected that greed.
Sure.
Let's see.
Maybe playing a little safer now that he's on stream.
Yeah, yeah.
Pitching the fast cure.
Yep.
Definitely a reasonable decision here.
Alright, ready to
raise
go
a vine and
gathering.
blight root.
Okay.
For the on enter.
That is a.
Recollection
Oh, I
step.
used to know all of these herb names. That is one of the level, one of the one of the leveling herbs and one of the card cycling herbs.
Yeah. Chen's looking at his hand like, what do I do?
Pass turn, go ahead.
Yeah,
Honest-
staring down 3 dungeon guides.
Avi picked
I'm
one of these
feeling
two, and I
I'm
will
feeling
theorize
3DG
if
face
it's
down
Sylvie,
to
this one.
cast the creative shock and then just hard banish to level next turn.
That's yeah. You don't need that many dungeon
Yeah,
guides.
that's
Recollect draw.
they're kind of dead cards unless you really want to turbo to 3 for some reason. But even then, you only need 2 at this point. So,
I'll go 2 down.
Okay.
all right, typical Sylvie 1 banish the green slime.
Mhm.
I think that was just straight from memory.
And play Baby Red Slime.
Baby red on the
That's buff
main.
card from Sylvie.
The buffed baby red. You love to see it.
And I'll attack for 3 trigger on attack.
Okay.
We got cool drawing
Pitch a
capabilities
Limitless
now.
Slime to draw 1 into memory.
Okay.
All right.
quite catch. I think it might have been another Limitless into the memory.
Correct. Yes.
And I'll pass turn.
End step, Creative Shock.
There it is.
There we go.
There's that
And
Creative
then
Shock.
There's the 3DG down.
It's another fast gear.
Yep.
Oh, well, 2DG down and
Draw
something
2
else.
cards.
Keeping 1 DG, that
Card,
makes
discard
sense. Feels
Cosmic
safer.
Bolt.
Sure.
Putting a Cosmic Bolt into the yard.
Yep.
You want to get rid of the first few
Wake up
Cosmic
phase.
Bolts fast,
Yep.
Yeah.
Materialize.
so that your next few Cosmic Bolts after that are leveled up a bit
More
more.
punchy. Yeah.
Mhm.
Ari level 2.
Going
Yep.
to RE2, and we'll probably see
floating number
Polaris
here.
come out here too.
2.
Yeah.
At least 2.
Dungeon Guide and Dungeon Guide.
Okay. You have 3 in hand.
Man, imagine being in Remetic's shoes and seeing 2 dungeon guys get banished out of the memory there.
He called it. I think
Double
we heard on player audio. He was like, "You've got 3 DGs in hand, then maybe even 4."
Recollection step.
Yep.
Draw step.
Oh, was that a Gloamspire? Hey, that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's
I
some
saw
tech
that.
I was unfamiliar with. I see he's modified his deck since the last time I saw it.
I mean, it makes sense. There's so many decks now that are just like, I mean, especially this feels to me like this deck runs a little lean on influence
It
in the early.
absolutely
So
does.
like,
And Remetic has shown that he is,
he's plussing for days.
absolutely. He's staying very high on influence.
Yeah.
So Gloamspire would actually be perfect here.
Now, I'm wondering if that was a side or if that was
Yeah.
main, and we
So
just didn't see
yeah.
it game 1.
I think it was actually a sideboard move.
Interesting.
He added, let's just say like 3 cards from his board.
Okay.
Can I read it?
Could easily have been 3
Yeah,
Gloamspires.
influence less than 7. Yeah, tap, draw
tap
card.
it.
I mean, not draw card, to memory.
I'll respond to you tapping it.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
I'll put 2 down.
Mhm.
And I'll play Baby Green Slime.
Okay.
On enter, suppress my Forest Gate.
Okay.
Baby Green hitting the Force Cake for
Nice.
another card in the future, but knocking Remetic
Okay,
down in
sounds good.
influence just
then
enough
draw
that he
card.
can
Just
get
enough to
value out
draw.
of this
Yep.
out of this Gloamspire.
Yep.
Wow, lucky.
Wow. Staying just on the edge of the threshold for Gloamspire.
It is a wild ride here for sure. I
will-
think Remetic was saving this green for after he went to level 2,
Yep.
so as to save some of his cards from being
I
banished.
will,
But the possibility of getting that extra draw from Gloamspire must
I'll
have been
pass the
too
turn. Yeah.
tempting.
End of turn.
I find that sometimes
Force Gate
Gloamspire
comes back from suppression. On enter, I'll
makes
draw
your opponent kind of begin to play around it,
Move to my
which
turn.
may or may not be a good
one.
thing.
I'll materialize.
Mhm.
I think in this,
Especially if they're not used to it, right?
yeah. Because like in their mind, they see, oh, draw 1.
Mhm.
Hey, I want to draw,
Gray.
but
Mhm.
I need to cast
On
something.
enter, I have an animal, so I'll draw 1.
You know, in this case, like the baby green might have been useful later.
Recollect and draw.
Absolutely.
But we'll see if it matters or not.
Yeah, we don't have that Polaris out. I guess
Still waiting.
still waiting. Maybe again looking to make sure that it comes out awake rather than rested.
Right.
Just to avoid losing counters to a baby green by accident.
Yep.
Go 3 down.
It's just a little unfortunate because it does slow down the deck a little bit, which is to,
Okay, that'll pass.
I guess, to be a little bit safer.
Mhm.
But
Pick 2.
time may not be on Shun's side.
Ethereal
That's
and
true.
Force
With
Gate.
this dungeon guide, this is
Go Sylvie
Remetic
Slime
moving
Sovereign,
immediately
trigger
to
on
level
enter.
3.
Yep.
Yep.
And we're gonna
And
see.
here we've got a free cast, probably Ethereal again.
We're probably gonna see a massive ethereal just like last time.
Go
But that
Ethereal,
storm slime
Sylvie
also
Slime
hot on
Sovereign,
its heels.
Sylvie
Yep.
Slimes,
Okay.
Trigger on enter.
Yep.
And trigger Forest
I
Gate.
didn't quite
Always
catch how many
Ethereal, then
slimes
Forest
are
Gate.
in Banish. Maybe like
Not a lot.
2,
There's 2 or
3?
3.
Banished Hornet
I think there was
Beast
a baby green at the start,
Yep.
and then a limitless, and then a baby gray.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then that was the Horn of Beast calling getting banished
Mhm.
out for the on-enter effect for Ethereal Slime. Draw a card.
So I get
And a buff
one from
counter.
myself and one from Cake.
Okay, so it's at 4. At 6.
Getting a 6/6 ethereal slime with those buff counters.
This is looking like deja vu.
That is painful.
Go
That
6
looked like
enter.
3 or 4.
Got 6.
Go one
Remetic,
champion,
maybe showing off a little information, counting the
go
slimes in
one
Banish.
champion.
I will take that 1.
I think everyone expects it at this point, though. It's like Rye when you're
So-
counting levels. You're like, oh,
Right,
okay, it's
yeah.
coming. I'm about to get slammed by
You
an
know-
arcane
you know what's
blast. Yeah.
coming. It's never in question.
Yeah. In fact, you should be counting their slime banish too.
Absolutely.
Just in
Go one
case.
down.
With 5
I'll
cards in
play
hand
Dive
here,
Okay,
Yep.
that'll pass.
Remetic's not going to be able to get both of those slimes out right now. So he's
Yeah.
got to make some decisions for this turn.
Yep.
Take 1.
Man, look at that board.
Yeah, looks like
then
he's
I
just
will
going
swing
wide, right?
again,
A bunch of
Yep.
small
Okay, so just,
small units
3.
on top of the one giant ethereal.
Yeah, and he's taking advantage of it because no Polaris yet.
Mhm.
No QSG this time either with a preemptive Verdant.
Mhm.
pay 2.
Mhm.
I'll
I
play
think
Here's
Storm
that first storm slime.
Yep.
How much will it do?
Targeting champion, it will do 1, 2, 3, 4.
Looks like
4
4
damage.
slimes
Yep.
in the banish right now.
There might.
And
Wait,
then
this
I'll
might
play
be-
this is lethal if he doesn't have it. Oh, he has the serene, so
True.
he's still got that extra 6 health.
Yep.
16.
Yep.
No more creative shocks, no more gloam spires,
Wake up.
but
Materialize.
that is another turn.
I'll play Polaris.
Okay.
There's
the
materializing
Polaris,
Polaris. He'll be dungeon guiding to 3 here probably.
Recollection step. Draw step.
Yep.
Ah, he does play peaceful. Look at that.
hmm It's, he's probably going to need to sit back here and
Trigger on that.
Oh, sorry. You're right.
Yeah,
You have to
you're
go
fine.
beginning of recollection. Yeah.
Remetic pointing out the trigger
The
on
gloam spire check.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Making
Yeah,
sure that
totally.
he's
Yeah, you're right.
done his due diligence in terms of keeping it around.
All right. I will heal for 1. Response.
You're fine.
Okay.
You'll go
Heal for 1. So that would be 14.
Yeah.
And we'll go ahead and
I'll put
add
2 counters
2
Polaris.
Polaris counters.
I will consider Razor Vine. This will also put a counter for Polaris.
Yeah.
I'll put this bottom.
And Chun just using his herbs as printed in order to get some age counters on the Polaris and
Yep.
clear this board.
Cycle out a card too. Yeah.
Cycling a card, but also while Remetic is low
I
on
will become
influence,
level
while Remetic doesn't have responses, while Remetic doesn't have that verdant under the grail.
Yep. At least this time, if you do cast a Comet Fall, it'll likely stick.
I will.
Should stick.
I will banish Polaris.
Yep.
To do
All right.
4 for every ally.
Okay. So
We're doing
this
4
will
here.
do
I think
4
that'll clean up
over
everything
the
except the
rest will die.
ethereal.
Trigger on death of Storm Slime. Okay.
And Chun and Rice will probably be able to find an extra 2
And
damage
this
for that
will
ethereal.
Yeah.
add 4 cosmic bolts to my deck.
Meantime, a short break while we shuffle more Cosmic Bolts into the RE deck.
Yep. Same thing with Remetic. Gonna go banish a couple cards for the on death trigger for Storm Slime.
What a powerful card.
It does so much.
It really does.
Oh man.
And this extra card velocity might actually be enough
And
to
wait for-
save
Pick 2
that
to banish,
ethereal
'cause
if
the Storm
he
Slime's
picks
on
up
death,
a
so
slime
banish
shield
to
from
a
this.
random
This
Oh,
is gonna be-
potentially, yeah.
Yep. Ethereal and Lustrous.
All right.
That
That
is.
does power up the
These are in my
next Storm
memory.
Slime, which I
Yep.
think he's got a
Yeah,
second one in there.
He does. He's holding onto it in his hand to make sure it doesn't get banished when the
Yep.
for the other storm slime.
Gather Slimes, and I think
Looks like a baby gray.
Baby gray, yeah.
I guess.
Influence level?
I have 5 influence.
Okay.
Now, does Chun just tap for the card anyway? Probably not on Gloam Spire.
Yeah, I think he's trying to avoid giving Remetic cards here. He might
Yeah.
need that himself. Not exactly sure what his game plan is at this point. He does still have to survive, getting hit by
Another storm.
another storm
Yeah.
or even just the
These two?
ethereal on board.
Yeah. We do represent 1 extra damage here from the DG, but can we clear the ethereal?
All right, level 3.
Maybe.
Banishing that peaceful reunion, so no plans on sitting back on that.
Yeah, I think it's fine at this point. Like, the board is mostly clear. Dramatic's influence is fairly
I'll
low.
hit you for 1.
Okay, I'll take 1.
Okay, so I don't think there's any intention to clear the slime
I know
yet.
Yeah,
Yes.
it looks like not. Looks like he's just hoping he can survive the next turn. Probably got a Spell Shield Astra. That seems to be the usual way to survive these individual
Yeah.
big hits.
I'll grab Beast Spawn Boots.
Might change the tide with a glimpse as well.
Pre-recollection.
It is going to be a pretty
Okay, 2.
big glimpse for 6 here.
Play Gather Slimes.
Yep. I think he would be wanting to hit a Cosmic Bolt, but the Beast Spawn
Slime
Boots that
I'll
Remetic
heal
just
1.
materialized kind of changes the field a little bit.
Yep.
Oh, and finding a Twilight Slime, that's even worse for Chun.
And then Recollect Draw.
Just running into Spell Shroud source after Spell Shroud source. Gonna hard to get Cosmic Bolts through all of that.
Yep.
And Comet Fall unfortunately doesn't deal with Twilight Slime, as Twilight Slime is an Astra unit.
So
It is,
I will
yeah.
Banish.
Looking a little grim here. Not,
Yeah.
especially with the ethereals basically putting them on a 2-turn clock.
Right? And Remetic sitting on
Signature
like
champion?
on 0 health,
in
so
response,
Yeah.
no damage
Spells
done.
Astra?
In response
Chun is going to need to hit him with
I'll pay 1.
3 Cosmic Bolts
Slimer option.
in order
Yep.
to clear it here. And
here's
I
a
don't know if
Slime
he's going to
Eruption.
get that chance.
sorry, what
Yeah,
is
the
Slime
Slime Eruption.
So I banish any number of fire element cards in my.
That's going to get
graveyard.
more than the direct damage that it's going to do immediately. It's going to banish some additional
So
slimes to
this
power
is
up that
two
next Storm
spells
Storm.
Yep.
for results.
Okay, so the first is the 6 damage.
No,
And I-
no, no. So spell shield, so this is still attacking in.
Yeah.
This is resolved and its protection is on here.
Got
Once
it.
that's resolved, I'm resolving my.
Oh, and in this
Got
case,
it.
he's using
Got it, got
the
it.
the slime eruption in order to
So
trigger
this
that
will be my
Astra,
graveyard
the spell
right
shield
now.
Astra.
Protect
So we have a
that
spell shield
from
Astra
Vanitas.
to
I'll
protect
banish
Chun
one
from
card.
the
Steal
massive
one
Ethereal,
so
yep.
you'll glimpse them off of
but
Slime Eruption.
Slime eruption coming down
of
at
spell
fast
shield.
speed
Oh, is that how that
can trigger that spell shield Astra before the
I
attack
basically
goes through.
break the
Correct.
shield before
So
it
this is like
hits.
after resolution of the spell shield, but before the damage is done from the ethereal. This is very reminiscent of like how you would like sparkle light a
And then Ethereal
like a what was it, the spell shield from Rye
Mhm.
and then I'll go
to
two
stop
down,
their
and
like
spell
enlightenment
How
counters.
much?
Yep.
Very
Yeah,
very
exactly the
very
same kind of
similar
thing.
vibe here.
7.
Good game.
Good game.
And
There
it
it
lets that
is.
huge hit through,
Yep.
and that cleans it up. Congratulations to Hermetic.
Unfortunately, Chun.
All right.
I think that was just very
Yeah, it's- I
straightforward
really like
slime
that. I
gameplay.
like the
Nothing
yeah.
too weird
I've
there.
been playing
Obviously,
Hermetic
some
so good,
crazy
but
Yeah. the
ethereal
problem is-
draws. I think. Oh man, we kind of kept. Game 1, there was like a 6/6 and an 8/8 ethereal, and then also a what was it, the 6/6 on the game 2 as well.
Uh-huh,
Just
just
can't you
massive
can't deal with
ethereals.
it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And a good use of those buff counters from Hermetic, right?
Yeah,
He
yeah, yeah.
knows that board sweeps are going to be coming in. He knows that there's going to be
Yep.
overall damage.
Yep.
And keeping individual units up at that high health is a very,
Exactly.
very good play.
Yeah, yeah, and doing like the QSG into Verdant, doing the Beast Bomb boots immediately after that as well, like just putting layer after layer of defensives to like make them just commit so hard to get any point of damage on it. It's just like super not worth
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
So I think that was just well read by Hermetic. He knows this matchup.
Absolutely.
He's probably
Very well
played a
played.
bunch of maybe a bunch of against the like a bunch of matches against Arasani. Seems like he knows the general playthrough lines, but overall, pretty good gameplay. Fortunately, Chun couldn't quite manage to get the Cosmic Bolt through. We wanted to see something, but
Yeah, too much
unfortunately,
Spell Shroud.
Yeah, but yeah, I think so. That'll be game 1 for us. We are going to go to a quick break, I believe. So hang tight. We'll be right back, and yeah, hopefully more games coming soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the NorCal Regionals here in Santa Clara, California, brought to you by Final Cut TCG. Round 2's just about to start. We've got an interesting pairing this time around.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about this one. Both of these decks kind of non-standard, right?
Yeah.
Not part of the main meta.
Not really. One of them is a little more interesting. That one's, for the sake of not saying anything bad, it's the Snoop Dogg deck, we'll call it, versus a more traditional, at least as far as I can tell, mostly traditional Fire Rye. Nothing too weird, but I think we'll kind of like look into it, kind of talk about the deck list as soon as we get to the game. But we should be starting here in just a few seconds. So we are getting to the dice roll, and we'll switch screens in just a second.
Go for it.
Not snake eyes.
All right.
Okay. Go first.
I think most people know who Lee Fan is at this point.
Okay, cool.
If you don't, Houston, silver first place, here to play a funny deck, but I think still pretty good. He's definitely like tuned it a little bit. Maybe not as spicy as like the Trisket deck that he brought to Nationals last year or earlier this year, but still quite interesting. I think I'll give the viewers a little bit of an insight into what it really is. So it's Wind, Spirit. It eventually goes into Arisana 1 and Polkok 2. The goal, like the eventual goal, is essentially to like gather a bunch of herbs and then use Kindling Flare as kind of the pseudo fireball to end the game. But other than that, it plays a pretty standard Wind shell, Wind ally shell. So it's got your usual suspects like Shimmer Cloak Assassin, also Asin, Lurking, Eternal Magistrates, I think either our main board or sideboard. I'm not sure.
Sideboard.
Might have been a sideboard, yeah. But it also has your Dream Fairies, your Windmill Engineers for your positive, or for your card draw. But mostly sane, I would say. The deck list is like pretty sane. But it is kind of got that funny Kindling Flare gimmick. And on the other side, Aether Beat here. How well do you know Rye? How much have you played Rye?
So while I haven't played a lot of Rye myself, I've played against Rye enough to understand the game plan.
Yep.
You know, Rye as a deck is looking to not care about the first few turns.
Yep.
Kind of banish some astral cards, or banish some arcane cards, and push forward into that level 3 where they get the bulk of their damage.
Yep. So here we've just got a pretty classic opener from the Wind side, double Lurking, pretty intense. Start with the end turn Creative Shock, and I think we just pitched the DG there.
Peer into mana. Okay.
What do we got? A Peer.
Rye, get 2 Enlighten.
Unfortunate for the Rye player that he's not banishing some arcane cards there.
Yeah, I think it looked pretty slim on Arcane in hand.
And just not the best opener.
Yeah. I think just one sight and something in the back that I can't quite see. We're going to put down both the Arcane cards. Library Witch for some defense.
And I will pass turn.
Defense and card draw. So the Rye deck definitely wants to get some of those extra cards, get some extra velocity, and also going to be digging for those arcane cards that we aren't seeing yet.
Yep, and I think the last time we saw Rye, well, last time for me was like seeing more of that like fog-heavy Rye deck with like the Vanishes, the Peacefuls, basically a bunch of stuff to stop aggression, at least board-based aggression. But this time around, only 3 Peacefuls, and I think that's it. Well, 4 Resolutes, sure. But the rest of it seems kind of straightforward, nothing too weird. I'm interested to see if those 2 Hasty Messengers actually provide any use.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on when he draws them, right? 2 Hasty Messengers, not that many. Usually, Hasty Messengers you're going to see 4 of or none of.
Yeah, yep.
Card in hand?
So we're going to GCR here on Lee's turn.
Okay.
Not going to pop it quite yet. Thinking.
So Lee has some good board presence so far with the double Lurking.
Yep.
Looks like he's gotten some damage in already. He's got 4 points on Aether Beat.
Yep. Looking at minimum 8 this turn.
Yeah,
8.
Definitely looking like a Wind Allies deck more than anything else.
At the very least, if it doesn't get to Kindling Flare, it does still have the basic beatdown bits, as you can see here with a SP2 version of the Shimmer Cloak Assassin.
Getting that draw off of the GCR.
Oh, and in a tune.
Is it a tune?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a good start.
I think this is probably as aggressive of a start as any wind ally that can get.
And this is not what Etherbeat wants to see.
No.
Etherbeat wants the opponent to go long.
Yeah, yeah.
So to have this kind of early aggression is going to be a big problem.
Yep.
3 at face is good. I go to 7.
I think we just drew into a arcane sight
And I'll go to 10. Yep.
from that library witch on death trigger.
All right.
Yeah, more arcane cards for Etherbeat now would be ideal.
Yep.
He really wants to get those banished and kind of get himself in a good position to have some levels once
Yep.
he hits Rye 3.
Yep, and we will probably see that right here with the, well, Creative Shock first, I guess.
Yep, Creative Shock in Recollect.
Yep.
That's fine.
All right, we're seeing more arcane now. This might be a decent dungeon guide as soon as we hit main phase here.
Starting arcane disposition. Yep.
But we're going to go ahead and...
And once he hits level 3, he'll have a lot more options.
Yeah,
Much
for
like
sure.
the Arasana deck, a lot of his cards are that advanced element,
Yep.
that arcane element.
Yep.
So a lot of his better defense cards, in fact, are going to be available to him once he hits level 3.
Yeah. At this point, I think we're just thinking which cards to put down here. Hard pressed to think it's anything but the DG.
And also I have.
Yeah, Rye more of a combo deck, right? Very
For sure.
straightforward strategy.
Yep.
So you kind of have your game plan, and for the most part, it doesn't really matter what your opponent is doing as long
Correct.
as you're not dead. You're kind of still doing the same thing.
Yep.
Cards in hand? No cards in hands.
Just about to play it here. Here it is.
There we go. Some difficult decisions on what to put down, I guess.
Yep.
One
Trying to figure out which of those arcane cards he wants to banish, which of those arcane cards he wants to keep.
Yep.
Arcane Sight and Spell Shield.
Cool. So we're losing the spell sheet on the site here.
Rye 3. Yes.
And he's got that banished divided into 2 piles, so you can see the 4 arcane cards banished
Yep.
versus the norm card that's been banished earlier.
Easy way to keep track of levels here.
Scry the Skies for 7. Yep.
So
This Scry the Skies is going to hit for 7, 3 from his champion, and
Yep.
4 from those arcane banished cards.
6, 7.
you know, funny thing here, as Ether goes through his scry, Lee's deck kind of
Go.
masquerades as an allies deck.
Mhm.
You know, if you just look at the state of the board, you're like, okay, this guy's playing allies. If Arasana ever comes out, I think Ether might be a little bit confused.
Arasana not usually the champion you see with a window. deck.
No. And I could totally see why he kind of put the spell shield down
Mhm.
in Banish for the DG, because you're just thinking like, okay, this is an allies deck. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
if
and
Kin-
it's
if
not
Kinley-
even showing the Robo version of the allies deck
Right,
that
right,
tries
right,
to
right.
kind of go tall and have that one big hitter that hits
Yeah,
multiple
yeah,
times.
exactly.
It's just
I hope Kindling Flare shows up. I
Yeah.
think that'd be so funny.
that would be great to see on stream for
yeah.
sure.
Okay. Draw a card
A lot of those cards went straight back to the top.
and pass turn. Cool.
I think it was quite a few
Let me think about this real
arcane.
quick.
I think he probably wants to keep most of those at this point. So let's see, 3 influence in memory. I don't believe
Yeah, I don't
Ether's
think he has
got a
anything in his
hand.
hand.
so. This is kind of Lee's game here to play this turn.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there might be some thought on if it's worth going to 1 here, as he looks at his memory, and I think that the decision is no, not worth it.
Wants to keep himself safe, so
Yep.
safeguard ring makes sense.
DG
Wh-
kind of useless here on the draw, but not the end of the world. The Dream Fairy can hit the Dungeon Guide, I guess, but
Doesn't really do much. I mean, that's just
No.
giving your opponent more fuel, right? All he
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
now is cards in hand.
Yep.
And Dream Fairy. So Leafan should just be looking for more damage, right?
I think
Like,
so.
He wants to get more allies on the board.
Yeah.
Is now the time where he starts delving into that herb package? Is he going to start getting some gathers out here?
I think, just judging by
What to say?
what we can barely see of his hand,
Mhm.
I don't think Kindling is probably an option in this game. One, we don't even have Kindling in hand. Typically, I think he'd want to see at least one somewhere within the realm of like turn 2, 3 to make him decide if he even wants to go that direction. But just given like he resolved in a tune on 3 beefy allies.
Mm-hmm.
If he's trying to play the win, which I hope he is, he should probably just hard commit to the allies strategy at this point. It's a bit too late to switch.
Looks like he's in the tank for a while here, making some difficult decisions. Almost
Yep.
looked like he might have been going for that beseech the winds.
Still got 50 minutes. Yeah.
I'd be interested to see what he decides to beseech.
Yeah, with the safeguard out already, I'm not exactly sure what his next card would be. Maybe pulling out a backup charger, but that seems like...
He does have the mechanized smasher
Hmm.
in main board. But you know, I believe his hand is quite wind heavy. Might be able to pay for the cost
7.
to swing,
7 cards in hand.
but we'll see. I think that was a barter herbs.
Yeah, barter herbs probably doesn't do much when he has
No.
0 herbs on the table.
No, definitely don't want to play barter right now. For sure, put that
Yeah,
down.
I'm
All right,
buying myself
we're
a
looking at
mask, but we'll see.
3 down.
Mm-hmm.
Is it gonna be a beseech?
Beseech?
It is.
Okay.
Yes. What's he
So
bringing out?
materializing. Ice on the 1.
Oh,
1, 2, 3,
It's
4,
going to
5,
level
6.
1.
Yeah.
So that is Arasana coming out, which his opponent not reacting too strongly.
Gather.
Might be more confused than anything else.
Mm-hmm. But here come the herbs. They're starting.
Double
Yep.
5s. Wow. Okay.
It's a little, it's still a little scary though to play. I guess this deck into Rye because like you might just get outraced here by Rye.
5
All the
is,
components
cycle 1
coming
to
out of the
5.
bag like mid game. Just you thought you were playing against a normal deck.
Yeah.
And then I will.
What are we gonna do here? I think Lee's got
3?
1 turn,
3 is good. I go to 13.
maybe.
Yeah, I don't think Etherbeat can go off on 3 influence.
Yeah.
Right? He's got 7 levels, which isn't enough to get free Arcane Blast.
Right. And I don't think there's any. Or actually, there might be 3 Enlightenment counters on Champion. So it might
He
be,
should have at least 2 just from leveling up.
Right.
But
He
we
might have-
haven't seen many mage spells, right? He played a Scry last turn, and that's a skill, not a spell.
Correct. Yeah. Not much.
1 engineer? Yeah, 1 engineer is good. From memory.
Imbued Windmill.
Okay. Just kind of
Swing for
buff
1.
up the influence
Mhm.
real quick.
A little bit more board presence.
Pass.
And now Lee Fan is doing 2 very different things.
Yes. We're kind of splitting the difference here, so maybe that'll kind of see if Ether makes suboptimal decisions based on the absolute confusion that's happening on the board right now.
Right? So it's a Grail, and I think I saw a Storm Tyrant's Eye going in underneath it.
I think that would make sense. I don't. Yeah, I'm not
Scry.
sure what else you would put under it.
4 plus 7. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Maybe a Tome of Knowledge, actually.
Could have been a Tome.
7.
But I don't know.
It
You
looked
saw
like it was Arcane.
Was that Crane? Okay, yeah.
And now Etherbeat on another massive Scry the Skies. Two cards in hand, 1 in memory, and separating out a pile of top and bottom now.
Yep. I'd imagine all the Arcane probably to the top.
Probably looking, yeah, for just those Arcane cards, especially with the Storm Tyrant's Eye coming out, potentially.
He's still holding on to a Peaceful Reunion, though.
Hmm.
Might be worth.
I mean,
Might
if you look at his health, it
Yeah.
seems like it might be a good play here if you can get
Yeah,
the
yeah,
influence for
yeah.
it.
If you can't like one shot,
Okay.
if you can't one shot Arasana,
Mhm.
might be worth just doing Peaceful and Pass and just maybe play out some spells.
So
Get some
22 damage is conveniently exactly 2 Arcane Blasts, if he can pull that off.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem like he has the cards to be able to do that.
Draw a card in the memory.
I think at most you'd get like what, maybe flipping over the QSG to pay for the
These to the bottom.
whatever's under there. Likely, like you mentioned, a Storm Tyrant's. Well, actually, Storm Tyrant's free, so can't even force banish anything.
So that looked like he put 5 cards on the top, 2 cards on the
Ah,
top.
it was a
Oh,
tome.
it was the tome.
It was a
Okay.
tome. Okay, here we go. So we are gonna force banish
Even.
something. 50-50 is probably Arcane.
Good odds.
The arcane block.
There it is. A blast.
Banish the book.
And we're gonna banish it
Bring out the tome.
to bring out the other book.
Banish last card.
Banish the other.
Mm-hmm. So a very Rye play pattern here.
Yes.
Bringing out that Tome of Sacred Lightning to take over for the other book.
Yep.
And here we're going to show off a little bit of a new feature we've got this weekend on stream. We've got the power to draw on stream now. We're just going to keep a nice, we'll call it a 6 for 6 levels, just to keep that in track. So we know how big the next Fireball or Arcane Blast will be.
Mm-hmm. So with 6 arcane cards banished and 3 levels from the champion, we have a 2-cost Arcane Blast.
Yep.
Which even if he's got both in hand right now...
Can't quite get there, I don't think.
Yeah, can't quite get there.
I think it was actually kind of smart to like beseech level 1 just to get out of range, potentially, of like just getting blown up.
Beseech is a defensive play?
Yeah. It certainly was a little interesting. I think at the time we were like, oh, why is he going to level 1? But looking back at it now, it might have just put him right out of range of like lethal. Maybe force a peaceful reunion play here to kind of take a turn off. But then again, peaceful doesn't really help Lee's case either.
Yeah, with the safeguard there, and then also the level 1. I think those are. I think you're right. I think those are both defensive plays.
Yep.
Just,
So, yeah, there was a peaceful.
completely understandable.
Yep.
He is staring down potentially a lot of damage.
Correct, right? Yeah, ingredient pouch is
We
correct.
do have,
Yeah.
was
My
that
pouch?
the pouch?
Are we good? Yes. Off turn.
Yep, that looks like the.
Ingredient pouch?
Yep.
You just
Forgot to do this last turn.
put on
Polaris.
right
Yep.
there. Maybe do some gathering. We'll see. Still haven't seen a kindling flare, so can't quite get there. You can gather all you want, but if you don't see the kindling flare, you can't really do much.
I love the cosmic bolts on the side purely as bait
Oh yeah, it's super mind gamey.
because he doesn't even have Arisana 3
No, you
in his
can't even
material.
get there.
Gather one. Yeah.
This is beautiful.
I
I
don't-
love this setup.
RE2 is not even in there. You couldn't even get there if you wanted to. Super mind gamey, but it's legal.
Whenever you sacrifice it.
It certainly is legal. I will give you that. Lee spending some time in the tank here.
Yep. I don't know. There's not much there's just really not much to do. I mean,
Right? He's hoping to get that kindling flare at some point. And
Yeah.
for right now, committing more allies to the board isn't going to accomplish anything. He's not going to
Right.
be able to attack with any of them this turn.
right. I'm curious to see if Aether has Anger the Skies main board, and the answer is no. Not even in the side.
Fairy whispers. Yeah.
This is I like this play from Rye, this sort of more pure, I don't care what you're doing. I really you could
just
play
play your own
whatever you
game.
want and
Yeah.
just I'm just playing solitaire
Yep.
over here.
Yep.
And I think Rye is at his strongest when you can ignore your opponent.
For sure, yeah. You don't want to like stuff up too much of your deck with too much defensive options, especially if most of those defensive options are not arcane. So,
Yeah, the more arcane cards the better.
right.
Pass. Hold on a sec, actually.
But there's a little bit of a respect with like Library Witches still being in
Yeah,
there. I
but
think
can't
that
attack,
was.
right? Peaceful reunion is on the
I
board?
don't know if Library Witches
No-
were
no
even in
attacks,
there
right?
in
No
like
attacks.
most Ride decks in like I don't know the past 3-4 months, but at least when the game first came out,
Mhm.
Library Witches were in every Ride deck.
Alright.
Yeah, Library Witch, a very popular card.
Yep.
Lee passing the turn now, holding up what looked like a Fairy Whispers in his hand. So he
Yep.
still has a little bit of action.
Yep.
Etherbeat drawing a Library Witch, not what he was looking for here. Staring at a bunch of arcane cards and deciding what to do with them.
Still hanging out at level. What is that? 9, 10? I think level 10 at the moment.
With
With the book on
with the
board.
book, yes.
Yeah.
With another level from the book. Looks like
I wonder if
Spell Shield Arcane in his hands.
Couldn't quite see. Shuffling too quick. But I wonder if Aether's a little bit thrown off with just
Three cards in
like
hand.
what the
Yep.
heck Lee is trying to do.
Yeah, this is certainly certainly an intimidating board state, right? You have
Right.
you have a lot of allies that you're staring down, and also some extra accoutrements. That's like, well, if you haven't seen this before, what are you supposed to assume?
Right. Actually, the level's still, I think, might have miscounted. The book, or the regular tome got banished, and the Sacred Lightning one doesn't give a level. So I think it's still 9.
3 in hand.
But doesn't change things too much here. Putting 2 cards down to play.
Believe
Play Library Witch. Okay.
the Tome of Sacred Lightning gains the abilities of the book that it's banished.
And I am
Oh
going.
yeah, you're right. Man, it's been too long since I've even seen Irroi.
That's what I'm saying. Is this hasn't really been a meta deck these days, right? Not a lot of people out
You're
here
right. You're
playing
right. You're
Rye.
right.
10 gets him a lot closer to where he wants to be here, but he
Yeah.
doesn't have the blasts. He's sitting on a bunch of cards that probably aren't going to quite deliver. That Fireball is nice to have,
Yeah.
but the Fireball on its own isn't going to be enough damage.
Yep. And I think this turn was really just a Library Witch and Pass, is what it looked like.
Yep, we've got Lee Fan going to that Fairy Whispers now.
Yeah, I expect the Terrafring to be popped this turn.
That's fine.
It'd be crazy otherwise. Just as soon as Lee figures out what he's glimpsing.
Mm-hmm.
Still thinking.
Oh, sorry. That's not what I wanted to do.
He's looking at an Asin, Attune the
I wanted to do
Winds,
this and then reveal it. Okay.
and one other card I couldn't quite see. I'm going to bottom, I think, everything except the Attune here.
Materialization phase.
And then we'll go to Materialization. I'm interested to see what Lee wants to bring out this turn. 2 in hand. Can't quite bring up the backup charger pre-rack and pop.
Yeah, not a lot of good options for him here, I think.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck in a weird spot. I do think card draw is probably
Level 10.
the best he's got at the moment.
Especially knowing he's going to have to fight through that Terrafring.
Right, exactly. That's the thing I was gonna kind of point out. Like I'd be shocked if Terrafring doesn't get popped here. I think it would be like borderline suicidal. But still figuring out what he wants to do.
Yeah, even that one Library Witch, I'm not sure that's going to keep him alive. He's only got 5 points of health to play with here.
Yeah. I think
Uh,
what two of any of the buffed allies just needs to get through,
Mhm.
and that should be enough. But
Lee Fan will have exactly enough cards to attack with 3 things.
and check out the Polaris hanging out on the board.
No, that's true. With
We s-
only 1 token on it,
Yeah,
he can
and
easily pop it just to get rid of that Library Witch.
exactly. Yep.
Is that right?
Don't
No,
even
no,
and don't even need to pay for, or you don't have to
Okay.
like pay to attack or whatever. Kind
This
of
is
get
why I
that
messed
thing
up.
out
I
of the
shouldn't have Fairy
way.
Whispers. I should have backup
So
charged.
Freeze
here
up
comes
your
that backup
hand.
charger.
I collect?
Yep.
Exactly as you thought.
Oh, okay.
Top Terrafring. Yep. Top
And there
turn.
goes the Terrafring.
Yep. Fortunately, yeah. Fortunately, can't pop the backup charger pre-rec, but that's fine.
So the Polaris play here would be beautiful.
Oh,
Um,
I hope Lee
Let's see
sees
what
it.
happens.
But either way, that Witch will draw Etherbeat a card when it dies.
True.
And I think Etherbeat had a Fireball in his hand that he
Correct.
could use defensively if he needed to.
Correct.
But that's going to
See what
give him
happens.
even
Is that
fewer
basic?
options to actually close out this
Yep.
game.
Ends up with a witch.
Okay.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I don't think Lee saw the Polaris play there, so we'll just draw. I think that was another peaceful at the top, but I think a shim. What is it?
Your face?
Some. Oh, we'll pay 2 again to swing, obviously. Thinking.
Tap the tome.
Or I think we're gonna tap the book here.
Replace some of his memory cards with
even?
hopefully an answer.
Yep.
This one? The power overwhelming. Draw a card.
Loses a power overwhelming now up
Oh.
to 7.
Resolute off the top.
What a pull!
Okay.
This is what it takes to be a top tier gamer.
Just top deck the answer.
Heart of the cards.
Yep. Cool. It's a little unfortunate that Lee didn't quite see the Polaris play, but maybe he's thinking of something else that we're not seeing. But
Harvester.
There's also the question of like how he wants to use his materials,
Yeah,
right?
true. Yeah.
Burning an herb here for the Polaris, he might feel that he is close enough if he gets that kindling.
Yep.
That the extra herb makes a difference.
Yep.
And just enough influence for Etherbeat that he was able to cast that Resolute Stand normally. So
Yeah,
he's
just
not
barely.
costing him a draw.
Yep. And here we've got the
Great
Storm
use of that
Tyrant.
tome.
And what are we gonna see off the top? Hasty, the two of. One of the two.
Will we be hasting?
I don't think so. At this point, I don't know.
I think he wants to spend his time on more powerful cards.
Yeah.
He's got another Power Overwhelming in hand and an Arcane Disposition. Not much else for Arcane cards.
Make it a little cleaner for folks at home.
7+3+1, so he's at that magic number. We're at 11 now,
Yep.
which means Arcane Blast is free.
I think there's two in Banish. One or two. I can't quite tell, but I think if we fish it out, we should be able to end the game here. I think the life counters on the screen might be swapped. So Lee is not at 20. It's Ether at 20, almost dead, on the brink of death.
There's that peaceful reunion.
Yeah. I think-
Etherbeat just clawing his way
Yep.
back into this game by the skin of his teeth.
So there's the peaceful on screen. No attacks this turn.
How lucky am I feeling?
Just kind of figure out what we want to do here.
Lee fan looking at his memory and asking the question, how lucky am I feeling?
Kindling off the top, baby.
Let's see it. Still no pop of that backup charger. He
No.
spent all of his cards trying to get those attacks.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward just to kind of have your backup charger
Potentially.
there.
We'll see. I need to top
Even
that
doubly
really well.
awkward that Shimmer Cloak is on the field. And remember, you can pay the one and on the Power Cell token, the turn after, right? Since it comes in rested, but that's an extra 2 damage. And most people kind of look at the Power Cell token and they kind of ignore it because most people just, pop their backup charger and then whatever, I got my card. But sometimes that Power Cell makes a difference, and most people,
That's fine.
when you've got how many, nearly 9 cards on the field, it gets a little messy here. So.
Absolutely. Lee fan spending his floating memory in order to bring out his level 2 champion, Polcock. Etherbeat looking on in consternation. Was definitely some confusion there.
Yeah,
Pass.
I guess
6 cards.
a little bit of a strange decision, I think. Unless it's for health again. But it's not that much more health. Like, if Rai's going to kill you, Rai's going to kill you. 3 health probably isn't going to make a difference most of the time.
But he's also in a position where he doesn't really have that many good options in his materials deck,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
what's he going to bring out?
Although the safe card is still in play.
Yep, Safeguard's still hanging out. The moment Etherbeat looks like he's doing anything offensive, I'm sure we're going to see it popped.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's Nullifying Lantern? Is that going to do anything here?
No, probably not.
Viridian Protective Trinket? Like,
Definitely
that's
not.
definitely not going to see the play here.
That's going to
Let me think, actually.
get sided out
Arcane
real quick.
Blast is, can I see Arcane Blast real quick? Arcane Blast is slow.
Slow speed.
Okay.
I'll clear that drawing on the screen.
We've got a Banish on that Storm Tyrant's Eye.
Okay.
All right. 1 Advent.
Okay.
And then what do I do with the rest of them?
I think that's power overwhelming
Mm-hmm.
See an Advent.
right off the top.
Multiple power overwhelming in hand. Those Enlightenment counters still having not done a single thing this game.
9, 10, 11.
Can you tell how many enlightenment counters?
It might be the dice off to the side. He doesn't have a die on his champion. So either it's the dice on the side, or
Or
he
it's
just
0. Yeah.
hasn't been tracking them,
I
which
hope-
seems unlikely.
Hope not. Yeah. What are we looking at here? 2 cost?
This is a tough spot.
Is it hasty? Is he hasting?
I
Attempt to hasty.
He's got to dig.
Wow, yeah, he just really wants an answer now.
Yeah, I took 1 damage.
1 damage?
Still no blasts, and the fireball alone isn't going to be enough. So
Yep.
yeah, he's
Hasty,
Yeah.
kind of grasping at straws here.
Yeah, the DG's gonna go. Yep. We're gonna go fish up a new card. Hopefully. For Aether's sake, it's an Arcane Blast.
All right,
We're getting there.
we're getting there. He needs one more card to be able to cast them both.
Yep.
And even casting them both isn't going to do it here.
Yep.
7, 8, 11. 11 levels. So he'd be 12 damage on the fireball.
Yep.
And
11
then a
on the
free arcane blast.
with the what's it called? With the safeguard, it's not quite
Yeah, not
there.
going to be enough.
And here it
Safeguard
is.
getting popped.
Interesting. We're gonna tap the tome here to go
Okay, alright.
likely up a level.
Likely up a level, and this will give him enough influence to cast that fireball in response to the safeguard.
Yes.
More power overwhelming.
He's just gonna draw all of them this game.
If only he had 10 enlightenment counters.
I don't believe it's enough still.
I think it's not. I think it's still not enough damage to
Yeah.
close out the game here, which means he's definitely going to die on the crackback. He's out of defensive options.
Yep.
And that is
Fully
still
tapped out too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that is still a fully wide board
Yep.
of allies ready to come in.
Go to game 2. Sure.
Ah,
Okay.
yeah,
Think-
there it
yep,
is.
we're scooping up.
Move on to game 2.
So it's kind of unfortunate we didn't see the. I feel like Lee maybe. Well, no, I don't want to say he spoiled it because if I were sitting on the opposite side of him and I didn't know the deck list, I'd be like, "What is even
Yeah,
going
right?
on? Like you're playing allies and Attune, but you also went to Polcock.
Yeah.
Didn't see any guns, no ranger reaction. Arsana 1. You got Cosmic Bolts showing up on this field.
The information warfare is rampant. with this deck.
Yeah. And I think when you're playing a deck like this, you kind of need to play a little bit a little bit cheeky, I think
Mhm,
we'll say. It's a lot of confusion, I think, and it was like it can help you for sure if your opponent's kind of making suboptimal decisions based on like lack of information or just like straight up confusion.
Absolutely.
So
And even this outcome plays into his favor, right? His opponent is going
Yeah.
to be sideboarding against an allies deck.
yeah. And like I could easily see maybe like spell shields. Well, I don't think spell shields would ever get removed because they're
Mhm.
arcane, but like if there were anything else, maybe like anti-spell related, which I
Right.
don't think there are, but suboptimal side outs like that could happen when you see something weird. But I think so. Looking at Lee's sideboard, I don't know if you have it up, but what would you bring in here?
So, Veiling Breeze is
Yeah.
probably better against an allies deck. I don't
Yep.
think he's really going to be looking for bringing that in. Eternal Magistrate, I think, might be helpful. There were a bunch of cards that came out that prevents the Sacred Tome from coming out.
Yeah.
Um,
Good point.
Mhm.
Orchestrated Seizure is an interesting sideboard card. That's the card that lets you pay for your own materialization using your opponent's floating memory. That's an obvious, I think. Leave it out
mhm.
for this matchup. Rise never gonna have floating in this case.
Seeing the sheer variety in Lee fans' deck makes me almost wonder why there's not a Diablerie in here.
Just like a 1-of or
Uh-huh.
something. Maybe you can suggest to him after the game.
Blessed Clergy actually seems like it'd be a good fit here.
Interesting.
Knowing what Rye's game plan is,
Yeah.
even if he didn't show it off particularly, Rye
Yeah.
wants to play a lot of cards, draw a lot of cards.
Yeah.
So Blessed Clergy could potentially put the brakes on Rye's game
Yeah,
plan.
that's a good point. We could probably see that happening. Favorable is not coming in for sure. No reason there.
Yeah, especially given that we didn't see
No
any-
anger.
Yeah, no anger.
Yeah. And then on the flip side, though, let me see if I can quickly pull up.
Yeah, I think Etherbeat here
Because-
doesn't really have a lot of options. There's no way he's bringing in the Safeguard Amulet, given what he's seen.
But he might want, or like, if he ever see if the
Uh-huh.
Kindling Flare ever goes off, he's gonna regret it.
Going for second?
I'll go first.
Wind
Maybe the
Resonance Bauble probably comes
Yeah,
in.
I think he had a Fire Resonance main, so that could easily just kind of get subbed
Mhm.
out. No problem.
Yeah, that's an easy one for one slot.
Yeah. And then besides that, yeah, I don't think. You know what? Reduce the ash, or reduce 2 ash. Given that he saw like ingredient pouch, Polaris.
6.
even the backup charger that never got popped.
Yeah, quite a few things that he might want to hit, but nothing that looked important.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Looking at it from Etherbeat's perspective, seeing all those things, like
You're like,
the-
what are
the
you even
ingredient-
materializing?
Yeah, the ingredient pouch. I don't know that it even got rested even once.
No, it didn't.
Polaris sat there with 0 age counters over
Yeah.
the course of the game.
Yep.
I'm gonna go
Yep.
What is a Rye player to think?
1, 2.
All right.
The interesting thing about the Fire Resonance Bauble is
Yeah.
it still works off of Polcock.
The danger's increasing today.
Yeah. It is a fire element
So he could
champion.
potentially keep that in
Just
while
both.
also bringing in the wind. Just double bauble. Not a lot of decks you get the chance to do
No,
that to,
yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like you got to do
4,
it.
5, 6, 7, 1 for turn.
Once in a lifetime chance here.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not either beat. There's maybe a reason that he's over there and I'm up here. But I do appreciate a dramatic play here and there.
Yep. They either decided to go on the play. Very straightforward, increasing danger to start. I believe before he put down the 3 cards, it was still quite a fire slash, well, we'll just say non-arcane heavy
Actually, I guess it
hand.
doesn't matter, it doesn't matter.
An unfortunate
Understood.
start.
Yeah.
Uh,
A lot of creative shocks, though. So,
Yeah, that'll maybe go the
actually, I do
distance
want
for
to
him.
change my
Yep.
class. Is that okay? Yeah.
Leaf and starting with a gather here. So definitely not the offensive start we saw last
This is
time.
for
no, but the
increasing danger.
kindling
Oh,
flare
no,
is in his hand now.
turn.
So,
Might be ready to
Another one? Yep. 4.
bring the heat, as they say.
he needs to be careful, though. Lee can't fully commit to the kindling flare play. Spell Shield is still in play. Or like Spell Shield Arcane. Which completely would just shut like the game is over at that point if you spell shield the kindling flare, like you're probably done.
Absolutely. Yeah, you blow all of your resources on one big hit. And
Yep.
If that gets blocked, what are you gonna do?
Yep. Not seeing, like you mentioned, not seeing a lot of allies this time around. It's
Mhm.
actually quite hard for this deck to
Retro
get a
costs?
one-shot kindling.
Clumps 2.
You really want to see a little bit of chip damage from your allies early. Just because you can't
Gather first?
possibly gather 20 plus herbs before you die in this meta. So
1 and 4.
ideally you see allies first and then like you curve into a killing flare and maybe
Mhm.
some gathering, but in this case it looks like there's just going to be a lot of gathering going on, which
Yeah.
we'll see how it turns out.
So we have the gather into a nurture crops.
Yeah.
So he's on 3 herbs at the moment.
Pick 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
3 herbs, which translates directly to 3 damage once he gets to Polcock.
Reduce to ash.
And we've got Etherbeat going to Rye level 1 here.
Yeah, unfortunately
and,
not an arcane banish,
mhm.
but it is what it is.
We go 1, 2, 3, 4. Creative shock. Draw 2.
And here comes that creative shock.
Discarding.
So just going through his cards, trying to find some better options, I think. Hoping to find some arcane cards to banish on the way up to level 3.
Mm-hmm.
But in the meantime, just digging. Which
At least he
is-
found a dungeon guide.
Mhm.
Okay. Take 2.
Unfortunately, we're pitching the creative shock, but it's going to get 2 damage in from the mage class bonus additional effect. We'll take what we can get.
Yeah, a little bit of damage here and there is nice.
All right, we're seeing more arcane cards now.
I'm going.
I could probably even foresee like a
Alright.
creative shock. Put some stuff down, level to 2, DG to 3.
Mm-hmm.
Might likely be an
one?
avenue here.
Okay. Banish 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4. 5 to 3 roll.
And this pass plays directly into that. Being able to
Roll.
creative shock at
1,
fast
2, 3,
speed
4.
later
Yep.
on in order to set up your memory exactly the way you want it.
And here we have Lee going to level 1.
Wow, just straight into the herbs plan. Really nothing else going on his side right now.
Yeah, I
It
think
looks
he-
like a
1, 2, 3,
completely
4.
different deck.
yeah,
So 1 here.
quick, put out the cosmic bolts. Back out on the field.
Recollect. Draw for turn.
He's got him hiding underneath that power
The
cell.
power
token.
cell, yeah. All right, well, we see an Asin. Unfortunately, I don't think he's got anything to bounce with it.
Yeah, with no other support, that's a very sad Asin.
Oh, there's an Alchemist that he could put out. An Alchemist does help gather.
Per Alchemist.
Yep.
On
There
enter
it
gather.
is.
Yeah.
5. Swing for 1.
I go to 1.
And this
Yep.
Asin has the plus side of making it look like the herbs matter even more, doubling up on that on enter gather effect.
Yep. The second effect on Alchemist here is pretty much never going to be used in this deck. It really is just for the gather. It's a cheap 2-cost, 1/3 body, small chip damage here and there, and it it gets you one herb.
In end step. Yes. Creative shot.
Leaf Hand with only 4 cards left in hand, so not quite enough to get that ASIM down.
No, but I foresee probably backup charger this time around. Pay for that pre-rack, get an extra card, and then maybe like depending on how fast Aether's going, maybe a safeguard amulet the turn after. But you do need to get to Polcock to actually use your Kindling Flare.
It's true, yeah. He's got quite a few materializes in his future.
Yeah.
And not any more floating memory at this point, right?
No.
He's going to be digging out of his hand unless he goes for that backup charger?
Correct, yeah. I think last turn was quite handy in that he found an early Beseech just to kind of level up, get out of range of an impending Arcane Blast.
Careful study. Okay.
Here we have the Creative Shock for 3, pitching the
Careful study was that?
Careful Study, yeah.
Pick 2 or pick 1 to keep. 1 to keep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5. Arcane Blast and Arcane Sight. Yep.
And then we're going to get rid of, I think, a Blast and a Sight.
We're gonna go.
Getting rid of that blast maybe not where he wants to be, considering how hard he dug in order to find damage last game.
Yeah.
But
And-
you
and-
work with what you've got, right? You
Yeah.
really need those levels.
And then unfortunately, Ether also pitched the Fireball
Mhm.
turn 1.
Mhm.
So that is 2 of your... Well, I mean,
Okay. Draw for turn.
there are other ways to get some damage in besides these 2 cards.
Not a lot of arcane in his hand, but he does that extra fireball.
Yep. He might have ripped that one right off the top
Mhm.
just recently. I'd be hard pressed to see something else besides the DG. Must be the DG, right? Maybe.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's got anything else going on right now. Like, what is he going to do not at level 3, right?
Right,
No, not being able
yeah.
to play the arcane cards? How many 2 or 3 point Scry the Skies can you play before
yeah.
you're kind of out of gas?
Yeah, exactly.
Doing a lot of thinking. Yeah, trying to figure out which ones to banish. That's fair.
Actually, weirdly enough, now that I see the reduce and banish, he decided the reduces.
Not much.
He saw something to interact with, and by God, he's going to interact with it.
Yeah.
Dungeon guy.
Maybe the hasty messengers left the deck.
1 to keep.
I could see that.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Keeping 1. And it is.
All right, as expected.
Library Witch, Arcane
Oh,
Sight.
unfortunately hit a Library Witch,
Unlucky.
so not the double arcane that he was hoping for.
But here he is, level 3 Rye out there,
Also,
Yep.
I have
and he's got that level bonus from the banished arcane card, so he's up at a level of 6 right now.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And he's got 3 Enlightenment counters and 3 levels on the banish, so could potentially
I'm going
probably go to
start
Scry
at
here.
Okay.
Oh, with the brighter colors on Rye 3, it's a little bit easier to see the die.
Yep.
3, 4,
Rye 1 had it completely
5,
camouflaged.
6.
So we're seeing 6 cards off of this Scry the Sky. We're seeing a little bit more gas here. There's a Spell Shield Astra in there. There's a Dungeon Guide that's definitely going to the bottom. Is that a cremation ritual?
No, increasing danger? The fire card?
Oh, might have been increasing danger.
yeah.
Yeah. Pulling some of those arcane cards. Okay, so just the Dungeon Guide to the bottom. All of the rest staying on top.
Draw
Interesting.
library,
Getting that Library Witch into his memory.
And then I will pass turn.
And
Four cards. Okay.
sitting
3,
back
1,
and
4 influence.
letting Leaf Fan do whatever he wants to
Actually,
do.
End phase.
Yep.
End phase.
So what are we going to see? Are we going to see more herbs? Are we going to see more allies? I guess it depends on what he draws, right?
I don't think that Alchemist is ever getting removed.
Mhm.
I foresee the ace and probably going down this turn.
That makes sense. At this point, Leaf Fan is still just looking for a little bit more chip damage,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
He
yeah.
wants to build up his herb count, but he also wants to get some damage in on Ether Beat, so he has enough of a base to work from
Correct.
when he shoots out that Kindling.
Correct,
Kindling
correct.
Flames.
Yep. Are we still working end of turn here?
I think
we are.
I think this is Leaf Fan deciding what to materialize.
I can't. Okay. Wake. Yard.
Oh, there we
no,
go.
there it
Yep,
goes.
there it goes. So nothing to do at the end of the turn, but we're gonna look for something.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Was thinking of the backup charger for a second, and
It seems like a good play here, right?
I-
Getting some extra
yeah,
some
yeah.
extra.
I don't think you're in immediate danger, but things can change pretty quickly with Rye, though. But just judging, kind of making like a gut call, like, okay, you know, he's got 3 in Banish, 3 levels. It's not necessarily the end of the world at the moment.
Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4.
But I
5,
think
6,
playing it safe, Safeguard
Blind
comes
to
down
safeguard
this
here?
turn.
Yep, understandable. I'm sure Leafan has experience against the Rye deck, so he knows the warning signs. He knows what to look out for.
Yeah.
And getting this out sooner than later
Yep.
can only help, I
Put the
think.
Yep.
material deck down, binding.
Does
Oh,
have a
okay.
Reclaim in hand that
Maybe that was for the
would
best.
make the level
Recollect?
2 a
Top card?
little less painful.
Another ace in protector
Another
coming out.
ace in. Holy.
One of ace.
Quickly swing in for 1 damage here on the Alchemist.
And running through his options doesn't necessarily look like. Nope, that's 4. 4 going down.
It's going to be an ace in, yeah.
This makes a lot of sense. Just trying to get that extra damage in.
Yep. And then even having enough cards in hand to play the Reclaim if needed, if for whatever reason Ether wanted to shoot the living heck out of the
We could also see the Alchemist coming back down afterwards. It'll be just enough influence for it.
Oh, potentially, yeah. Extra gather, extra 1 damage. I think Lee's just kind of figuring out what he wants to put down.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options. And
Oh?
deciding what goes down.
Oh, no.
This is an imbue?
Okay. Oh, cultivate. And B1.
I believe
I
this is
gather 1, 2,
cultivate.
3,
I can't
4, 5,
quite
6.
see it
I
on
got it
the
too.
glare, but
Yes, this would have to be a cultivate with
Yeah.
the 1 imbued wind card.
That's unfortunate.
So for every 3 herb items he controls.
Yep.
And then the imbue gets him an extra gather.
Yep.
So he's got to be sitting on what? 3, 4, 5 now herbs? 6? Something like that, 4,
I think
5, 6?
so.
A little hard to tell from here.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, might be 5, unless I'm missing a gather
Yeah,
somewhere.
it looks like 5 from what's visible right now on his pad.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if he has any of the other herbs. He might.
Still kind of debating if he wants to either cultivate again. I think that's the second one, but
Is he sincerely kindling flare? Like, what's he gonna do here?
Yes.
probably not, unless we're gonna be here for a while. Okay, no, he's just gonna pass. So we're moving on to Aether's materialization. QSG, likely the tome again. I'd be shocked if it was something else, but it's probably the tome.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense. This is the usual Rye plan. Being able to control what you banish with the tome
Yep.
here is very nice.
I will 2 down.
Putting down the spell shield,
Mm-hmm.
Careful study.
thinking you don't need it.
6 enlightenment counters.
Maybe you'll need it.
First mage
Yeah, the infosec on Leafan side definitely doing some work here.
Interestingly enough, there's only 3 spell shields, so it is something to kind of keep in mind. If we get to that point
even?
where like he might hit himself in the head for going, oh, why did I put down that spell shield? Well,
Right.
could you really know you were playing against Kindling Flare?
Right? Yeah, how are you to know? So one of those 2 arcane cards getting banished, and immediately the other tome coming out, banishing the other one.
Yep. And there goes the spell shield. I think that was a disposition drawn from that.
It's like an
Um,
arcane sight in hand, I think.
No, I think it's
That's
disposition. Yeah.
I will pop 3, draw a card. Yep.
And here we go. Draw for turn. 3 down. Dispo.
Okay.
Draw 2.
Immediately goes the way of the other spell shield.
Yeah.
I will tap
If this lands
2 down.
in Banish again, and we do actually get to like
Draw a card. Draw a card.
a state where Kindling Flare is the kill shot.
Oh man,
Ooh.
Etherbeat's gonna feel so beat at that point.
To end step, discarding a peaceful reunion.
Okay.
Pass turn.
All right. We've got to update the drawing here. We are up to 5 in the Banish. That's an extra 5. And I believe we now have 6 Enlightenment counters. So still a lot to draw from.
Yep.
if either
Probably
wants
not.
to.
But we'll see.
Level 9 right now, so a power overwhelming could bring him up quite strong.
Yep.
You have to work for game 3. So.
Level 11 is really all he's going for. He doesn't have the
Yeah.
the what is that arcane card? Mad King something or other.
What do I want to do here? 5.
Oh, the Mad Mage?
Yeah.
Mad Mage is cute. I don't think it belongs in a more
Conduit. That's what I was thinking
yeah.
of.
Definitely none of those like re-attacking shenanigans
Mhm,
here.
One sec. Let me count real quick.
Yeah.
We are ending quite close to the round here. We only got 10 minutes left. It's currently 1-0 in Lee's favor.
A power overwhelming on those 6 enlightenment tokens could bring him into a free advent of the Stormcaller, though. He is at
Yeah.
exactly the right range now.
Yep.
I have 4 cards right now. If I
9
play-
levels and the 6 tokens. So that might be the direction he's trying to go here, just to get enough levels to get advent out.
I think Lee is
Draw 4
deciding
cards that way?
Yeah, I think Lee is deciding right now if he wants to go to Pocock to turn on Kindling.
Yeah, a lot of difficult decisions for the materializes for Lee.
Yeah, because it really like, given that the only way you can even cast it is to like get your fire element from Pocock. Like if you don't get to it and you just die, you might kind of regret it.
Absolutely.
So I think this is the correct answer. I don't think going to Pocock negging 2 is probably the play. Too many cards out of hand. You don't have the kill shot right here anyway.
Mhm.
What's the point?
Yeah, all the life totals are very, very high right now.
Yeah,
Nobody
not-
has much damage on them.
Not much chip damage, unfortunately. And here we go with a pre-rec cultivate again. Okay, so now we're kind of getting a little spicy. I don't quite see how many herbs Lee has, but this is at least, I think.
This is 4
Probably-
gathers off of this.
Yeah, I think
so.
so.
He has at least 9 herbs.
Yeah.
So this is going to take
Holy
him
cow.
to 13, maybe more. 13, 14, 15, something like that.
We are certainly in that range where a kindling is a one-shot. Getting there,
Incredible,
very
yeah.
close. Maybe like
with this herb pouch, I think he'll be able to get at least 1-2 more gathers this turn, and then next
Yeah, they
turn
have
could
this
be
in effect.
Polcock into flames.
I think so, because like this turn, he picks all his cards back
For
up,
reflex?
swings with the alchemist. That's 1. Plays ace in 3. He could theoretically replay the alchemist again for another damage, and then another gather as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think at that point it might be enough for the kill shot.
As long as he doesn't hit that spell shield Astra
Yeah,
or arcane.
yeah, arcane. Too many.
Everybody's
too
got
many
spell shields.
Arasanas. Too many Arasanas.
Draw for turn. Okay.
I'd like to see the statistic breakdown of this tournament after the
Yeah,
tournament's
I'm
up.
sure it'll
I
be
wanna
really
see,
fascinating.
Yeah.
There's been just a really diverse meta
Yeah.
in the past couple of weeks at most of the bigger events.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, yeah. I don't think it'll be any different here, to be honest. So.
Yeah.
Is good. I go to.
Of course, the usual suspects also still out there. A lot of Slimes, a lot of Tristan, a lot of Merlin.
Yep. Oh, Nico too, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of those. Some of the SoCal folks came up, and they love playing Nico down there. All right,
The
is that 4 down? No, 3 down.
that looks like 3.
Are,
Is this a beseech?
Ooh. Yes, it is.
Wins? Yeah.
Are we going to 2 though?
Here comes Polcock. Let's go.
Are we gonna get there?
For
We
Polcock?
are. Okay.
Then
I think this was smart. I think
Harvest
ripping the
Strike?
beseech off the top was like quite lucky, arguably. I guess. I don't think he had beseech prior to this turn. Might have been a top deck.
Oh.
One floating memory.
1, 2.
Oh, that's not too bad actually.
Yeah.
That's not bad at
1,
all.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1.
And this is the perfect time for it. While all the cards are down, Etherbeat's defense is just out of the way.
Huh?
Is it a?
As if I used it.
Is he just gonna straight up cast Kindling right here? It's Kindling 2. I think.
Does he just go?
All right. Pass.
It's not lethal. There's not enough damage out on the board. He's not doing 20 with this. No, it's
no,
passing
he's
it.
fine. The unfortunate thing is like Kindling is a slow card.
Okay, okay.
Which part of me wishes it was fast, but then it's just another fireball.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
I think we'll have to see.
I wonder if Etherbeat realizes the amount of pressure that he's under here. I wonder if he's aware that he has maybe 1 or 2 more turns.
Yeah.
He's got to be looking at this board, comparing it to last game.
And going at what the absolute is going on?
Oh, Etherbeat's doing math.
There's so many non-damaging cards in his hand right now, though, which
It's
is
true,
kind
it's
of
true.
unfortunate. What do you do here? Like like the Resolute's useless, Peaceful's probably useless. You're looking at the board going like, okay, what am
Yeah.
I even peacefuling?
Right.
Does have, I think, 1 fireball
I saw an increasing danger in there. I
Yep.
think there's 1 fireball.
behind the spell shield,
Uh-huh.
library witch. Like it's
And he does have that Advent of the Stormcaller, so maybe
Yeah.
that's what he's planning on doing. But without a power overwhelming, that's going to be an expensive card.
Yeah. Honestly, a little tricky right now. Not sure how Aether wants to kind of maneuver this. What could potentially be his last turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Lee's hand, or at least influence. 5 this turn, 6 on the draw, potentially 7 if he
If he goes for the
chooses
backup
for, like
charger?
a backup charger, or like I don't even know if he uses his GCR yet.
Did I play this piece?
Let me double check he even has GCR in his deck. Might be a quick
He does.
He does? Okay, yeah. So I don't think either like any of those were used at all. Yeah, so
GCR's
neither.
right
Yep.
there.
Not materializing was a misplay.
Because I think playing the Ace in, returning the Alchemist back into hand might give enough for Kindling.
Charger?
So Etherbeat, just taking the defensive play here, using
Yeah.
that peaceful reunion, deciding no, you are not going to deal your 1 or 2 damage to me.
Luckily for Ether, kept the spell shield in hand.
Yes, yeah, sitting on the spell shield and the resolute stand.
Yep.
He has no action, but he's not going to die yet.
Yep. Now it'll be super unfortunate if the Kindling does get casted straight into it,
Right into the spell shield
Spell
after.
shield.
Oh no!
and then that would be kind of game over.
that would be a huge hit. We did it again. Spell shield Arcane. Spell
Arcane,
Shield
yeah.
Which
So 2 cards in hand, but we need to remember 6 Enlightenment counters. That does represent 2 additional cards. So Spell Shield is castable,
Mhm.
along with a free Resolute if he wanted to not take the lack of a draw on the follow-up turn.
Oh yes, he can use the tome in order to get the
That
extra
too.
card he needs
That
to cast
too.
the spell
Yep.
shield.
So many options to repopulate hand right now.
Mhm.
But
Only
this
2
is,
cards in hand right now, though, right?
Yeah, just 2.
Okay.
But the 6 counters will help just auto draw 2 if he needed.
And
to.
the Enlightenment counters.
Yeah.
I think he is holding on to those Enlightenment counters for a big power overwhelming.
Hmm.
But he might need to dig in order to get some action.
Yeah.
There's only so long that he can sit here behind peaceful reunions and resolute stands.
Yeah.
For a windmill engineer at the hand?
And I think that was a Fairy Whispers. I'm not sure if it was pre-reg. I've kind of...
He used the backup charger, so this can't be pre-rec, I don't think. I think
yeah.
he's already pulled everything back.
Yeah.
I already knew what that was.
That's some imbues for a windmill engineer.
Okay. So we're kind of... I think Lee's playing it a little safe. He probably knows that Spell Shield
Mm-hmm.
maybe still be hanging around. Doesn't want to quite cast the Kindling yet.
Right. And can't attack this turn, so
Yeah.
still missing out on that chip damage.
But at least Windmill, still useful, gets a card as long as
Hmm.
you imbue it. Whether or
My
not
collection, safeguard. Pop it now.
it's lethal is a different story, though.
In response. For memory?
Little bit of a hitch there,
Yeah, that's right.
but we're back.
That's yeah, okay. I can't respond to it. Okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah, no response. Yep. Main.
Fortunately, we can hear the audio, but the action is paused for us, just like it's paused for you.
A little bit of a video hiccup there.
All right.
And more defensive options for Etherbeat, drawing into nothing but resolute stands.
He's gonna stay alive for a while, I guess. But like the moment he puts down the spell shield,
Yeah, that's
think
not
that-
going to go well for him.
no.
Do I take one? Right. Oh, you don't. Did you? Reveal cards.
I mean, we'll see where it goes.
Yeah,
Cards revealed this
I think we're just kind of reading the
It was the Storm's Eye.
Storm Eye. Yep, Storm Tyrant's Eye.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Digging through his deck, trying to find some more options, and not.
A lot of defense.
A lot
Oh,
of
there's
defense,
one
not much
blast.
He's got a blast and a fireball, so potentially enough damage with enough levels.
Yeah,
We have a different timer.
but I don't think so. Not
But
quite
yeah,
yet.
the other thing to think about is across Lee Fan's 15 some odd herbs, a good chunk of that is life gain.
True.
So he's got a little bit more defense than it looks.
True.
The safeguard ring got popped, so it looks like Etherbeat went for some damaging play here.
Probably the Tyrant's Eye, right? That does damage? Oh, man.
It does not. It just draws cards.
I'm going.
If it was an Advent, that would make a lot more sense.
Oh, yeah.
Drop.
Sorry, I'm getting my arcane cards mixed up.
But there's so many of them.
You're right.
Fireball down. That looks like a Library Witch down.
Fireball down is interesting when you've got all these dead cards in hand. Okay, he
There
changed
it
his mind.
goes.
Yeah.
Resolute and Library Witch.
Would increase in danger.
We're gonna keep drawing.
Yep. Still digging.
I think that was a Peer into mana.
Counter.
Into hand.
And then I am going.
To be honest, at this point, if I were Aether, I'd be okay with the game going a little longer.
How many cards in hand?
You feel less threatened than game one because of the lack of board presence, but also as long as you're holding on to the spell shield, you're feeling okay.
Right.
Whatever shenanigans may happen in the next couple turns here, but we are into overtime
Yep.
for this round, so
Drop a turn. Yep.
unless our timer is a little off, I mean we might be a little off actually. We might be 3 minutes. Oh, okay, no, this is correct. The timer is correct. So this is turn 0.
Is it turn 0 on Leaf Hand side?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe so.
Just enough time.
Fortune Servant.
Which means that Leaf Hand here will have 2 turns total.
Correct. But I don't know. It's looking kind of bleak potentially. Still
Well,
holding spell shield.
Yeah, we know that the Spell Shield Arcane.
Arcane,
Wow,
yeah.
every time. We just really want to see more Aris on stream, I guess.
Yeah.
We know that the Spell Shield Arcane is waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Leaf Hand has to assume that there are some defensive options from Etherbeat's side, but he doesn't know exactly what's going on here.
Yeah.
He just knows that he's not dead yet,
Yeah.
which kind of restricts what could be in Etherbeat's hand.
Yeah. And definitely, I hope he remembers if it got to the point where he was maybe getting Arcane Blasted, Fireballed, that he remembered he has a bajillion herbs he could heal back up in response to, let's say, the Blast
Yeah.
resolving, for example.
One a face. One is good. Go to 5. Nope. One a face.
A little bit of damage,
Yeah,
a
just
little
gonna
bit
chip
more
it in
damage.
here.
One a face.
Chipping in again. Up to 6. 7.
Can he get 18 damage off of Kindling Flare?
I wish we knew how many herbs.
I think
Yeah.
he's right about there. I think he's at like the
just
15
on the
or 16
edge.
mark.
Yeah. And I think
Cards in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 cards in hand.
Lee's still figuring out what he wants to do on his turn here.
Yeah. Burning that extra time.
We do
too.
have only 5 minutes. It's 3 turns or 5 minutes, so we might hit.
Oh, this is awake.
Theoretically, we could hit time
Oh, shit.
too.
That was awake. Oh.
Lee missed that he had the power cell active.
My bad.
That could have been a bit of extra damage. That could have been exactly the bit of extra damage he needed, barring the Spell Shield Astra currently in Etherbeat's
Yeah.
hand. Arcane. Barring the Spell Shield Arcane currently in Etherbeat's hand.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm just going to call it Spell Shield.
Just spell shield.
Spell
Good
Shield.
enough.
1, 2, 3.
Could be Spell Shield Terra for all I know.
Next set. I think Lee's really figuring out if he
Yeah,
wants the
just
kindling or not, and I feel
Deep
like
in the tank. He's seeing the writing on the wall, right? He's got this turn and next turn maybe.
yeah,
And he's got to eke out lethal damage somehow.
Right.
And I think he's right on that edge
Yeah.
and trying to make the numbers be better by sheer force of will.
yep,
And that just all that means is you spend a lot of time in the tank for nothing.
yeah.
If I.
But yeah, I think he just doesn't have a lot of good options here. Looking through his cards and just sitting there and nothing else is happening. Maybe he can play one more ally and get more damage that way, but I think the numbers just don't quite get there.
He put 2 down. Just play the kindling. He wants to. Okay.
right, there
All
it
right.
is.
Finally, we've
Making
got the
something
kindling.
happening,
Yep.
and the spell shield arcane.
Yeah.
Immediately. No hesitation on
Yeah.
Etherbeat's side. He sees a red card, he puts down the spell shield.
Yep.
So I go to.
And unfortunately, that's a absolute metric ton of enlightenment counters now.
It's true, yeah. Etherbeat, hopefully for Etherbeat, he finds a way to
have
turn the
anything else,
tide
I'll send
here,
the rest
right?
then.
He has enough influence that he should be able to make something work.
Yeah.
Yep. 6 total. Yep. Yeah. 6
But as it stands right now, Lee Fan is up a game. So if time gets called here,
And I
that's
passed,
Lee
nothing
Fan's
else.
match.
It is, yeah. 1-0.
Mhm.
Ether needs to quickly
Spell
play
shield.
out.
I misplayed, but it didn't
his
matter because he had
turn.
spell shield.
yeah, he's not going to have a lot of time. Unfortunately, Lee Fan burned a lot of
1
time thinking about what his plays were going to be.
5,
Yeah.
6 reroll. 6 reroll.
That time.
Wait, what the?
I think time just got called.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh,
And this is on
Okay,
the
fine.
materialization for Aether, so.
This is, I think,
that
looks
was
like Aether's
coming
trying
up.
to
Yeah.
use his tome.
Counting down,
Yep.
counting up. I told you you had.
Just get a banish. And Lee was rolling for the banish.
Right.
But
Oh, I see.
But that's time.
I think so, yeah. There's no
Right, he takes
no way to get around it.
It's 1 It's 1-0.
Um,
1-0.
Yeah.
At least we got to see the kindling.
A long match for sure. A lot of time thinking by both players.
Yeah.
Complex decks, to be honest. Right?
Yeah,
Rai is not easy to play.
Yeah.
And
It's just kind of digging.
Oh,
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think.
Double fireball, 'cause I didn't like it before.
Um,
Probably would have been
next
there.
turn I was dead. I
I was doing it on your end step.
Yeah.
you know,
Pop all the alignment and then.
funny enough, immediately after the spell shield resolved and he got a bunch of enlightenment counters, and I wonder if you just like pop all of them.
oh, yeah.
Just
at that point,
draw like whatever you can just to try to end it on the spot. Because, like, yeah, if you rotate the turn back over, you have to do the whole like pre-round, like all the ceremonies and untap everything and materialize and go to recollection and then draw. Like maybe you just I think you had like at the end of it, I think there was what 18 enlightenment counters. That's 6 cards.
A lot of enlightenment counters.
I believe he had a fireball in hand.
It's a
He
lot
would
of
have drawn a
cards. It's
second one.
also if he gets a power overwhelming, that is
exactly.
all the damage he's going to need there.
Right.
I think he had a lot of options, but I don't think either player was really watching the clock.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to, I guess, always just kind of have your watch on you. You just kind of need to estimate it a bit.
Mhm.
Lee spent quite a bit of time figuring out if he even wanted to cast the kindling flare in the first place, but at the end of the day, we did get it casted. Unfortunately, it got completely blocked by the spell shield,
Right.
so we didn't get anything spicy. But at least we saw kind of the shtick, the deck,
yeah.
and how it functions.
I mean, definitely put on a good show, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The coming out as Wind Allies, and then the second game bringing out that Kindling Flare. and-
Yeah, from the opponent's point of view, you're just like, what am I even playing, right?
Exactly,
Like the deck
exactly.
changed so significantly from game 1 to 2. He sided out. Well, he sided in the reduced ashes and just like didn't get to see any use at all.
Yeah.
So, like things like
Didn't
that can
find
happen.
anything to hit.
Yep. So I think we'll start to kind of wrap things up for this round. We are going to kill the stream here, just so we can get some of the technical glitches sorted out. But we're going to turn the stream back on right after that, and then we'll head right into round 3. So hang tight with us, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Grand Archive NorCal Regionals here in Santa Clara. We're going to quickly jump into round 3 as it's already gotten started, and we'll kind of do a deck summary as we get into the game, but we quickly want to get you guys the video feed here.
We're gonna go.
So a little interesting. Would you like to talk about Kendall's side of the deck here?
So Kendall has something fairly unique here. What we've got here is a Wind Vanitas Slimes list. Vanitas, the one of the lineage break champions, the monk that is cleric class.
Yep.
And what we're seeing from his list is a lot of the same things that we see from Sylvie.
Yeah.
We've got Baby Grays, as you can see on the board.
Yep.
He's running Escapes. He's running Baby Green.
Yeah, Forest Cake.
We've got some Forest Cake.
Yep.
And then seeing just some general Wind Allies things. We're seeing
Yep.
like Dream Fairies. We're seeing Ace and Protectors.
Yep.
We're seeing Fairy Whispers and Reclaims.
I'm going to.
The one of Diablerie.
One of Diablo.
Gotta play it.
Extremely choice.
And the off chance you yoink a GCR, feels good.
Mhm.
You got it.
But yeah, this looks like a slime-based Wind Allies list
Yep.
with some spice.
Yeah, those 3 words that you mentioned at the beginning, the Wind, Vanitas, Slimes, those you don't normally hear those 3 words in a sentence.
Really
so,
don't.
On the flip side, Frankie's got a pretty standard Fire Merlin deck. This is not a hybrid. This is just a single, lineage. Pretty standard prismatic build. It's got like the 2 off-color wind and water cards for the full effect for Prismatic Edge on Ascension. But I think this is more standard now. A lot of people are playing the the Retold Fortune Gentle Respite build in lieu of cremation rituals, just for faster floating in the yard.
Merlin didn't get a whole lot of stuff out of the most recent set, right?
Not really.
Imperial, so
Not really.
Getting a
but-
little bit of velocity, getting a little bit of options in your floating memory and your spells.
Yep. I think Retold is probably the biggest thing that
Mhm.
came out. But aside from that, still fairly bog standard Merlin. It still does Crux things because that
Absolutely.
element is fine.
Yeah, Crux is fine. Slime's also fine. So what we're seeing from Kendall is, I think what we're going to be seeing overall, we got the Baby Gray coming in
Yeah.
and doing a little bit of damage,
Yeah.
and then getting bounced back to hand by the Ace and Protector, so you can replay it later on and get
Yep.
that on-enter effect
Yep.
again. We're probably going to be seeing some very interesting interaction. Real hard about his turn.
I don't know.
Passing to me.
Not able to go to level 3 naturally either.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go into.
The worst thing you could do is probably Flame Sweep and then neg 3 to level up next turn, but like then you're
Yeah,
probably
so
done.
far
Yeah.
in the hole. What do you do? Like even Merlin is going to have a hard time recovering influence from that.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
situation.
I don't think Frankie ended up eating any floating memory either. So, or actually no, 8-1. There's one float.
There is one counter.
Um,
But also, I don't think he's going to have that kind of time. Like
No.
staring all of these Asins down, you can't just take 6-7 damage a turn.
yeah. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna
And
scoop
there
it up here.
is,
Yeah.
moving on.
Yeah, the DG blunder.
To be in that kind of situation,
Yeah.
and just like as a player, it hurts so much to misread the board like that, and then make that
Right.
kind.
Plenty of time for a game 2 and probably game 3 as well. So
Yeah,
I
and
wouldn't stress.
I mean, if things go well for him, he's going to need that game 3, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
he's
yeah.
he's going to want to be able to play his game without being too shaken.
Yeah. And then real quick, I guess we can briefly talk about sideboard choices here.
Mhm.
I think if you've got cards for the sideboard, I suspect the Sparklight will probably come in.
We are seeing a lot of board.
That's pretty important, I think. On Kendall's side, his board consists of 2 Ally Ward Priestess, 1 Blanche, 1 Dusklight, 1 Beastpawn Boots, which is very interesting because, like, I think the Boots would be pretty good answer to, like, Fireballs.
Yeah, I think that is the point of Boots. Is Boots are very good for those spell focused matches.
Yep.
Frankie not playing the hybrid list, right?
Correct.
So he doesn't.
Pure Merlin.
He's not going to be running the big attacks
Right.
that you sometimes see from the hybrid list.
Right. And I think the only thing, or the only attack that Frankie might be running, I think it was Sun and Steel. Maybe at a 1 or 2 of, I'm not sure. But there's still some attacks, but
Okay.
you normally want to aim those at the face, right? And nowhere else. So I suspect
Blanche might come in for some like spell damage prevention. It's a good response to fireballs as usual. Potentially even like what is it? Prismatic flickers for fire damage. And then we'll see what else we see, but like I don't know. I'm curious to see how Kendall sides for this, because his sideboard's like pretty diverse too. There's a lot of main board cards. I think there's only like one.
Kendall's deck also, like, just the way it's built, has a lot of 1-ofs and 2-ofs, right? He's aiming for diversity here. He's aiming to have a lot of different options available.
Yeah, which is very, it's a statement for sure in like your confidence of play, that you can maybe take a little bit of a hit on your consistency of your deck to have more answers. But as long as you play everything correctly, things might turn out fine.
So we see Frankie taking this first turn of the game.
Yep.
Getting that respite out. Just starting with a little bit of floating memory.
I will send.
And the thing with starting Fragmented Spirit, right? You start with 6. You're on the play. You don't draw. You're going to, well, I guess in this case, since you're on the play, you don't get to draw. So you still have your opponent's influence is not greater than you.
Unfortunately true.
Yeah, but it would work on a second, like on a if you were on the draw rather.
But work on the draw, and honestly, it's just good to get that floating memory down, right? Like, people use Fast Cure in the exact same kind of situation.
Correct.
And they get no value out of that.
Yep.
It's just for float.
You got it.
And I believe Gentle Respite is also a spell, so you can also pitch it with a Retold Fortune if you really need to. So there's some value there.
And we're seeing an attack from Kendall, followed by an Escape the Wreckage. Just getting that value.
Yep.
I'm going to go into GCR, crack it for the draw.
Yep.
Recollect and draw.
Yep.
Saw a decent amount of Crux in hand. Maybe 1 or 2 Pendragons.
Hopefully he can make it to level 3 this game. I mean, once Merlin makes it to level 3, all bets are off.
Yeah, a little rough though. Didn't see any hasties, no creatives, not even a shield mate to kind of stick up some defense. It's really just like fireballs, Pendragons, and I think I saw a Resolute. No DGs either, which is a little rougher.
I'm going to attempt to attack you.
We are imbuing 2 cards for the
Windmill Engineer. Yep.
Just thinking.
As is tradition, basically a baby Grace line.
Yep. You know what? If we notice imbues, we should just draw an eye on it.
Oh, sure. Let's use this technology, honestly.
Yeah, let's do it. We should have done it for the
Magistrate?
Magistrate, yeah. But yeah, I feel like it'd be crazy to play a Magistrate without ever imbuing it. Like, what are you doing it for?
Right.
Otherwise, it's just a 1/3.
Looks like Kendall doesn't have any Asins in hand, which is probably what he would be looking for here. Be nice to get that windmill back, just like he did with the Escape the Wreckage earlier.
Yeah.
There
is an Asin.
Great.
Oh, man.
The game plan is go. I wonder if we're going to see him go to level 1 this game. He didn't need to in the first game, right? He had all of the allies all of the time.
Yeah.
So we didn't see Vanitas come out at all.
Knowing Frankie's hand, I feel like he's not going to need to.
So on enter, this is targeted.
Honestly, going to Vanitas feels like a slightly slower option, right? It gives you a little bit of long-term reach. It gives you some attacks.
Yeah.
Maybe lets you punch in some damage late that you might not otherwise be able to get to.
Yeah.
But that's still late.
Right.
And he's definitely going to want to focus on that early game. If he can get Merlin dead before Merlin gets to level 3, that's the ideal.
Right.
Because if it pertains to the situation, I was going to ask, what happens if I kill
Oh,
Windmill?
he can't give you advice.
Yeah. Okay.
There's also, I guess, some added benefit of like Vanitas 1, since you were playing the Wind Spirit. At the end of the day, you do get to glimpse 4 when you do level up. So
You already collected
at the very least, you can kind of peer into your next 4 cards and see if there's anything that'll help you accelerate your game.
Passing turn to you.
Frankie looking for something, anything to do in response to this Asin and not finding it.
No.
What is this card?
That Windmill Engineer back in hand, and all of the value for Kendall. Look at his influence. For an ally deck to still be this high on influence, that's so painful.
To the bottom if you don't know what that is.
That's 7 cards in his memory, and is that 2 cards in? I think it's 2 cards in his hand.
Okay, so you have the right number.
I think there might be a little bit of an accident. Might have been like an accident happened where Frankie might have like knocked a card off the top of his deck.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was an actual discrepancy there, or they're just double checking to make sure.
Yeah. But I think Frankie ended up just bottoming the card just to be safe.
Oh, no, jeez.
3 cards in hand for Kendall. 10 cards in his influence.
The wind has value.
The wind has value.
Yep.
The wind, the escapes. It's very cool to see, honestly.
Yeah.
I'll recollect. You got it.
And for decks that never level up or very rarely level up,
Mhm.
you have so many plays per turn if you're just hoarding these like +1s every turn.
That's true. You never lose cards trying to level up.
Yeah.
Keep all that influence for yourself.
You ring your backup charger, you escape, you're just drawing like free cards every turn,
Yeah, if every materialization is actually an extra card draw,
right?
and then half of the cards you play draw you cards to replace
Like
them.
this, yep.
Incredible.
Yep.
Absolutely incredible.
Recollect and draw. Sure.
I don't know if you've played during the era where like ally decks were running triple bobble,
Attempt to hit.
GCR.
Ooh, yeah.
Backup charger's kind of reminiscent of that, except there's no element requirement for it.
Yeah, GCR at home.
Yep.
That's fine.
All right, so we have some defensive plays from Frankie, slowing the game down a little bit more this time.
Yep.
Blocking 3 with that resolute stand, and probably blocking whatever else Kendall has going on. Like, that hand is just full, chock full of allies.
So many options. I could even see like
We'll reveal
Magistrate coming down a little earlier even.
to
Mhm.
play
This is looking like the windmill engineers coming down
Tunnel
again.
Magistrate.
Oh, no, it's the Magistrate
It
this
is
time.
Magistrate.
Yep. Making sure to get him in before
Yep.
Frankie goes to
And
level
then
2 to
I'll
make
Yep.
sure that he
reveal
doesn't get that level 2 to level 3
Sylvie's
turn.
Yep.
Play
Because like he's kind of reading the memory, right? Like Merlin's got 3 down, likely gonna take the 3
to that. I will
and
pass
level
my
up to
turn.
2, kind of preemptively thinking, okay, like is Frankie gonna DG the next turn?
Mhm.
Probably,
Probably.
assuming he had it.
I mean, you always have to be prepared for it, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
just have to assume that they have it.
Yep. So here's the level up here. We're gonna go ahead and banish 2, Fireball, Flame Sweep.
Just banishing from hand, no float.
Paying cost. How many
This
cards do
poor
you
Merlin
I
player.
have 4
Yep.
in hand, 1 in memory.
4 in hand. I'm just thinking if I want to do something before Merlin enters.
We're gonna use our technology here to make sure everybody knows what's imbued and what's not.
The Ace and Protector not imbued, importantly.
If it had an imbue, what would it be?
Oh, man.
It's already very strong.
It would be an active ability that you could pay. You could pay memory cost to bring it back to your hand again. It would be Sadie.
Banned. Banned.
Instantly banned.
Hasty happens.
Frankie going for velocity here. We got the hasty messenger coming out.
Yeah, without a DG in hand, you're kind of stuck without any options here. Even if you had a DG in hand, you gotta find a way to clear that Magistrate.
Absolutely.
I'm going
and
to
As expected, Sparks came in.
Yeah, you can't let that magistrate live.
No.
imbue Veritas Decree.
Can I read it real quick?
Ooh, this is the decree.
Destroyed. This leaves the field temporarily. Attack.
And he is
I'll get the on attack right still.
suppressing his magistrate to save it
Sparkle light.
and destroying a fan.
Exactly. So, like, this is kind of windmills on the bottom.
Ah,
Or the
I
windmills
see.
in the middle, yeah. Magistrate's on top.
Things got moved around.
Yeah, so,
Oh, finally.
I mean, looking at this point, you lose your Spirit Frag. So you went, you took your Spirit Frag,
For
or you went the Fire Frag Spirit, and you got no payback from it.
The
either.
middle one is the one that got suppressed. I think.
Oh, did
I
it?
think
Oh,
he-
to make sure that there's no more card draw. Like,
Right.
the Kendall's already so far ahead.
and
at this
keep that
point.
magistrate safe.
Yeah.
He definitely doesn't want for him.
I'm curious, like, I kind of want to ask Frankie later to, like, what his glimpse strategy is. There's some people that, like, glimpse incredibly aggressively, and if they don't see a creative shock, like, literally everything goes to the bottom. I didn't quite see exactly at the beginning of the game how aggressive the glimpse was. Is that Diablery?
Oh no, he's done it.
yeah.
He is actually stealing Frankie's GCR
Is it?
on
Wait.
stream.
No, was that played? I don't know. That card came from the side of
okay,
the...
okay,
I don't know
okay.
what happened there.
Cold.
Oh, man. I don't know. What do you...
I mean, Kendall's in a commanding position.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like Frankie can't even go to level 3 at that point.
Nope.
Doesn't have the cards in the float.
Nope.
So he pops his GCR, hoping for some kind of answer to this board state.
Yeah.
And Merlin famously has some really good defensive options. But it doesn't look like Frankie is hitting them.
No, I think the best Frankie could hope for at this point is probably play the shield mate and then resolute it.
Mm-hmm. Like a resolute stand would be good here. That would actually save him the damage that he's looking for.
Yep.
But he just really, really, really wants to get to that level 3, and it is not getting there.
Arguably, you could even just put 2 down, play the shield mate, and then
We'll go
that's your level 3 strategy, I guess.
To draw a card into memory.
So we've got some defensive materializers from Kendall. Kendall still hasn't gone up to level 1 or level 2 here.
Yep.
Someone recalled the fortune.
Doesn't need to.
It's true.
I'll discard a fireball.
I don't know. I feel like
Now that Resolute
Oof.
is holding the board down.
Memory. 5. Okay.
So he's bought himself another turn.
Yep.
I'm gonna swing 0 again.
Can he...
like, oops, you did miss out on damage.
That's
You
true.
Can't retaliate. Losing both the Pendragons.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think both of them are just kind of like going.
Got it.
Oh, you know, it is what it is.
Well, we're finally at level 3 on Frankie's side. 4 cards in hand. Looks like a Fast Cure, a Fireball, a Stalwart,
And I think a Sudden Steal.
Sunsteel.
Man, having the Ace up anyway though,
Mm-hmm.
it's like
Well, you know, the one card that has Intercept.
right.
All of the rest, whether they're awake or not, doesn't make a difference. Well, the Baby Gray also has Intercept. but
True.
What's the Baby Gray doing on that board? Sending a message.
I think. Yeah, I think Frankie's maybe got like
Okay. That's
2 turns.
Yeah.
Before it. I mean, it already looks grim.
It's going to be really tough for him to dig himself out of this hole, and he needs
Yeah.
a lot more influence than he has.
A Flame Sweep would be pretty nasty.
It would be. This would be an incredible turn for it. He has, you know, a little bit of freedom here. If he still had one of those ghosts, this would actually be a pretty good turn, right? He could get in with 1 attack, reclaim the sword, draw some extra cards.
Yeah.
But that's not how it played out. Just really unfortunate banishes for him.
Moving to my recollection, and then I'll draw for turn. Sounds good. Attempt to swing at 2 for 1.
And
here we
level
had-
5. So Sudden
Yep.
Steal would have cost him 1 if he wanted to use it.
Yeah. It would clear the Ace-in, but that's about it.
Yeah. Not quite enough.
The Fast Cure will be good here though.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely lower influence than his opponent.
Yeah.
Wow. It's, you know, I had kind of put it out of my mind, the fact that Kendall had like 10, 11 influence or
Yeah.
whatever it is he's doing over there, and it's
Playing for days.
just incredible. What a deck.
Swing 1.
I mean, notoriously Merlin does have 28 HP, so hanging
Right.
in there.
Yeah, it's still going to be a bit before Frankie dies, but
You can
he
play
doesn't
Yeah.
have that much going on at this point.
Is that the Blessed Clergy?
I think
It
it is the
is.
Blessed Clergy.
So materialization comes as 1.
In BU2, on enter class bonus, target player can't play more than 2 cards during their next turn.
Mhm.
And activated
Like, if
ability
I'm
to draw
Frankie, I
5.
don't think I even have influence to play 2 cards next turn.
Right, that's like,
You got it.
there's the Fast Cure. Okay,
Yep.
so saving himself a little bit of damage here.
Yep.
And then that float can maybe bring out a Drawn Blade?
Yeah, that's what I expect.
There you go.
I do worry though, and this is unfortunate because I don't see the life counters. But sometimes it's very addictive to grab the drawn blade,
You got it.
just out of like habit, right?
Sure.
And Terraforming it was in the sideboard. It had to have come in, right? I don't, Safeguard probably went out. Terraf probably went in. Like, would you even maybe consider Terraforming this turn? So
I
that
mean,
your
it's-
next turn hurts a little bit less.
When else are you going to do it, right?
Yeah.
Like, maybe he thinks he can survive this turn and Terraf next turn. Maybe he thinks
Yeah.
the Drawn Blade will pull him into something good. Maybe... He might have looked at this board and decided, I could put out Terraf, and my opponent has enough cards in their hand
just pay
that they just
anyway.
attack anyway.
Yeah.
And so his option is, what, dig for Deer? Dig for Spirit Blade Ascension?
Yeah, that's true.
But neither of those do anything with the Magistrate on the board.
right.
So
Still can't get rid of it.
all of his broken Crux cards are reduced to being fair.
Yep. You hate to see it.
You hate to see it.
These two come in. Baby Gray on the trigger, I will
So we had, gosh, I don't remember what that card name was, but it's Zephyr's 2, or essentially Zephyr's 2
slime and
allies, I believe.
slime shield.
or-
draw a card. Yep.
Suppress, sorry. I'll use the right term here.
Blessed Clergy back to my hand.
Um,
Let's see, anything
and I
don't-
think that was strictly to block some damage.
good. Moving to my turn.
That would make sense. I mean, Kendall also has, all of those on-enter effects, so Zephyring his own units.
I'll recollect and draw.
And Asen coming back
suppressing
too.
another.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Asen coming back too just kind of puts another card back right into his hand.
Sure.
Yep.
Um,
There's another Resolute stand, so
Yep.
that's another turn off. You've got a little bit more time. Maybe that's why no tariff is he had the Resolute stand, so he was like, okay, well, I don't need it this turn.
yeah.
So 1, 2, and 3. Imbuing Vanitas Decree. Atrium Protector gains 2 attack. And
There's
Scattering Gusts was the card I was looking
Ah,
for. The
yes,
suppress
Scattering
up to
Gust
2
went down,
target allies. Yeah.
So we have the Verdigris Decree coming down again, this time using the buff effect to add 2 extra damage to the Asen in order to get some damage through that Resolute.
Wow.
I will pass
And I
to
think
you
Suppress
this
was the other one?
revealing Slime and Slime.
I think so.
Yeah. So here we go again with the baby gray.
You can play as much
Every day with the Baby Gray.
Look at that hand size though. What?
Absolutely incredible. What a deck.
This is your level up turn.
It's the best of Wind Allies and Slimes,
I'll
and
correct here.
somehow has 15 influence.
And like a board of 5. Nullifying on the field, I think. Safeguards on the field too.
Mhm.
Tariff just got popped.
You might as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Kendall is not feeling threatened by
No,
anything here.
No.
But, you know, if you leave the Tariff on the field, what's it going to do for you?
Right. I mean, at this point, are you even afraid of fireballs? I saw Veiling Breezes earlier,
Mm-hmm.
and with the amount of cards in hand, he was just like literally play out, like
Uh-huh.
Fairy Whispers, Fairy Whispers. I don't know if he's running Fairy Whispers. I think he is.
I think he is.
It's, you know, like Fairy Whispers, and then like just shotgun everything into your memory, and then Veiling for like 10.
Right? He has a lot of fast plays, too. You know, between the Fairy Whispers and the Baby Greens. Although I think Baby Green being fast is a tamer bonus.
Tamer bonus, yeah.
3 at Magistrates.
But yeah, tons of options. And all of that sitting on a board that is wide enough that it's difficult to deal with?
Yep. Here's a Slime Shield from a Vanitas
Blocking 3 damage.
on the Blessed. No, is that the Magistrate?
This resolve.
No, we've moved stuff around again.
Think so, yeah. It's certainly not that Windmill Engineer.
At this point, I don't even know what's imbued anymore.
I think the Magistrate is still imbued.
Still imbued? We'll call it that.
What did you use? Seeking? Okay.
I imagine Frankie would be in a much better place if it wasn't.
Yeah.
Passing to me.
I think Frankie had an Ascension in hand too, so that's dead.
Yep, that's not doing anything either.
Can't Cruxite anything either because Nullifying's on the field.
I'll play a Fairy Whispers. Look at the top 3. I had 1 to hand.
Bringing out that Ventus.
Quick shotgun those Fairy
Melee,
Whispers
and then staff gains
for all those counters.
Yep, cool.
Shoot, at this point you could use it for card draw too.
I'll
For alignment
throw Whispers
counters?
again.
Mm-hmm.
3.
Very slow way to do it, but certainly something that he could do. It's not like he needs the suppression, but every
No.
suppression is a draw,
Reveal
right?
Slime
With Baby
yeah,
Gray out
feels
there?
yeah. Oh, that's gross.
I love what this deck is doing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I hate what this deck is doing, but I love what this deck is doing.
You're not sitting on the opposite side
It's
of it.
very true, very true.
All right, so here's the
All right,
Terra.
Frankie's Tariff finally goes off.
Yeah. Does it even matter?
Nope. Oh, gosh, look at that hand from Kendall. Yeah, he could do whatever he wants here.
I'll go
Like imbue another Windmill Engineer or another Magistrate.
Another Queep.
Mm-hmm.
This would draw like a million cards.
Yep. A Bestial Wrath would hurt.
Sure.
You know, there's a couple of different ways to clear the board, and Kendall is running into exactly none of them.
Yeah.
really weird one.
So, you know, he's just kind of here and unchecked. And Frankie is struggling to get anything done. No ability to bring out his swords,
Yeah.
right? No Prismatic Edge.
No deer.
No deer because of the Magistrate. Like, the
Yeah.
Magistrate is just completely shutting Frankie down.
Yeah. Like, what do you do? Fireball the Magistrate?
You might have to.
Yeah.
Pay 2 to attack? Yeah. Your move.
Just reminding that Tariff is on the board here.
Sure. Creative Shock resolves.
If it wasn't. At this point, he's got enough cards to imbue everything he's playing.
So what's the plan? Oh, we found a ghost? Okay.
Stifle.
Oh, at every turn, Frankie is stymied. He finally finds a Crux card and a singular Crux card. And Stifling
just
Trap
stifled it.
shuts it down.
Cards in your hand.
He's still got a 3/4 on the board, but
He's staring into the face of an army, though.
yeah, he might be able to knock out the Eternal Magistrate, and that would put him in a
Fair enough.
significantly better position.
Fair enough.
Magistrate is a 1/3, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Stifling Trap to kill. It's taken a second Stifling Trap now.
Is that a second Stifling Trap coming down to kill the ghost?
I have one left in hand,
Good question.
so this is still
Maybe.
on the stack.
What are we gonna do here, though?
Oh, we're potentially responding to the Stifling Trap, I guess.
I'll just Sparklight the Magistrate. In response,
gonna
I'll
spark it
remove
anyway?
three counters
Oh.
from this, suppress Magistrate.
And then we're gonna pop the 3 counters to Zephyr, or sorry, suppress.
Uh-huh.
Oh, think about it. Thinking about it.
Targeting Magistrate.
Targeting Magistrate.
I'll suppress Ancient
Getting that confirmation.
Magistrate
Yep.
will die to Spark.
Oh no, targeting the Asen.
Stifling
Or
Trap.
no, wait, what
He
happened?
suppresses the ace in here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, and I guess the magistrate just dies.
Magistrate just dies.
Try to go one FAB gray. Sort of sequence.
Which
Retaliate
gives
one.
Frankie, in theory, freedom, but Frankie doesn't have enough cards in hand right now to take advantage
Nope.
of that.
just kind of
And,
swung in
uh,
to clear the baby's intercept.
End of turn.
That Asen is going to come back, it's going to bounce a Windmill Engineer, and that is just yet more influence for the pile.
Yep. I will use the Reclaim Engrave. to
We're
go
actually
play
going to
Rogue.
use the floating for what I believe. Is that the fist? No. Is it? No. That's the robes? Oh, man. When is the last time you...
Your
I
turn
think
now.
even we need to look this up.
Cleric Rose.
Cleric Robes.
Move to Recollection and then draw.
Unentered draw card.
Well, that certainly seems to be the important part of this.
Sure, yeah.
What else are you going to do with that Reclaim?
Well, Magistrate's coming back.
It is pay 1, tap it, prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to your champion.
Well,
but
we have a new Magistrate out,
3.
oh,
so
man.
nice try, Frankie.
Playing Asian Protector for.
Another Asen Protector. This board is just overwhelming. The tide of green units pouring over to Frankie's side. Just an overwhelming flood of 3/4s and 1/2s.
Things you can't kill with, like, 1 card, typically.
Yeah. Any single card, like if Frankie is trading 1 for 1 here, he's definitely on the losing end.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
He needs to do something bigger. He needs to get some kind of bigger advantage. And none of his cards do that at this point.
Yeah.
Like all
You know, everything's been shut down. Absolutely incredible to see Vanitas doing Vanitas things.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I think we're just going to call... I believe
Yeah,
they're
this
done
this
here.
looks
Yeah.
like we're pulling the cards out, lamenting over the situation.
That was just kind of... Honestly, that was really brutal.
It really was just such an incredible board.
Kind of... I feel depressed casting this, because I was like, man, like, what do we even... It felt like a bit of an inevitable defeat at that point. You're just looking at that and going, like, well, okay, what do I even do? There's like six allies on board. Most of them have intercept. Most of them are too beefy for me to handle with 1 card. You know, you're playing a non-hybrid Merlin build. Your flame sweeps are weaker. You can't, you know. We saw that he tried to spark something and then just got Zephyred anyway.
Just got turned
So-
down, and all of your most powerful cards, getting shut down by the Eternal Magistrate.
Yep, and then just
Right?
getting stifled as well on the Pendragon. Like, what?
Just the icing
literally,
on the cake.
literally everything he was doing had it. Unfortunately, was answered in like the most perfect way possible,
Uh-huh.
and that looked helpless from my point
yeah,
of view.
yeah. I mean, it looked choreographed. He
Yeah.
played.
Yeah.
It's just what a match. What a one-sided game.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of it's a little tough to see, but at the same time, this deck is so like the Vanitas deck is like
Mhm.
so. I feel it's so tuned. I don't know if it's tuned to like the meta here in the Bay Area.
Right.
There's not that many Merlin players in NorCal.
Yeah, it
There's, like,
seems
a
to be an
handful.
interesting choice if that is deliberately what it's tuned for. It
Yeah.
definitely has the answers for Merlin, but looking
Yeah.
through it, it has the answers for a lot of things, right?
Hmm.
And you know, we were talking about kind of the deck building decisions that he made, a bunch
Yeah.
of 2-ofs, a bunch of 1-ofs.
Yeah.
He could easily have just drawn the other half of his deck.
Yeah.
And that would have been a very different game.
Yeah. But when you're drawing half of your deck,
That's true. Let's not set aside the fact that he had 14 influence by the end of the
Yeah.
game. That was
Like,
incredible.
that was tough. So I think we're going to
figure out what we're going to do for the rest of the time in the round. I think we still have 20 minutes left. That was quite a fast match. We might have some videos we're going to loop here for you guys, so we don't have to like look at our boring face the entire time. So.
Yeah, stay tuned. We've got some more content for you.
Okay.
What's going on, everybody? It is TM32 Shinja here, and I have Savan here. He's hosting the NorCal Regional, but why don't you introduce yourself?
How's it going, everyone? My name is Sevan Jambazyan. I'm the owner of Final Cut TCG and hosting this regional over here in NorCal. I love Grand Archive. I'm just doing my best to support it.
So how's the regionals doing so far?
It's doing good. 100 people. A lot of interesting decks this time, actually. Seeing a lot of variants since the ban list, so curious to see what kind of what ends up in the top, so to speak, and where things settle out. Very curious.
Yeah, I know we have Arisana round 1, and then we have actually another Arisana round 2. So with the new proxy as Vault card, we're seeing a little bit of a resurgence. So, but speaking of interesting, what do you think will hit top 16?
Well, obviously we were hoping for Arisana. I believe a lot of the new variants of Tristan's will do decent. Obviously, Slimes. We're 100% expecting majority Slimes at this point. They seem to love it out here. So,
okay, but how many Slimes in the top 16?
You want me to have a number?
Yeah, give me a number.
I'm gonna say 10.
10? That's a lot.
Worst case scenario, I think 6 will be the lowest. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, some people brought some nice tech and that changes. So we'll find out.
All right, this is going to be the spicy one. How many SoCal players in top 16 versus how many NorCal players in top 16?
I'm a little biased, so I'm going to say more NorCal.
You want to give me a number?
After round 1, let's say 6 for now. 6 NorCal.
Okay. And the rest SoCal?
Oh, no. I think we'll get like... I think there's a couple players that I know from San Diego that'll definitely do well. I think Reno and Oregon have a couple good players that will definitely have a chance today. Obviously, everyone does, but there's a few people I've been watching, and I'm going to say we're going to get around 6 to 8 NorCal if we're lucky, about 4 to 6 SoCal, and probably a mix of the out-of-towners. Yeah.
All right.
I guess it is.
All right. We'll check back in maybe a few rounds after and see if you're right. All right. Thanks, Juan.
Thanks, bud.
All right, welcome back. We're just going to do a quick kind of recap of, I guess, what we've seen so far. I guess first 3 rounds, and then we're going to go cut to break after. But kind of looking back, round 1 was Fire Arsana versus like a pretty, I would say, mostly bog standard Slimes deck. Certainly saw the power of Slimes.
Absolutely, yeah.
in that
I think
matchup.
Arisana has a lot of potential, but sometimes you just run into a brick wall that is Slimes. Slimes famously plays itself.
Yeah. And I feel like, I'd like to see some aggro matchups. Maybe we can like get a couple on stream pretty soon. I think there's been a couple people in the Bay Area trying to test like Fire Xander, Fire Tenoris. I'd like to see how that fares into the existing decks we have today, because I think mostly we've seen a bit of them overseas, but maybe not so much. I think Tristan still going pretty strong outside of the US.
Definitely still around, yeah. Even with the Korhazi Outlook ban, I think Tristan has a lot of potential. Seeing stuff like Beseech sneak its way into Tristan decks, so people still working around it, trying to figure out what works. And I think actually specifically because of the Korhazi Outlook ban, we're going to be seeing a lot of variety here, a lot of diversity.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Tristan players in the Bay Area have tried doing other things now, just because like their hand was a little bit forced, I guess. So it is what it is. And then I think as for round 2 we saw Lee with his Kindling Flare deck. A little bit of a cute, creative deck. But at the end of the day, I think it's still, I mean, he did technically take the game 1-0.
Was a slog.
It was, definitely a slog. I think the Rye did have a bit of a hard time game 1. After seeing so many allies slam the field.
Agreed.
Yeah,
game 1 looked very rough. Game 2, I think the Rye player just still didn't really know what to do, but was potentially finding his footing. But
ran out of time.
The realities of tournament play, right? You kind of have to be able to make your plays fast, and if you get stuck in this situation of just tanking for minutes on end, then that's kind of how it goes.
I mean, even on stream, I get it. Like being on camera is kind of
is that much worse.
Yeah, it's like you have these like giant bright lights in your eyes, and you're like, oh man,
right? And then the thought of like, if I miss a play here, I'm going to hear about it forever.
Oh yeah, and it's recorded on YouTube for the rest of your life. So I get it. This stuff kind of happens, unfortunately. Game 3,
lastly, we're gonna just kind of, well, since we already watched it just
Yeah.
now, the Vanitas deck is super creative.
Very cool. Yeah, I'd love
Um,
to see it.
I'd be hard pressed to see if there's other people playing Vanitas today. I think that might have been the only one.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, so very good to see the diversity that is on display here.
yeah,
There's also a bunch of the usual suspects. There's a bunch of people playing Slimes. There's a bunch of people playing Tristan. There's
Yep.
a bunch of Merlin out there.
Yep.
I'm sure there's going to be some representative Nico players.
for sure.
You know, I'm hoping to see some more Wind allies, some more Water allies. I think Water allies has been getting popular lately.
I think so.
too.
Yeah, and I'm kind of. I'd like your opinion. Like, what do you think is the most underrated deck in this meta? I think overall, like the diversity is pretty good.
Underrated. Oh,
but-
geez. The problem is all the decks that are good are overrated. I think if you run the numbers, it's
Yeah.
probably Nico.
Really?
I think
okay.
Nico is the deck that is getting the least amount of play
Yeah.
compared to the possibility of its success.
Mm,
Like, I think there should be more Nico players for
Yeah.
how good the deck is.
I see. Okay.
I don't think it's going to win every tournament. I don't
Hmm.
know if it's going to win many tournaments,
Hmm.
but there should be more Nico players.
I think I don't know if the legendary Joe Facha from SoCal is up here. He's, I guess, notoriously won 5 store champs in Southern California just with Nico.
Yeah, the Nico Godfather.
I don't know if he's here today, but if he is, I'd like to see how he's doing. But
Yeah.
if he's not, maybe next time.
Yeah, well, we'll check up. We'll look at some of the names. We'll see if there's anybody cool coming
Yep.
up. I think for round 4 and 5, we're going to be looking at some of the top players, some of the undefeated players.
I think so. Or at the very least, very close to the top. Or at least, if we can split the difference between like someone who's doing well and also has an interesting deck, I know there's some spiciness.
Yeah,
out there
let's
today.
put the spotlight on people who aren't playing Slimes and Tristan.
Yeah, I feel like we've all seen enough of that, right?
I mean, they're still the majority of the field.
Yeah,
no matter
I'm-
how you slice it.
yeah, even if we intentionally pick one, they might end up on the other side anyway, right?
Right,
So
right.
it is what it is. So let's see. We'll check time real quick here, but I think we're gonna do a bit of a lunch break after this, so we'll cut to that. I think it'll be just about an hour or a little longer than that, just because we are awkwardly not at the top of the not at the top of the hour yet. So I think expect currently it's 1:40 p.m. here in California. Probably expect to be back around 3 p.m. hour 15 hour 20, and then I think we might keep the stream on. But I'm not 100% sure. Maybe we'll like run some B-roll or something. But if not, just hang tight. We'll be on the waiting screen, and then yeah, hopefully we'll see everybody back in about an hour and 15 to an hour 20.
Yep, back with round 4.
Yep.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NorCal Regionals for the MRC season here in Santa Clara, California. We are just getting back from lunch, and we're going to head back into round 4. And we've got, who is it? Mark from Solar Games, which I feel like everybody knows.
Yeah,
on Fire
pretty prominent
Merlin.
community member.
And then also Sano, who's I think pretty highly rated, playing Win Tristan, and we're just about to get started, so we are going to jump right into the game here. All right, looks like Sano is on the play.
With a neat altar for his Wind Spirit.
Yeah. I'm going to open up here with a Surveil. Get that prep counter, draw a card. So I guess while they're kind of deciding on what to do for their first round, I'll give a quick summary on like what their decks look like. Mark is playing Fire Merlin, Frag Spirit, pretty standard. However, it runs Gloamspire. It also runs a very light Retold Fortune package for fast floating, and I believe it also has Geldis, the new favorite kind of ally that I think Fire Merlins, or I think Merlins in general, are just starting to attempt to use. Mark's 2-1, so seems to be doing pretty good. And then Sano on the flip side is still playing Win Tristan, without outlooks, obviously. But it is more of I think it's more of like a go wide, has a lot of shadows, has a sharpening blade to kind of buff the Shadow's Claw for an extra damage when the shadows swing in for the supposed kill turn. So a little interesting deviation, I guess, from the Shadow Strike one like OTK build that we've been seeing from Sean and Co.
Yeah.
After Chicago.
I think this is the closest to a standard we've seen for Tristan post-ban.
I think so, yeah.
With the Penumbral Waltz and Inspiring Calls and the Sharpened Blade, like you said,
Yeah.
and room for a Beseech or 2 in there as well.
Yep.
And doing a few more interesting things.
Yep. And I think it's kind of interesting to see Tristan players kind of adapt to the loss of Outlook, not necessarily for the either like the Glimpse ability or the obviously very strong your opponent cannot play cards ability, but rather just the 2 costs, 1/3 body that gives you a prep counter. I think that helps so much to keep Tristan's on curve when getting to like level 2 to get to either the 2 or ideally the 4 prep counter threshold to draw 2 cards. And I feel like at least locally, a lot of Win Tristan players have been struggling a little bit, figuring out like how do you fill the gap that would get you that prep counter to curve out nicer.
Which leads into a deck that is kind of less of the combo kill than it used to have, right? Now it's still doing the same kind of controlling things, but it's paced a little bit slower, and it goes wide at the end to kind of try doing something that goes over the top that way.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a little bit different, but it's still, the core of it is still very much a standard Tristan deck.
And that's what we're seeing right now is Tristan things, right? We're seeing Scout the Land, we're seeing Surveil the Winds.
Yep.
We're seeing Juggle, not exactly Juggle Knives, but every 2 cost Juggle Knives that they can put into this deck.
Yep. It runs, I think, a little bit lighter on the interaction package. I think it's got fewer incaps. I think incaps are actually main board in this deck, which is very different, I think.
Yeah, it looks like 2 incaps main, 1 incap side? 3 incaps
three and 1. And also runs, I think, lighter Zephyrs. It only has 2. I feel like the original list had more than 2, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah, it's definitely pulling out from some of the more focused interaction cards that we saw in Tristan pre-ban.
From there, I think Mark had an end of turn Creative Shock, throwing away Fast Cure, using that to level up.
Very appropriate Merlin first turn, right?
Yep.
Draw pass, and then Creative Shock at the end of your opponent's turn.
The hand is looking quite balanced. Like, this is a super good hand. It's got floating, it's got your sweeps, it's got your fireballs, it's got Pendragons. I think I saw a DG in there.
Looks like a reprogram in there as well.
Yep. Like, honestly,
a little bit of everything.
Everything that Merlin wants. I think this will be a pretty easy curve out to 3 for Mark. Nothing too suspicious here. I think even the reprograms might help just kind of stifle a little bit of damage in case like bodies land the field.
He might be in a little bit of trouble finding action after that. He doesn't really have anything in the way of the important Crux cards in his hands right now.
Yeah.
But he's got several turns to draw out of that.
Yep. I think most notably the Pendragon to get to 3 kind of helps boost that initial turn a little bit better. And then also I did see a Scry
Scry
Scry the
the
skies.
skies, not
Yep.
stars. To help dig for whatever answers he needs.
Is Merlin also running Spell Shield Astra? That would be incredible.
Yeah, we're getting all these. There's too many like names here. All right, what are we looking at here?
We have Tristan going to level 1.
Yep.
And some Fairy Whispers. I think this is coming down in Recollection
Correct.
still.
Yeah.
So he's still kind of sculpting his hand here and then looking to build a strategy,
Yep.
looking to keep his influence up and keep his prep counters up. He wants to be at that 4 prep counters before going to level 2.
Yep.
So stuff like Surveil the Winds would be great here, right? An extra card draw, an extra prep counter.
Yep.
He's already popped Backup Charger. I think that was very early on.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's just gone to level 1. We're seeing kind of what the results are from that.
Yep. Most notably, I think I just saw a disorienting. There it is. Top deck disorienting winds, which is kind of interesting for Tristan. Normally, you see that in like mage decks, like Wind Merlin or like Wind Rye, for those like 4 people out there playing Wind Rye. But
It is a little bit of an expensive option, but it does keep your influence up, right? It has the magic words, draw a card.
Yep. And luckily enough, also the efficiency is not like class bonus locked or anything. So,
Right.
At the very least, you maybe pay like 3 for it.
Looks like he's beseeching out a Windwalker Boots here.
Yep. Makes sense.
Another very powerful card, right? Keeping the prep counters on curve. So he's gotten to 4 now. So we'll
Yep.
probably see him going to 2 on his next turn.
Yep. I suspect maybe banish 2 from memory and then eat the reprogram.
Probably.
Yep. Yep. Don't need Flame Sweep. Probably don't need Fast Cure for now.
Recollect. Yep, draw card.
And retold off the top.
Nice. Some good draw. A lot of card velocity in his hand,
For
right?
sure,
A lot of
yeah.
options. He's got like you said, the defensive options that he maybe doesn't need as much right now.
Yeah.
And then a lot of options to go later on and get all the stuff that he's looking for.
Yep.
Just like you called it, eating the reprogram for that extra card and that extra level.
Yep. Get that Spirit Frag popped. Gloam Spire off the top. Gloam Spire this late, maybe you could probably put that down to pay for the DG.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he would be getting much value out of it. on its own.
Yeah. Like, ideally, you want to see Gloam Spire, like, turn 1, maybe, or turn 2, I guess. Like, turn 1, you generally still want a Creative Shock to, like, chuck a memory, but, like, turn 2, you could put down Gloam Spire, get an extra card, try to stop your opponent from getting an extra card if possible, but I think the whole idea behind it is, like, I can make use of my cards better than you can yours, so, like, let's go for it.
Sano slowing down the game a little bit, casting that Stifling Trap, making sure that the Dungeon Guide doesn't get Mark from Solar Games up to level 3 too soon.
Yep.
And there's the 2 Panish in order to get to level 2. And with those 4 prep counters, he will immediately replace those 2 cards. Keeping that influence up, that's the name of the game for Tristan.
Yep.
He wants to keep up his options.
I see 1 in cap in hand, at least, right out the top. Very important, I think, for Tristan to hold, just in case.
Yeah, he's not going to want to get hit by a Spirit Blade Ascension. That's going to be
Yep.
pretty much the worst.
Yep.
This also is a defensive trick against Fireball, should that happen.
Yep.
And in the
Incarnate.
meantime...
Stops Incarnate, too.
Mhm,
So, a lot of things.
We're seeing what looks to be a Dungeon Guide from Sano.
Yep.
Moving his way up to level 3 as well. Do you think we're going to see a Shadow Dancer play? This is the deck, right? Shadow Dancer against Merlin?
Dancer or Reaver?
Oh, Reaver first, right?
I don't... Is it? That is Reaver first. Oh,
It's
nice.
the card draw.
Nice card.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice call.
This is from watching other people play Tristan.
Yeah.
What I have learned is when their deck is doing the same thing as your deck is, you want to play Reaver first to get the extra cards because that's essentially a draw for him.
Yeah. Good insight.
And Merlin, kind of doing the same thing that Tristan does.
Yeah.
Bullying its way up to 3,
Yep.
keeping its influence high,
Yep.
and then playing some massive, large board affecting spells.
Yep.
And that is exactly what Tristan wants to see.
Unfortunately, I didn't catch all 4 cards that were under there. I know there's a DG, which is...
The least helpful, unfortunately. Well, no,
you
actually,
can...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... I was going to say, like, DG is actually kind of interesting because, like, you could DG into Dancer when you're done with Reaver.
And we probably will see that. That's,
Yeah.
a much cheaper way of doing it. And it's not
Yep.
like he's going to be keeping much floating memory around, given
Right.
that Merlin is eating it all.
Right. Next time we'll ask Sano to raise the cards up to the camera so we can see what he,
that would be
what he
nice.
reads before.
We've got Sadi out here dealing the killing blow to Mark's Dungeon Guide. We're going to
Wow.
get that on-kill agility 3 for Sano.
Yep, and an extra prep counter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I think that was a really nasty tempo swing. DG got cleared off. Has to neg 3 hard right here from memory to go to 3.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I think Mark's okay with those. Scry kind of sucks to lose, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's one more card than he wanted to lose. Like he's
Yeah.
now just looking for influence,
Yep.
right? But Merlin is very, very good at refilling its influence.
Yep,
You know,
totally.
you've got the ghosts, 3 ghosts in hand.
He
What is
ripped
he doing over
2
there?
ghosts off the top, back to back right there. Downside, Merlin typically doesn't have too many materialization phases before she gets to 3. So like at the end of the day, like you've got 1, sword on the field. Can't really make use of all 3 ghosts, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Even more punishing, if you play your Pendragon, you have 1 Regalia on the field and your opponent has a Zephyr. That really, potentially could mess with your card draw there.
But we're not seeing any wind cards from Sano.
Nope.
So Mark has the run of the field right now.
Yep. We got a safe return. Swing with the sword first, obviously, to get your 3 damage in.
Mm-hmm.
And then Pendragon for another 3.
I'll pass you.
Very good. Solid turn. And goes from, burning 3 cards back up to 6 influence now.
Yep.
He's only going to be drawing more.
Yep.
So, this seems pretty even at this point, right? We have Sano going up a bunch of cards. We have Mark potentially going up a bunch of cards.
Yep.
Not a whole lot of damage. I think Mark has hit Sano up to 8 health.
Mm-hmm.
So Mark is maybe a little bit closer to the win here.
Sure.
But Sano, like Tristan is bursty, right? Like
Yeah.
what is Sano looking for here?
I think probably positioning themselves for a angle to use. I think those are, what was that, a Penumbral and a Shadow Strike in hand?
This looks like a
Couldn't
another
quite
scout
see
the land.
exactly. But regardless, the game plan is essentially to like kind of what I assumed to kind of swarm the board with a handful of shadows, get out your Shadow's Claw, which you can now with 5 prep counters. And then kind of, I think that Sharpening Blade or Sharpening Stone is like really sneaky to add an extra 1 damage to your dagger weapon. Just so all your shadows, when they're swinging in, are now swinging in for, 3 instead of 2 normally. Quite sneaky. I don't know if Mark expects it coming, but we'll see.
And here we go. Sano is now playing Mark's Dungeon Guide,
Hmm.
pulled off of that Shadow Dancer.
Yep.
Or Shadow Reaver, rather.
Are they using the same color sleeves?
It-
I really hope they don't mix up their cards.
Yeah, that would be really painful. But now we
Especially
have
with
2
reading.
shadows out on the board.
Yep.
And at this point, Sano can start getting some damage in.
Maybe an understatement. There's a lot of stuff on board, actually.
A lot of stuff on board.
If Sano decides to pull out the Shadow's Claw,
The Shadow's Call. Oh, this is a huge inspiring call, too, if it pulls off.
yeah. So looking to
Don't see an inspiring call in his hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of Umbra though,
Hmm.
and a turbocharge, I think. And I think the power cells is the blank.
Yeah, he's using the
is
blank
the
token.
Blank.
He's got a power cell
we'll
there.
label this P for the power cell.
Mm-hmm. And the 2 shadows directly underneath Tristan.
Yep. Could turbocharge if he's got.
Could
really
turbocharge,
nothing
pulling
to-
yet more Umbra cards.
Yeah.
A little hard to tell the difference from here, but
Yeah.
we have some number of Shadow Strikes and Penumbral Waltzes.
Yep. So there's a turbo.
There's the inspiring call. I think this is what he's been looking for.
This could get really nasty really quick here. No Sharpening Stone yet, but if he were to pull out Shadow's Claw, swing, make Inspiring Call free,
Mm-hmm.
that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage in one go, I think.
Even
I'm
more
doing
if he
that.
gets the Penumbral Waltz going.
Yeah. So
This is
here's
a huge inspiring call, though,
Yep,
with
so
all
he-
those allies.
Yep. So here's the Shadow's Claw coming out. The swing is going to make Inspiring Call.
He's thinking about
Oh.
what to put down for it.
Yep.
No,
there it
there's the
is.
inspiring call. Okay. So not generating more shadows first,
Yep.
but this is still plus another 5 damage on top of what he's already got on the board.
Yep. I don't believe there to be a Resolute in Mark's hand, so he's going to eat a silly amount of damage here.
Give me 1 sec. Let me think about this a little bit. Okay.
both players now doing the math. So we've got 3 points coming in from each of those shadows.
Yep.
Another 3 from Saudi, and then 2 from each of the dungeon guides.
Yep.
9, 11, 13
13?
damage.
Okay, cool. My math wasn't totally off.
Yeah.
earlier.
Mark, thinking carefully about what's about to happen. Are all of those cards? All of those cards are. He's got 2 cards in hand, right? 4 cards in memory,
Correct.
2 cards in hand.
Yep.
Three's good. 3 face, right?
And even if, like, let's say, reroll on to next turn, Merlin gets to level 6. I think Mark had 2 fireballs.
Mm-hmm.
If Sano opts not to clear the Pendragon, I think might be representing 14, 17 damage, which is exactly lethal.
Yep. All of it goes to face. Not caring about the ghosts.
Okay.
If Mark wants to use those ghosts defensively, Sano is like, feel free.
Yep. 2 cards in
And,
hand. Importantly, can't cast the incap.
That is a rough place to be. Yeah, he really wants to be able to deal with Mark's interaction right now. This is kind of a crucial turn for Mark. Let's see what he can pull out.
Yep. Seeking makes sense. That's a sword. Little blown out by the reflection, but that is a sword of seeking.
And a free sword is the most important part.
Yes.
Have all the crystals and stuff. Prereq, go to 3. I'll recollect. Draw a card.
And we'll go ahead and draw.
3 level counters for an effective level of 6.
I'm currently at 7 total.
And what are his options? We're seeing... Not. It's a little difficult to tell exactly what's going on in his hand.
Yep.
But he has only 1 damage, no boosted damage from Merlin this turn, if he wants to swing with a weapon.
Yeah. I mean, there are 2 fireballs. Like, Merlin
I see some
swing.
Crux cards in there. We know he has another ghost.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to want to swing with this weapon just to get the durability down, and then use the ghost to recall it. Might as well use the weapon swing, right? It's effectively free.
Yeah. I'm curious, though. Is Sano bluffing a veiling?
Oh.
Because if I were Mark, I'd just be like, attack with everything, double fireball, and then move on. But I think...
And I think he's doing that math. Like, maybe he just does it anyway, right?
Maybe
you just go in even if your opponent is representing defense like that.
Yeah. And
Because he is representing a big veiling.
Oh, yeah.
But Mark is a careful thinker. Like, he definitely thinks about all those angles, and he will take the risks that he feels appropriate.
Yeah, I think you can kind of test the waters a little bit. Cast your first fireball. See if they're going to respond. If they do, you can kind of do your second one. You're still going to get some damage in.
He does need to think carefully about what he is going to be doing with his ghosts, though, because he might need to defend himself, right? If Sano busts out another Inspiring Call, that's a huge amount of damage on the board.
Yep.
And here's ghost number 2. Damage all going straight to the dome.
Yep. 2 cards in hand. Not too much interaction unless unless Mark thinks that Sano's got like a stifling trap prepped from memory or something. But in this case, that is not going to happen.
Mark pulling. Didn't
card
quite catch that.
Yeah, I didn't. Went too quick, but definitely returned the sword. Drew 2 cards.
Just crux things.
Creative shock and something else. 2 creative shocks. Might have just been 2 creative shocks. Okay, so here's the fireball, and we're going to test the water for penumbral
walls for the defense.
Yeah.
Prevent 6 summon 2 shadows.
Can I see that card? Yeah. Sorry. All good.
So penumbral walls doesn't just generate shadows, it also prevents a surprisingly large amount of damage if you use it in the right situation.
Yep.
And this is great setup for next turn.
Penumbral walls cost 0 too?
What a card.
Ooh.
Can you believe they weren't playing this? I guess Korhazi Outlook was that good.
Yeah. So now it's...
Yeah, so that's a 1 damage fireball, which is not the damage that Mark was looking for.
Yeah.
So now he's got to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and just looking at that board... Ooh.
I wouldn't want to face down that board.
Here's a Sharpening Stone. And we're going to pay 1 for it, but I believe Sharpening Stone also draws you a card, too.
This one? But
And Tristan always happy to burn a card in hand for another card coming from the from the deck.
Yep.
okay.
Oh, that penumbral wall just completely turned the tempo of it again. Mark was angling for a win that turn.
Yeah.
and 6 damage prevented, along with additional units created. Sano's definitely looking in a commanding position here.
It's a little difficult too to like kind of if you wanted to hold both the fireballs. Maybe you wait for the Tristan to play out their turn to see what they put down, but you know, given that Penumbral costs 0.
But you also don't want to wait for them to pick up their cards, right?
That too, yeah.
Because
like,
now there's for sure going to be an incapacitate
For
waiting
sure.
in the wings.
Yep. So it's kind of a, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation.
So 2 damage with the power of that Sharpening Stone. Now each of these shadows is coming in for another 3.
This is going to be a lot.
And there's only so many times this can happen before Mark is out of the game.
Yep. 25, and here's the 28 for lethal.
The nod. Yep. And yeah, that's how you do it. Mark sees the writing on the wall and is going to make Sano commit, right?
Yeah.
None of this, you know, okay, I concede, attack me. If you want the game to end, attack me.
Yeah.
And Sano does. Sano sees exactly what the line is.
All right, so while the folks over there are kind of sideboarding, let's talk sideboard. You have Sano's list handy?
Yeah.
Cool. I can talk about Mark's real quick. Nullifying Lantern, 2 Blanches, 2 Disintegrates, 2 Reduced to Ashes, 2 Sparklights, 2 Spurn to Ashes as well. So that's 4 removal for Regalia and 2 Under Fire for what I assume to be Nico matchups. This one's a little weird. I don't... Probably Reduced to Ash.
Reduced to Ash makes sense. You want a way to get rid of that dagger. The dagger seemed like a big deal. In
That
this
thing
game.
packs the most punch, especially with the Sharpening Stone for the kill turn. Sparklight might be useful here as well. Under Fire maybe less so if he thinks that it's not really a Shadow Strike deck, which there's nothing in this play in game 1 that like tells you it's a Shadow Strike deck. But
I think you have to assume that any Tristan deck has
probably has
Shadow
at least
Strike, right?
one.
Yeah,
maybe. But yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know if Mark will side that much in, but I don't know. What about
There's a
Sano's list?
lot of interesting options here, actually. So there's an Ensnaring Fumes, which is probably for the Mirror. There's some Resolute Stands, which I don't think is going to do him much good. There is 3 Mastermind Schemes, so he can switch to that Shadow Strike plan if he decides that that's the way he wants to do it.
Okay.
Some Swift Recruits, again for Nico.
Yeah.
Always for Nico.
Yeah.
2 Accepted Contracts.
Yep.
I'm not exactly sure what that's for, given the lack of Slice and Dice. But it is a quick way to get a bunch of prep counters if you really want to.
For sure.
He's for sure bringing in his 1 extra incapacitate, so he's going to go for the 4 full incapacitates here, and then Viridian Protective Trinket.
I mean, I think if anything, probably the more interesting thing here is whether or not Sano has a read on what Mark's alternate win con is, which I think is a devastating blow as well.
Okay.
In main, which Swift Recruit might be handy here. I don't know if I'll see it coming back in, but I think maybe.
I'll play first.
I think that's more for Nico though.
I think it's more for Nico. Tristan has built-in defenses when you get to
once
the
you get to
upper
3,
levels, right?
Yeah.
And if you're waiting for Merlin to get to level 5, level 6, level 7, in order to bust out those big attacks, then you've already gotten to the point where you can redirect anything.
Right, Swift Recruit's probably not a big deal.
But I'm definitely expecting to see that incapacitate. I think the real question is whether or not we're going to see the Mastermind Schemes come in, right? Whether or not Sano thinks that trying to build up to a big Shadow Strike is a better way to go.
I think in this case, well, I don't think how many Resolutes. Mark runs 4 Resolutes. Okay, so unfortunately, just didn't see any that game. Might have kind of turned the tides a little bit, but then again, there's also in caps for Resolute, unfortunately. So
Mark putting 4 on the bottom for his Fragmented Glimpse.
Makes sense. I think this start is probably a little... I think it's fine.
Yeah, it looks like he kept a Float and a Fireball.
And I think so. So didn't see a Creative Shock, so we're just going to go ahead and open up with a Glow Spire that does unfortunately draw Sano a card.
Yep, starting the game, Sano at 0 influence. That is less than 7.
Yep. But won't get it until the go-around.
Yes, no Recollection step in your modified starting turn. And we'll see what Sano is up to
It's
here.
a classic windmill start here if he wanted to. but opting to just play a Sadie for some early damage.
Early damage and early prep counters. I
Yep.
think he'll be saving some cards in order to bring Sadie back to hand.
Yep.
And generate those prep counters. Sadie, nearly impossible to deal with.
It's very annoying.
Very annoying.
Mark does run 4 flame sweeps main board, I think,
Mhm.
or 3 or 4. 4. So it's a possibility, but you can just pay 2 to return it anyway. That is the that's the Taiwan promo signature Resolute stand, I think.
Wow.
It looks like an Umbra card.
It sure does. Yeah, that looks like something Tristan would be doing.
It actually got me confused at first. I was looking at it, and I was like, what is that?
I think it's such a
But it took me a second.
A lot of these promos just look like champions. Like, I don't know what to do with
Yeah.
this. Mark getting his Gloamspire draw now, and Sano far, far above the influence required.
Fortunately, still no creative shock here, so we'll see what Mark wants to do here. Probably just kind of pass.
Yeah, Mark probably wants to sit there, wants to build up his influence,
Yeah.
and then set up some floating memory, right?
Yeah.
He's got that fast cure in hand. If he can drop that and maybe even gain value out of it, maybe
Yeah.
even gain the recover out of it,
Yep.
and then go low enough that he can still keep Gloamspire around, that seems like a decent starting strategy.
Yep.
And Sano just going up on influence. He will never draw another card from Gloamspire, no matter how long Mark keeps it around.
Yeah. It's going to be a while, at least, if ever.
So this seems pretty good for him. This is, I think, in this matchup specifically, Gloamspire seems very strong.
Yeah, I think in most matchups, I think people just aren't used to seeing it played. This might be the only deck in recent memory that plays it. I know Rai used to play it, I think, earlier this year, but obviously
We
things have
did see a
changed.
Fire Arisana with Gloamspire in the deck.
Oh, true. You're right.
It's making a comeback.
Yeah, certain decks are playing it. Oh, that was round 1, wasn't it?
Was round 1.
Yeah.
Sadi is back out on the field doing another 2 damage to Mark's face. Face is
There's
the
a
place.
imbued Windmill, Zephyr, and Fairy Whispers. Thank you for using the imbue tokens.
Oh, there's imbue tokens. It's so good.
One's good.
I still like drawing the eye on it, though.
If you want to. I'll give you the pen back.
I feel productive.
Fast cure, inside.
All right, we're going to end the turn here. Fast Cure.
There is that fast cure.
And
yep,
we're
feeling
actually
it.
going to see value from it.
Mm-hmm.
Wake up.
And he's perfectly fine going low on influence here.
Yep. Not too worried. Now, I'm curious, is that going to be 2 from memory and then eating the Fast Cure? Probably. I think he's okay. I think Mark's okay with that. Yeah, he's like thinking about it.
Right? Does he want to keep the cards that he has in memory, or would he rather trade one of them in for a card from his deck?
Nah, definitely trading it in. All right.
There you go.
Perfect. We're going to cash out the Fast Cure and the Exercise Curses for that.
And then he can turn that fast cure into a drawn blade later on.
Yep. Oh, no, I think he's going to eat it right now for the
Oh, that makes more sense. Yep.
for the level 3 for Spirit Frag.
Okay.
Once again, dude, Gloamspire just getting value here.
Yeah, right?
That's
How many draws with Gloamspire is
3
that?
cards?
Incredible.
So 3 for Mark, 1 for Sano.
Mhm.
Just basically.
I
Yeah,
play
getting
that card
difference
in every deck I can. Draw 3, your opponent draws 1. This is the best increasing danger in the world.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Think it again.
Thinking about it? Thinking about is he going to swing? Are we going to see some attack damage here? He could knock out the Windmill Engineer.
Not sure if it's that worth it though.
Yeah, it's 1 damage, right?
Yeah.
Prevent 1 to yourself. But more importantly, if you know your opponent is planning to go wide, right? How many inspiring calls
True.
do they need before knocking out the 1/1 is a good idea.
True.
But no, he's taking those cards, which,
Oh.
as expected,
I mean, he rips a Dungeon Guide off the top.
that's a pretty good draw.
I think Mark's going to be kind of amped to play it, but
Mm-hmm.
as we saw from last game, it did get eaten by a Stifle, and I believe there's 1 Stifle in Sano's hand. So
Oh, yeah, it's almost assuredly going to get stifled, but even
Yeah.
then, you still try, right?
I think you still try.
You have to try.
Unless you have such a clutch way of getting to 3 with, like, shotgunning 2 floating at the end phase or something. But
Honestly, I think it's in Mark's best interest to eat the stifle on the Dungeon Guide. That way he knows his ghosts are safe later on.
Oh, also true. Yeah.
There's a lot of on-enter effects that Mark is looking to get value from.
Yeah. Thinking
I
real
love
hard.
these promo Dungeon Guides, though. Just
Mark,
look at that
yeah.
art.
Mark's deck is kind of promoted out here.
Mm-hmm. I believe that would be the Solar Games part of his tag.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's in the tank. This is not super experienced playing against Mark. Maybe a couple of times here and there at locals.
Yeah.
But he's always struck me as a very calculated player.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So, you know, him taking the time to feel out all of the angles and figuring out exactly what's going on, like he's not going to rush into anything. you
Yeah.
know?
The other interesting play is pay 1, play Scry,
Or pass.
draw 1 into memory, use that 3 to level up.
And he passes. I guess he's anticipating
yeah,
that
man.
stifling trap and doesn't want to walk into it?
But also doing nothing this turn. I don't, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Um,
Let's see, he's level 3, so the fireball isn't going to hurt for too much if he decides to spend his
No.
influence on that.
yeah.
On enter, gain a prep.
He's what, at 7 influence? So
Yeah.
is that what is the threshold for Gloamspire?
8, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So he still gets to keep the Gloamspire around.
Yep. Here we go with a pre-rec Fairy Whispers. Didn't quite see what Sano saw at the top. Might have been the Surveil? Like something else?
Could have been. Do we think he's digging for more draw here?
At the very least, he's probably digging for 1 more prep counter.
Right, for sure. Yeah, still on level 1. He definitely wants that 1 more prep counter before he goes to level 2.
Yep.
Putting 1 on the bottom, 2 on the top, including an Umbra card.
Okay, so here's the Surveil. So this kind of all but concludes the strat here to level 2. No.
Double Beseech in the hand.
Oh, true. I was just about to say no dungeon guide, but you might not need it.
Might not need it.
A little cute thing you can do. I don't think it. Well, I'm not sure if it matters in this case, but you could do something cute like if you had 2 in memory, you could kind of level to 2, and then in response to leveling up to 2, you could play Surveil to get your get your 4th prep counter. That way, your banish is a little more targeted.
Yep, a little bit more control.
But you still get the draw 2 when Tristan resolves the level 2. So, I don't think it'll be the case here because Sano has nothing in memory, but it's just something for players to also look out for if you're on like the 3 prep threshold.
And Sano just passing the turn.
Scary.
Yeah.
I think that like Mark here got the signal that okay, like maybe you want to take it a little slower. Sure, let's spend a turn, take a turn off, do a backup charger. And then let's see how hard we can dig. So okay, you're probably asking why did Mark just chuck Gloamspire into the trash? So, unfortunately, I think Mark popped backup charger first before checking Gloamspire. You can order your triggers, I believe. So you could have checked your Gloamspire first and then did your backup charger, and I think that would have saved.
Yeah, I think he is exactly at 8 now. Yep.
Yeah, because it was 7 on the 7.
Oh no, he's at 9 with the dungeon guide that he. Oh no, that's post draw. Sorry.
Yeah.
So he would have been exactly at 8 when Gloamspire checked.
Okay. So I think in that.
Yeah. So you're right. I think it's a little bit of a misplay there.
Well, 8 or greater. So I think no matter what.
Yeah, if he had saved the backup charger, I think it would have stayed out. But,
7, right?
But at that point, he was never getting value off of it again.
Yeah, but yeah, that's true.
Like, once his influence goes up that high, it's a lot harder for him to get the card draw that he's looking for. So it doesn't really matter too much.
I guess you could argue like DG would bring you sub 8 again.
That's true. I think with the DG, he dropped down to... He's still at 8 right now.
Right. I don't think we've resolved the on-enter effect yet. Arguably even better if Sano stifles it, and then you have to pay 3 next time. Like, thanks for putting me back under 8 again. Here's another Gloamspire tap. All right, so Mark just passing the turn there. The DG did fail, I think, or
yeah, still on 2.
Yeah. Well, fail maybe is a strong word. I don't know if it got stifled or if
got failed.
Was it a stifle?
I think it must have been. Yeah, I believe that.
Unless Sano orders his graveyard a little weird. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe not. Is the Stifle still in his hand, I guess, is the best question.
Oh, true, yeah. Haven't seen it in a hot minute, though. DG of Sano also resolving. Obviously no response. We're going Reaving again.
Taking another 4 cards off of the top of Mark from Solar Games' deck.
Reprogram Ascension, Creative Shock, Geldis.
Geldis is a fascinating pull here. I don't think it's necessarily something that Sano will play, but it is a big boy.
Yeah. I mean, you're never going to get that level 4 for Pride 4 to even use it anyway, so.
And no class bonus since Tristan not a tamer.
Yep.
So probably not worth a whole lot here.
At the very least, it's a 4-cost body. And then what are you doing with it? Nothing?
Nothing.
Just hanging out?
It taunts for a turn. No, it doesn't even
No,
taunt
it
for a
doesn't
turn
even.
because that's the,
Yeah.
that's the tamer bonus.
Can't swing. I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. Useless play. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But the Creative Shock
Creative Shock could be useful.
might be interesting. Ascension, you don't got any swords.
And here we have the Dungeon Guide going back up to Dancer.
Nice. Zephyr and I think a Penumbral? It's so hard to tell these Umbra cards
I
apart.
believe that's a Penumbra Wall, so it's,
Yeah.
difficult to tell for sure.
All right, well.
And here we are with Sano, again, with this wide board. 2 Dungeon Guides, a Sadie, and 2 Shadows.
Yep.
And Mark from Solar Games trying to figure out what his next step is.
Here we go with the Shadow's Claw out from the material deck after having 5 prep counters.
Attacking for 1. And this just to open up the way.
There it
for-
is.
Ooh.
The Reduce coming in from the sideboard, eating the Shadow's Claw.
So that means that this attack didn't go through, so the Shadows can't follow up. Even if the Shadows have that extra the 1 damage on their own without the Shadow's Claw, without an initial attack from Tristan, the Shadows can't get in.
Is it an on-hit?
It is.
Ah, okay.
I don't think it's an on hit, but it requires that Tristan have dealt damage.
Ah, okay.
So very similar to an on hit.
Yeah.
And that's actually going to slow down the damage immensely. Without those extra attacks,
Yep.
Sano's going to have to either find another weapon or start using those Shadow Strikes in order to get damage in.
Let's see. Shadow's Claw. Oh, awkwardly enough, Shadow's Claw is the only weapon.
And there's no Slice and Dices in Sano's list.
Nope.
So Shadow Strike is the only way those Shadows are going to be able to get some damage.
Prep 1. Now I'm wondering if Mark brought in Under Fire. It is a 2 of. But with Merlin drawing so many cards, you might see it. I think here we got the hard level to Merlin 3. Flame Sweep, Scry, and Gloamspire.
There is room for a Flame Sweep here.
True.
Mark has that extra bonus damage this turn on Merlin Kingslayer.
Yep.
And with the Sword out and the Flame Sweep, that would be what, 5 damage?
1, 2,
2 from the Flame Sweep?
3,
1 from the
4,
Flame
5.
Sweep?
Yep, 5. Yep. It is indeed 5.
5, unfortunately, not enough to kill any of the Shadows. But it is some
No.
decent damage against Tristan proper.
Yeah.
And it does clear the allies out of the well. It clears the Dungeon Guides. Sadie, you can never get rid of Sadie.
Yeah, the magic number for Fire Merlin sweeping a Tristan, it would be 7. So usually that comes from a Prismatic Edge in combination with an even level turn in combination with a Flame Sweep. That'll get you to 7, which is the magic number you're looking for.
And instead, we're just going in for 3, no additional effects here.
Yep.
And Sano taking it. Now, every time Sano gets attacked, he has the choice. Do I want to burn prep counters in order to prevent this damage, in order to redirect that attack to one of my Shadows?
He's feeling safe at this point, though.
And he doesn't really have that many prep counters to work with right now.
Yeah.
Sitting on 6 counters, those are precious. Even if you're not going to be Shadow Striking, those are precious.
Yeah. You could very quickly chew through all your prep counters, but I did see a mastermind scheme in Sano's hand, so that 12 could quickly become, or sorry, that 6 could quickly become 12.
Yeah, I think the mastermind schemes came in since he probably feels like he has a better shot at hitting with the Shadow Strike.
Yeah.
Very cool. I love to see this kind of, not exactly transformative sideboard, but a shift in the plan based on what your opponent is doing.
Right. We are creative shocking here, pitching the Gloamspire.
Yep,
We're
Gloomspire
gonna-
probably not going to be doing a whole lot for him these days.
We're going to deal 2 somewhere. I think it was just a face.
Green hand.
Now that Sano's on 5 health.
Mm-hmm. 6 influence remarks. So had that Gloomspire still been out, might have been able to
Yeah.
still get some more value out of it.
Yeah.
And Sano's staying up at the 9, 10 cards in hand.
Yeah. I'll have to go back and double check if the trigger order would have mattered. I think it, like you said, I think it might have mattered actually. So, and judging by how like Mark discarded the Gloamspire like a little after recollection it was over,
Yeah.
it feels to me like maybe that was like a missed opportunity there to order your triggers a little better. But
Sano scouting the land, figuring out what his next step is going to be, what his 4 next steps are going to be.
yeah,
Scout the land's notably not a glimpse, so if you see some garbage on the top of your deck, you are 4 turns
stays.
deep in on garbage.
yeah. The idle thoughts struggle.
Uh-huh. So, without that Shadows Claw, Sano, what are we going to do?
We're gonna imbue a Windmill Engineer.
I love that for him. When in doubt, draw more cards.
Yep. Sadly, we don't know what it is.
See him shuffling through the cards in his hand. There is an Inspiring Call in there.
Unfortunately, a smidge useless right now, unless you really want to just hard pay for it, which, like, you could.
You absolutely could. And that'd be another 4 damage here, right? He's
Yeah.
got to start sneaking in damage somehow. If he leaves this for too long, he's definitely opening the door to a giant fireball or some other problem. Handful of Umbra cards and Beseeches. We've got that Mastermind Scheme potentially setting up for a bigger Shadow Strike.
Yeah. At this point, I think if I were Sana, you just like kind of, you're not really worried about any devastating blows or like sudden steals, just because you can redirect. I would only mainly be concerned about like big fireballs, and then in those cases, you just hold on to your in cap.
I don't think I saw an in cap in his hand though, so that might be what he's kind of worried about.
I think there's one.
Okay.
Um,
In the meantime, dropping that disorienting winds on his own Windmill Engineer, just digging for more cards.
Yep. But a fairly uneventful turn. Swing in, draw your card.
Yeah, this game going a lot slower than the first game did.
Yeah.
Go to 3.
I mean, the reduce. This game would be much faster if reduce had not hit.
That's
the
true.
claw.
I think the Reduce to Ash was a very key play at that point.
Yeah.
So, good on Mark for recognizing how important that was to Sano's
Yeah.
strategy.
All right. The classic Ascension. We are going to in-cap the Ascension right away. Unfortunately, the sword goes away. Got to pay the cost.
It is an additional cost to activate rather than something that happens as part of the resolution.
Yep. But notably, the one in-cap is gone now.
That's true. Does that mean Sano can get fireballed? Probably not at this point, right?
Not
A
at
fireball
this
for
point.
7 damage, that's not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah. Have to do a little more digging.
Seeing a dungeon guide in his hand, that's not really going to get him anywhere.
No, Crux Sight Fireball, I think fast cure.
Saw a Resolute stand in the back.
Yep. And then
So a little bit of everything, but nothing in particular, right? We're hoping for some more ghosts, some more Crux cards, right?
Yeah.
He wants the level 3 action, the
Yeah.
reason this deck exists. And he's kind of sitting on a bunch of intermediate and defensive plays.
there is the option to slam the deer. I think I saw Incarnate.
Incarnate's not the worst idea, and that'll
No.
stem the bleeding, right?
Yeah. It would also potentially take care of one ally, probably the DG. Sano always holding up 2 cards, just in case you need emergency bring back the Sadie for whatever reason.
Absolutely. Protect Sadie with your life.
Yeah. I believe Mark has exactly 7 cards in hand that would get that would pay for the incarnate. 6 cards down. I don't think there's any broken swords.
No, yeah, I think there are no broken swords.
So it would be a tap out.
It would be exactly paying for the incarnate.
Yeah.
And no other options available. Incarnate alone, I think, does some good work.
Yeah.
But all it takes is 1 Zephyr, and your turn was wasted.
Oh yeah.
You are shields down for whatever it is Sana wants to do there.
Yep.
That's very painful to plot against.
Yeah. So sometimes the best play is no play. Pass from Mark. GCR. We're gonna keep digging.
And Mark does have that Resolute stand here, so if he wants to not take another 4, 6, however much damage Sano's going to throw at him,
Yep.
he's in a good position to keep himself steady for now.
Yeah, still has 23 health on the clock anyway. So just
Right.
take your time.
The longer the game goes, the better that is for Mark, right? He just keeps gaining levels.
Oh yeah, Merlin late. That's kind of the impending doom, like doomsday clock. How high can Merlin get in levels before you just eat 4 fireballs in response to whatever you do?
So Sano needs to make something happen. He can't do this, 4 damage at a time.
Here we go with the scout again.
Sees an inspiring call.
That is a Shadow Strike, I think. Oh man, this is a game of how good can you recognize your Umbra art, and I'm kind of failing at it. Maybe not actually. Maybe it wasn't another Penumbral. What is that looking like to you?
I think it was Penumbra. I think it had the 2 extra
2 words?
shadows in the bottom.
Okay.
Very similar art, but Penumbra Waltz has 3 Tristans, whereas Shadow Strike just has the 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Man, what a crazy board. So many things on
So
that
we've
board.
got the Mastermind scheme coming down, going from 7 to 14 preparation counters.
Yep.
And setting himself up for potentially a big Shadow Strike.
You could argue the Windwalker Boots is kind of also like Merlin levels. Because
Yeah,
like
as those
Tristan's,
prep counters go up.
Tristan's not really attacking anymore. No weapon, no other attack cards. Let's just let that Windwalker Boot tick up. And then inevitably, here's like a Shadow Strike for 25 or whatever.
And what does Mark do for a Shadow Strike for 25?
Under Fire and Prey, he doesn't get incapped.
Yeah, Under Fire has to have been one of the sideboarded cards.
Yeah.
Here.
Unless Mark really thinks that Sano is running 0 Shadow Strike.
Which I can't imagine Mark sitting over there up against Tristan feels that his opponent is running 0 Shadow Strikes. So I would never imagine the deck that runs 0 Shadow Strikes.
All right, we're gonna heal
Mark
a
fast
bit,
curing here.
and that is absolutely gonna go off.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Sano feels like shotgunning like 4 cards, which don't do that. All right, putting a little.
This is Sano passing the turn with 5 cards up, so ready to interact if Mark decides to do something worth interacting with.
Yep.
I think
As
I'm
usual,
seeing
Drawn Blade.
a Beseech,
There's an
a
incap,
Penumbra Waltz, an Incap.
an Inspiring Call, and 2 Umbra cards that I must assume are also Penumbra.
I believe both of them are Penumbra Waltzes, yeah.
That's the case. That's very annoying. Mark's gonna have a hard time getting through with anything
It's
here.
true. Yeah, he has got all those preparation counters. Every single one of those preparation counters is damage prevention.
Yep. And here we have a Cruxite pre-rec pay 2, pull back the Ascension.
This could be the way that Mark gets back into the game.
Potentially. I could also see the Ascension here getting incapped. But we'll see. If cards do end up beginning to get ripped from memory, it does get a little more awkward.
Yeah, at that point things get a little dicey for Sano.
We're going to banish the Windwalker to draw another incap.
Mm-hmm.
And are we
Which he knew was there from his scout.
Yep.
So that was calculated.
Yep, there it is. Incapped. No Ascension.
Just like he wrote it up.
Yeah.
And draw for turn.
Notably, though, I think a Pendragon did get drawn from the Drawn Blade.
Yeah, Mark has a lot of options at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Looks
because
like 2 Pendragons in the back there,
Yep.
along with his Resolute.
there's an Underfire.
So he is ready for a Shadow Strike.
He is. We're going to pay to Retold Fortune here. We're going to chuck the Exercise Curses because that's useless in this matchup.
Understandable.
And I think we just drew another Retold Fortune. I think. Do you? Okay, through the crazy glare, can you see what the other card on Mark's field is?
Oh, the one that's been sitting there forever?
Yeah.
I'll pass.
No, I'm not sure what that is. I think it's a material card, but I'm not sure what.
Hmm.
I think it might be the Sword of Seeking. I think the Sword of Seeking came back out and just never got counters put on it.
Oh, I don't know.
Yep.
That glare is nasty. Mark, can you move your card up?
Could be. It's got circles on it. I'm not sure.
I feel like if it was a material deck card, would Mark wanted to have just played the Pendragon?
That would make a lot of sense. Yeah. So it must not be. Oh, the sword got put back because of the
Ascension.
Spirit Blade Ascension.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what that is. Well, Sano coming in for the chip damage some more. Here is 1 damage from Dungeon Guide, and 1 damage from Dungeon Guide, and 1 damage from Windmill Engineer. 5 damage every turn. At some point, Mark has to do something about this.
You know what? I think that might be a Power Cell token.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Mark doesn't run Turbocharge as far as I know, so that's a that's just a dead card. It'll just hang out there forever.
That's completely fair.
I
Now
feel
we're
like
getting a Drawn Blade, so
Yep.
finally a Regalia.
Good pre-rec.
And then
Crux site.
we're going to Crux Site, pay 2. We're going to repeat this again for the 3rd time. Bring back Ascension, draw a card.
Draw a card.
Sano, do you want to incap this one?
Ascension.
Here we go. Pay your cost, Mark. There it goes.
How many more does my man have?
It's going to resolve this time. And Prismatic Edge comes out. We're going to show off our cards here. We do see Under Fire as the fire card shown, and then 2 DGs, a Pendragon, and a Resolute. Kind of showing your hand here with Under Fire.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Sano probably assumes Merlins are all running Under Fire on the sideboard nowadays. So.
And Sano has nothing in memory to show off.
Yep.
So
Just 3 damage.
kind of left out there.
Yeah. Do you even play Ascension at that point? Just for 3 damage?
For 3 damage. I mean, Mark might be feeling like he's hurting, right? Is that 3 damage just going to Sano's face?
Prop. I think it did.
Is it time for fireballs yet? Right? Like, he's level 8 at the moment, so a fireball for 9. 2 fireball for 9s here actually close it out.
If only Mark had fireballs.
If only.
Would you just... I mean, with a Priz Edge on the field, would you just kind of send it back? Swinging with it is absolutely useless at this point.
Right, yeah. I feel like you want to bring out those ghosts. You want to draw some more cards.
Yeah.
Try and find those fireballs.
What if you top deck 2 fireballs?
Uh-huh. 2 Dungeon Guides into memory.
And
2
back out.
Dungeon Guides out of memory. Thinking very hard about his plays here.
Oh, actually, no. I think Mark has 1 fireball. Might have been tucked under... Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he does have
one
that
fireball.
1 fireball in hand. Is it deer? It's time. This might be time for the deer. That's 4?
No, Flame Sweep.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. This isn't a very high-powered turn, though, right?
No,
So
this is an
only
odd turn. So this will be for 5, which is
1, 2.
decent.
Oh, 5 with the sword.
Priz
Yep.
Edge, yeah. We're going to return Sadie, as expected. Retaliate
Yep.
on
2
both
extra
the
points of damage.
shadows. And then are we going to... What are we going to do? We're going to...
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
1, 2, 3, 4.
oh, we're going to...
Inspiring call for the extra damage.
Yes, there we go. Oh, cool.
That's cool.
That's
That's
cool.
cool. I feel like you could have gotten more damage out of that just by using it on a regular attack turn, but you know,
Maybe.
getting the extra 2 damage off of the shadows, that feels strong.
Yeah.
Pass turn.
And then that flame sweep also hits Sano for 5.
Yep.
So that's not nothing. That's some real damage.
Yep.
Yep.
Sano bringing out the Chalice of Blood. That will probably not get popped. Mark at 20. Only 8 health left to play with, and that's more than enough to Shadow Strike him out if it lands. Under Fire will protect him. He'll go stealth. But that's still 4 damage.
Yep. It buys you 1 turn.
Yep.
And then you can't underfire again because you're going to just die.
Yeah. We're probably going to see Sadie come down first, though, because that's 2 damage that Mark probably doesn't have any good ways to interact with.
Yep.
Sano thinking hard about ways to close out this game. It looks like he has the advantage, but Merlin can come back from this easily.
Yep.
If you give him a chance.
Here's a Resolute. That is a free one, so Mark's going to put that on top of his deck to remember that he cannot draw the next turn. And we are going to an even turn on the go-around. I think there's a floating in there. Tron Blade might just come back out again, so that'll still let Mark draw 2, which is pretty good.
So even though he doesn't get the normal draw for his turn, he still does get the draw off of Merlin.
Yep.
And if he brings out a Drawn Blade, that's another draw.
Another one. But maybe not. Maybe there is no floating in the grave, so I was kind of thinking.
We're getting there. We're getting to the end.
Yeah, I think if he had the floating, this would be probably an easier decision. Still looks like he's going to go for the Drawn Blade, though.
Wait. No, Sword of Seeking.
Is that Seeking?
Maybe that's Seeking, yeah.
I thought he had the deck ordered
differently, yeah.
Well, Sword of Seeking is still a sword.
Still good. Terrafring will pop on a Recollection here. Just to make Mark's life a little bit harder. We're going to... Interesting. Reduce the chalice. Yeah, that'll resolve.
So 1 Fireball, once it resolves, would have put Sano...
Yep, just at chalice range.
And it makes sense. You don't want to give him a chance to dig for that end cap.
Right. Here comes 3 damage coming in. You got to pay, Mark. There it is.
Think Mark can find 2 cards to put down.
Yep. And we're going to redirect.
And retaliate.
Yeah.
Ooh. Mark inching ever closer to death. Are we going to see the Fireball just to put the fear into Sano? Like,
I don't think so.
He doesn't seem like he can close it out at this point.
No. Especially with, like, what is that? 9 cards in hand?
Oof.
There's something crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, Sano's sitting on, double digits of influence.
Yeah. I'm really liking Sano's deck. There's, like, these small tweaks to what was a very kind of well-rounded and fine-tuned Shadow Strike Tristan with Outlook.
You're right, though. Okay, how many cards? I have
This deck feels pretty good.
9 influence, 7 in hand.
Judge call. Sean coming in to help
I guess
answer
we're
a question.
taking a look at the whether or not the Resolute did what it was supposed to. Looked right to me, right? He drew 1 card that turn?
Yeah, I think so. I think what happened was Sano wanted to crack the Terrafring, but Mark kind of like skipped a little quickly to Recollection, and then might have just forgot like to clear the Resolute off the top of the deck. I think that's all that happened. So just fixing state a little bit here, but no harm, no foul.
Well, Ghost coming out.
Yep, and I think the sword definitely got returned. Sano's going to quickly check Banish. And Graveyard.
Wants to know how many of everything is left.
Yep.
What do I need to keep track of? What do I need to be prepared for?
We still have those Reaver cards still.
Right? Yeah, they've just been sitting there. What was it? There was like a Geldis and...
I mean, the Dungeon Guide got used. Yeah, Geldis was in there.
This one.
Don't quite... maybe a Creative Shock, I think was one of them. And then I don't remember the 4th, unfortunately. I called it out when it came out, but I should have maybe wrote it down on screen. All
I
right.
should have used the technology.
I know, we had
it.
it. We just got lazy. All right, so we're just gonna.
Here's Inspiring Call.
Yeah, and we just like paid for the sharpening stone. There's no weapon, but who cares?
So,
I think everything that Sano had in memory was probably garbage. And at that point, you can kind of treat it as like a pseudo drawn blade, just like pay 1 just to get it out of there, banish it for nothing, and then draw a card.
Exactly.
Just the cycle. And the beautiful thing about sharpening stone is up to 1 target, dagger or sword.
Sano playing Under Fire here. Or sorry,
Mark's playing
Mark
Under
playing
Fire.
Under Fire. Yep. And it looks like this is happening in response to the Inspiring Call.
Yep. In cap.
In cap. Yep.
And that's gonna be a few more points of damage here.
Oh, all of this happening pre-rec.
Oh. Wait.
Yep. Sano has all of his toys left available.
Interesting. Why did Mark under fire pre-rec?
I think it was in response to the Inspiring Call. I'm not sure. Just maybe to make sure, while Sano had fewer cards available, rather than
maybe he
waiting for
thought it was
Sano
like
to-
this was the kill turn, right? But I don't know. Retroactively, that looked kind of weird.
Sano playing Inspiring Call in pre-rec is a little scary.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, there's just nothing. Nothing Mark can do there. You kind of burn the under fire.
Yeah, the Incapacitate got the Under Fire, and Sano had the Shadow Strike at that point.
Yeah.
Should just kept that one and then put the other thing down.
Well,
That would have.
I think game 2 was definitely a little bit more grindy for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think both players played it as well as they could have. Mark kind of tiptoed around the fact that, like, hey, my cards could probably get incapped, and oh boy, did they definitely get incapped. I think we saw.
Got incapped.
What was that, 2 incapped Ascensions? And maybe even like the last Underfire was kind of like a last-ditch effort to just say, like, okay, do you have another incap?
Right.
If you have it, you have it. If you don't, then at least I survive a turn.
He had the third one, and then a scout showed the fourth one coming up.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I missed the look at the top, but that's kind of rough. I think Mark still put up a pretty good effort.
Absolutely.
It was still a 2-0 towards Sano's side, but I think this is... The Merlin, at least, was a bit of a different build than most people are familiar with. I think a lot of people still love the shield mate, hasty, flame rune, cremation, kind of the more slow float style.
That early
builds.
fire package.
Yeah, and versus this one, which is like all fast, not all fast, but like majority fast float, retold fortunes, stuff like that. So it's a little more creative.
Yeah, Gloomspire also serving him really well there.
Yep.
Replacing a lot of those draws that he would otherwise have been getting from Hasty Messenger.
Yep.
Or
Yep. And I'm curious, like, if that Gloomspire, if we ordered the triggers a little better, would it have saved alive? I'm gonna like talk to Mark after this because I think it might have made a difference. Because like he theoretically could have maybe at least drawn one more card, but who knows?
Yeah, and I think he was just struggling to get the fireballs at the end. You know, if,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
the cards had come up in a different order, if there had been one less incapacitate, that could easily have gone either direction.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So that is round 4. And we're going to go to break, and we'll be back in just a bit with round 5.
Great.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NorCal Regionals here in Santa Clara, California. Brought to you by Final Cut TCG, and we're just about to run into round 5 here. We've got quite an interesting Tristan versus Sylvie. Would you like to talk a little bit about the Tristan deck here?
Yeah. So we looked at the Sylvie deck list first, and not a whole lot of surprises there. Kind of typical slimes, and we started looking at the Tristan deck list, and wow, this looks like a typical slimes list. Which is
Tristan.
Not what you expect from Tristan.
Yeah.
So it's got the baby gray, baby green package, kind of the same way that we saw from the Vanitas earlier
A little
today.
bit, yeah. Good point.
So I think it's going for the same kind of value engine early on, and then it switches into stuff like Sadi and Veiling Breeze, Surveil, so all of the kind of typical Tristan Wind stuff, and then Penumbra Waltz and Shadow Strike at the top end. So
you know what's kind of interesting? Like, yes, they're playing Shadow Strike, but are they just foregoing all the prep counters? Like, is it just used as like, here's some damage? It's an attack card.
Maybe they have Surveil for prep counters, and they have Sadi for prep counters, but
that's not.
It's not a lot.
That much.
It's not a lot. Well, we're going to take a look at this coming up. We should be going straight into the game soon.
Yep. And here we go.
And here we are, game already in progress. So May on the right is running this this Tristan deck.
Yep.
And Michael on the left running our Norm Slimes Sylvie.
Yeah. And there was nothing really of note on the Sylvie deck. Pretty straightforward, standard stuff.
I think the places that it flexes are the expected flexes. This one is running 2 Ordinary Bear and no Slime Eruptions in the main.
Okay.
But this is, completely normal for a modern Sylvie deck.
Fair enough.
We're seeing some nice top end, so 3 Lustrous Slime and 2 Slime King, also main.
Yep.
So a lot of preparation for those big late game slimes.
Okay. Scout the land here to open up.
A good start, kind of a standard start.
Yep.
And here we go. We've got 2 Slime Shields getting May that on-enter draw for the Baby Gray. And I got to admit, if I am sitting in Michael's shoes, if I am playing the Norm Slimes here, I have no idea what I'm in for. Seeing a Wind Spirit followed by a Baby Gray.
Yeah. And then scout the land.
Scout the land. This looks like something I have never seen before in my life.
Yeah.
Enter with a buff counter and then on enter.
Similarly, here we're going to go to Sylvie 1, banishing the Escape the Wreckage. And
matching Baby Gray for Baby Gray, although this one is going to come in with a buff counter.
A little
because of the
beefier.
Sylvie one. Yep. Tristan notably not interacting with her slimes very much.
Nope.
Now for a bear.
And the bear.
Let's kill this.
We're going to attempt to trade out here. Not trade out, sorry. Go for the kill. But, as expected, reclaim.
Yeah, a lot of ways for May's Tristan deck to kind of protect her creatures, right? We have some Reclaims, we have some Zephyrs.
Yeah.
Not quite going so far as to have, escape the wreckage, but definitely a lot of tricks in order to keep her animals alive.
Yep. If unfortunately you looked away from the screen, but when May leveled up into Tristan, Michael just had this look of like, what? Like, excuse me? What?
Oh my god. I love the competitors being faced with something they've never seen before.
Yeah.
And just not only the confusion, but the mild distress.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't supposed to happen.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, did you just play Slimes and then level up into Tristan? All right, here we go, showing the same 2 Slime Shields.
Now I'm like, I need to double check myself. Slime Shield is a class bonus, not just level 2. So it'll always cost May 2 to cast those Slime Shields.
Okay. That's not the end of the world.
It's still a powerful effect, even for 2.
Yeah, for 2. And for 1, it's just straight bonkers.
Yeah, absolutely. Slimes are fine.
Yeah.
So we've got another Baby Gray coming in. And there's Sadi.
Yep. And we're not, I think notably, I don't think we revealed 2 Slimes for the other Baby Grays, so no free card for that one.
Michael pulling a little bit of a face on the Sadi like, okay, you got me.
Slimes and Sadi.
And May looks like she's leaving the baby grays up.
Might not be done with their turn yet, though. They're putting things down. Or, oh, no, just kind of reorganizing the agility 3 here.
Yeah, leaving the baby grays up on defense. Doesn't want to take any surprise hits here.
Yep. And Lustrous and Limitless going away for the level 2 here. We're going to draw, I think, 1, unless Bear is a dual. Is Bear dual type?
No, Bear's a beast.
Okay.
Well, imagine a beast animal. Yeah, Bear is run-of-the-mill beast, and this would be a great time to have, a baby green come in and give you an extra draw there. But moving into a Blissful Calling, I'm going to find...
good old Stormy.
Good old Stormy.
2 DGs, and I think like a something. I saw a fire card.
Yeah, I think fire card would have been Baby Red.
Baby Red, yeah.
Now at level 2, that activates the Pride on the Ordinary Bear. And May is forced to spend those 2 cards to bring Sadie back to her hand.
Yeah, not the end of the world, though. And also Zephyring the baby gray.
Oh, I wonder if that was... Oh, that was probably the bear attacking the gray? So bringing Sadie back to her hand, just because that's a thing she's planning on doing anyway. And then using Sadie as the remaining influence necessary to cast the Zephyr.
Ah, interesting.
And then, of course, the baby gray comes back in, revealing those same 2 Slime Shields. The Slime Shield's doing a lot of work.
Yeah.
Drawing May another card. And now we see Windwalker Boots. Incredible. Just side by side. Not a care in the world.
Who needs prep counters? Just draw cards. I guess.
Apparently she has all the prep counters she needs, right? Like, these Windwalker Boots are going to give her another prep counter here. She's probably going to play Sadie back out. And then when Sadie comes back, that'll be 4. Wild. I love what I'm seeing here. This is something entirely new. But it is a great mix of cards, right? The thing is, the cards are doing the same thing that you'd want them to do, right? Tristan is just playing cards and drawing cards.
Yeah.
So all of the greens, all of the grays, all of the forest cakes, they're all doing the same kind of thing. It's just not the package you expect to see in Tristan. And I love the reclaims and the Zephyrs here on those baby grays, just bringing them back in order to get more value from them again. Sadie killing off that that bear. Maybe? Ooh, an escape on the bear.
Yep.
All right, I respect that. So no agility then, because we're not getting the on-kill from Sadie.
Yep.
Which is maybe something to be careful of. I don't know how May wants to spend her cards, knowing that she's not getting those 3 back.
Her memory positioning is kind of throwing me off a little bit. I think
that
pile of cards on the right is the memory.
Yeah, not putting any more cards down, leaving it as is, with the baby gray up, again for defense, presumably.
Yep. And as usual, Ethereal is the first play after level 3.
Ethereal, always a strong slime play.
Yep. And we're going to get rid of, I think, Verdant Scepter.
Looks like Verdant Scepter, yep.
Go ahead and draw your card. And now you got a beefy 5/5 on the field.
5/5 stealth. That's going to be difficult for Tristan to work around.
Yep. Songbird here. We're to go fishing.
Probably another Storm Slime.
We are going to continue to fish. Nice. Good call.
Hey, listen, I know how Slimes works. The way that Slimes works is you draw Storm Slime every time.
Let's hit the baby gray.
We're going to swing in for 1. Intercept is available. Maybe.
Presumably this damage is going towards May's champion.
Yeah. If she wants to intercept, she can. But Slime Shield is available as well. But I think Bird is what, 1/2?
Bird is 1/2.
Yeah. Can't quite
so
go
not
for the kill.
not a good block here.
Yeah.
Not a good intercept. You can intercept, but it's not a good intercept. And that leaves the door open for... Oh, probably the bird went for the gray directly to make sure that it couldn't intercept the ethereal.
Yep, makes sense.
But the ethereal hits for 6 here, or for 5 here, and
Yeah.
that's a big hit.
There was an option of Slime Shielding it if you really wanted to.
For you?
But
And it looks like we have that that die on the banish stack, counting up Michael's slimes for us.
Nice, thank you. We don't have to do any additional scribbling, but if you want to, again, no one's stopping you.
So that is 4 damage plus an additional 3 to attack.
Yep. Bit of
And,
a. I think we're just gonna take it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Slimes does, you know? Like, Slimes, first couple of turns, not that scary, and
Yeah.
then you go to 3, and you dish out a chunk of damage, and then the next turn, you do it again.
Yep. Okay, so we are.
So we are, we
Slime
are seeing that
shielding.
Slime Shield. Okay. Is she Slime Shielding herself just to prevent some of that extra damage?
I believe so.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like no additional damage from the Storm Slime, right? From the slime. Look at all that influence.
Hit a baby green and a surveil for level 2 here. I think we still only had 3 prep counters.
Yes, only 1 card
Yep.
drawn there.
Yep.
And using the Slime Shield meant she didn't have enough cards in hand left to bring Sadie back to get the extra card drawn.
Ah. Wonder if eating the health would have been okay, but
Yeah, I don't know. Only on Tristan 2, right? So max health of 22 right now.
Yeah.
So the difference between 9 and 12 is actually pretty big.
Yeah. What are we opening up here with? Fairy Whispers, I think?
That's
Yeah.
what that looks like, yep.
Yep. Reclaim.
So what's the game plan here? May's going to need to go to 3 before getting any real damage in.
Yeah. I think the thing with this, I guess you could call it the quote-unquote go wide Tristan.
Mm-hmm.
I think it does ramp up a little slower than your traditional like Shadow Strike with the Outlook pre-ban.
Yeah. Not as many prep counters.
Yeah, and I think it gives Slimes a lot more time to kind of play their own game for a bit, not have to worry too much. Michael's still only at 1 damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of chilling. Has Storm Slimes in hand.
Yeah, May hasn't gotten a lot of damage. May's been playing really defensively here, right?
Yeah.
Clearing the board and not getting much damage onto Michael.
Yep.
2 Slimes banished for the Storm Slimes trigger. So we
Yep.
know that second Storm Slime he has in hand is going to hit even harder this time.
Yep.
And May leaving that baby gray up, and now we know exactly what that's being left up for.
Yeah. All right. Backup charger 3 down. Immediately banish that. Get a card. And a power cell token that you may or may not use.
Very pretty. I think we're not going to see much action with this power cell, though.
Yeah.
No turbo charges in this deck.
Play 2 to Baby Gray on enter.
All right.
So Baby Gray coming in, not only to draw the card, but also to clear the way.
Yes.
That other Baby Gray can't intercept if it's dead.
Nope. Will there be a response here? Maybe. Looks like it.
Yeah, if May doesn't have anything to protect herself a little bit here, let's. Which of the many win cards was that? A Zephyr? It's a Reclaim. Okay.
Yeah. The SP1 version.
Well, that puts her some cards in hand, but nothing on the board to protect.
The end result is the same.
I think it is.
You
That's 5 damage, putting her up to 14.
Yep.
And the slime is going to come down with a total of 9. The storm slime here, and that's going to be all she wrote. We have a Blissful here to set up the turn, and that should be exactly enough cards left over to cast the Storm Slime and send it in. But we'll see whether or not Michael wants to go that route. He's thinking about it. Maybe not sure if he has lethal here.
Okay. You're going with the
and
Lustrous.
going for the Lustrous instead. Okay, this is a defensive play. Interesting choice here.
I think the Lustrous makes a lot of sense. I don't think Michael's in too much of a hurry to just kind of end the game right here, but there is a potential for May to do something sneaky, maybe. I feel like Michael maybe isn't 100% sure what he's playing against.
Yeah.
Just judging by that like initial pull.
Maybe I suspect he's betting on a Stifling Trap. And a Storm Slime there getting stifled would be
That's pretty devastating. The tempo swings
It would be
pretty
it would
bad.
be a huge problem.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be over, right?
No.
But Michael wouldn't have any defenses up.
Right.
And May is getting to the point, getting to level 3,
Yep.
where she can start bringing in some real damage.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and banish the boots to draw.
At just enough counters to bring out the boots and also bring out the claw for free.
Yep.
And I think we're going to see a lot of the same kind of shadow maneuvers that we saw from the Tristan last game.
Right.
So bringing out the claw soon in order to attack with the shadows. Unfortunately, Tristan's going to get hung up on that big taunty slime, right? Lustrous slime there is going to put a stop to that. But maybe we'll see enough. How big is that lustrous slime? With 3 counters on it, it is a 4/8.
Yep.
So that's a lot of damage to get through.
Yep.
Might not be time for Shadow's Claw yet.
You also risk potentially getting the Shadow's Claw like baby green or something. Potentially.
Second Sadie coming out.
That
May
just
shaking her head.
unique trigger.
Yep.
Yeah. Rest in peace. Oops.
Sure, this has taunt.
Oh, May falling apart.
Oops.
It's a rough day for May.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, I love this game.
Gonna take a second, just look at the materials again. All right. Shadow's Claw coming out anyways.
May's done messing around. Now is the time for Shadow's Claw.
That's how much?
Shadow's Claw. So the way that this works is the shadows are unblockable,
Yep.
meaning they ignore taunt and intercept.
Correct.
But they can only attack something that Tristan has damaged.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
So if Tristan can get through to the champion, the shadows can bypass the taunt.
Yes.
But Tristan has to get through to the champion first.
Yeah, it's a Shadow Strike in this deck or nothing.
Mhm.
At least with the Lustrous on the field.
So Shadow's Claw going in, or Tristan with the Shadow's Claw going in,
Yeah.
and dealing a damage to that Lustrous.
Yep.
The Lustrous retaliating, so that's a bunch of extra damage on May right
Yeah.
now.
I think we're gonna try to see the attempt to finish here, and it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Looks good. And the
8 damage.
Yeah, and the agility triggers on Sadie as well.
Mm-hmm. And Michael healing everything up. That's how Lustrous Slime works.
Yep.
Seeing another Baby Gray. Again, those 2 slime shields in the memory. Those same 2 slime
Yeah.
shields.
It's the same 2. We're gonna go 1 for 0 here.
Clearing the way, and May in maybe a little bit of a better position here. 5 prep counters. So she can afford to use 2 of those in order to redirect the Ethereal Slime. She looks like she has enough cards in hand. If she has that Stifling Trap, then she'll be ready for the Storm Slime.
Yep.
So Michael's going to need to play more than one thing here in order to get through.
QSG out for Michael this turn.
We've already seen him burn the Verdant. What do you think is under there?
I feel like it's Covenant.
Yeah, it's
No?
got to be Covenant, right?
Unless there's some kind of sneaky Stone Scale play that I'm not seeing.
Bringing out the Gaia's Blessing as well, banishing 3 slimes and that wayward bird from his graveyard.
Nice catch on seeing that, because that glare is nasty.
And there's the 2 counters in order to redirect the Ethereal Slime to one of the shadows.
Yeah, and this will be a massive Storm Slime
this will be 9 damage. This is lethal unless May has something that she can do about it.
Yeah.
And for the way May's looking around at the board, doesn't look like she's got it.
Yeah, let's move on. All right. All right. And then real quick here, as we're kind of moving into game 2 of round 5, we're going to go check out a quick graphic. And let's see what the top 16 leaderboard currently looks like. Some familiar names in the top 8, as we see Duck Hats, the Nationals champion this year, or I guess last season this year.
Our previous regionals champion, Chromatic, still undefeated.
You know what he's playing?
I believe he is playing. Oh, I definitely know this one. He's playing Erupting.
Oh, okay. I think that's a good call into this slime fiesta, we can call it. Crimson here, that was Michael just right on stream. May here at number 8. But a lot of familiar faces. Crim, one of our store champs, almost top 4 Worlds Ascent, the team format, I think. So a lot of familiar faces, a decent amount of folks from NorCal.
And some previous people from the feature matches from before. So we see Sano up here, we see Frankie up here.
Yes, and we see number 17, the Bubble Mage.
Yeah, Malve almost in there, but out on tie breaks. So we'll see whether or not they can break in.
Yeah. But overall, I think it's looking fairly healthy. I would have liked to maybe had the deck list break, or just like the deck name, or just like whatever champion they're playing, just to see like what the breakdown looks like.
Yeah, this will be really interesting to look at the meta afterwards and kind of see
yeah.
overall, how many decks there were and
Yeah.
what people were playing and the kind of stuff they were playing.
Yeah, and my guess is there's probably a decent amount of slimes in there. Maybe
I suspect there might be some slimes.
Yeah.
Turns out there's some Tristan with slimes.
Yes.
Some Vanitas with slimes.
Yep. And then I think there's maybe like a spattering of Merlin that managed to get in through one way or another.
I mean, honestly, everything we've seen so far is pretty diverse. Even though, Slimes is still the boogeyman of the tournament, I think.
For sure, yeah.
We are seeing a lot of other things.
Yeah. I think that's a good thing. It just shows that, like, the meta is still, I would say, you can, I guess, debate all day whether or not the meta is healthy, but it is at least diverse and people can kind of play what they want and generally see good success in one way or another.
Yeah. And we're definitely seeing people, with their own take on decks still doing well at this pretty competitive tournament.
Yeah. I would say, like, bias aside, being from NorCal, both of us, I do think, like, NorCal is probably one of the most competitive regions. We have a lot of, like, top-ranking folks here that go to locals a lot. They play a lot on their own time. So it is definitely, I guess it's like, good players kind of breed more good players when you start playing together. So.
But sideboarding is done, and we are back into the action. May once again doing her Tamer impression.
Force Cake.
Turn 1 Force
And then Surveil as well. So, like, I think Michael this time knows roughly what's up.
Yeah, he's not going to get caught by surprise by the sudden Tristan materialize this time.
But we didn't see a cake out last game, did we? It was just a bunch of baby
We
grays?
did not, yeah.
Yeah. Michael's probably like, what the? We got cakes now, too, along with baby grays?
Michael doing turn 1 Blissful. This is another very common kind of Tamer play.
Yep.
Picking up the baby red slime from it.
Yep.
This allows you to control your banish very easily, right? Cost 1 to play the Blissful. So pretty common to see this as your only play, even if you could do a lot of other things, just to make sure that you're banishing the thing you want to banish.
Yeah, makes sense.
And much like Irroi, with the goal is to banish the arcane cards in order to gain those level ups.
Right.
The slime deck wants to banish slimes, specific slimes, but mostly slimes, in order to power up those storm slimes at the end.
Yep.
The flavor is real.
All right. I think we had a backup charger go out on May's side.
That's what that looks like. Definitely just growing her influence,
Yep.
Playing Tristan the way Tristan was meant to be played, with slimes. But the backup charger, definitely a good call here. Building up. We'll see if she ends up building up enough prep counters. Like I think it was a little bit of a miss from her not getting to 4 prep counters before going to Tristan 2 last time. And I think the deck is set up in a way that it should be able to do that with regularity.
Yeah. I think it might be a little tougher if you're a little under pressure. You kind of maybe feel forced to go up a little earlier than you'd like. Maybe if you don't see enough surveils to get your preps. Maybe that's also a case. But being at 3 prep, right, you're so close to the cusp of just getting your 2 draws. Like, maybe it's okay to kind of figure that out or figure out a way to see if you can make that happen.
We've got a Baby Gray ending the turn for May, doing its best Juggle Knives impression, drawing a card and dealing a point of damage.
Yep. Well, we kind of go through the lull of the early game. I'm very curious if May actually sideboarded anything in. She had Viridian Trinket, which is definitely not coming in. Dustlight Communion, probably not coming in.
Dusklight Communion actually might be a thing that comes in. The point of this Dusklight Communion is not to handle any not to handle any Fantasias, but she can get rid of her other version of Tristan. Shadow Dancer or Shadow
I see.
Reaver.
I see.
And that will mean that the opposing Slimes player will not be able to hit that Pride 3.
Oh, good point. Oh, that's very clever, actually.
Mm-hmm. So
Okay,
it
okay.
kind of leaves those Ethereals and those Storm Slimes kind of stranded. Storm Slime can still, on enter deal damage.
Sure.
But you're not going to be able to get that attack damage.
Oh, okay. Interesting tech there.
Michael, looking at his sideboard, there is an answer to this, and I'm not sure if Michael is running it. Yeah, so the way around this is usually ears, but I don't see any ears in the board for Michael.
Ah, okay. Ears just gets you that level.
Yep, just to get that one extra level.
Yeah.
So this is the reason to run Dusklight Communion. We'll see if it comes down, and it'll be a very, very interesting game if it does.
I'll go ahead.
We've got that buffed Ordinary Bear on Michael's side. This is another play that I really like for Slimes. The Ordinary Bear being a beast means that you get the extra card off of Sylvie too.
Yep.
But if they knock it out, it's got that floating memory, so you
it's still
save a
good.
card the same way.
Yep.
And as a 3/4, it's incredibly difficult to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, you're easily committing minimum 2 cards probably to get rid of that early game.
Mm-hmm. And if May leaves it up, then she'll have to contend with a 2/4 attack, 3/4 attacking her.
It's getting slapped in the face every turn.
Which is, I guess, why that baby gray is just staying up.
Yeah. All right.
Here comes green, doing
We're
green
gonna
things.
Flicker the
I don't like you right now.
The forest cake.
the cake.
I'll swing one to your face.
Sending the green in for a damage.
From there, I will.
No Sadie tricks this time. Not going for the bear.
Nope.
Passing the turn, the cake comes back, and that's another card for May.
Yep. Here we go. Likely level 2.
Mm-hmm. That's what that looks like to me. 2 banishes, 2 more slimes.
Draw 1.
Recollect.
You recollect and go on into the turn. So what are we going to see from Michael here, do you think?
If it's a DG, which I don't think there was, it probably would have been that.
Yeah, this would have been a great DG turn, but yes, doesn't look like he has it.
3U.
I didn't quite scan everything he had in hand. Gaia, Songbird, Slime, Resolute Stand. Pay 3 for Resolute. Use that to level up.
Whew. Definitely not where you want to be.
No, but May's probably going to swing in next turn anyway, yeah.
That's true. So May protecting herself from the extra damage from the bear.
Yep.
Just having the gray jump in the way and then slime shielding.
Yep. I think this is what we kind of expected last
Mm-hmm.
game. Didn't quite pan out the way we wanted it, or we wanted to see it, but happened here.
But now she's got a 2/2 baby gray.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a little bit better defense.
Yeah.
And it really does look like she's planning on keeping those grays for defense, right? She's not going in for the 1 damage, the 2 damage.
No, yeah.
Really wants to keep herself alive against Michael's slime onslaught.
You're right. I think you'd be hard-pressed with this version of Tristan to race a slime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not quite the same prep counter creation.
Yep.
So difficult to get those big shadow strikes early.
Yeah, awkwardly enough, again, we're still stuck at 3 prep counters again.
Yeah,
Right before level 2. I don't know if
it doesn't look like she banished the GCR this turn.
She did. So at least fetches a card. Here, finally, we have a Sadie landing on the field, going in for the kill.
Yep, that is 2 from the slime and then 2 from Sadie.
Yep. Here we have the
Resolute Stand on the bear.
Beautiful prevention.
Yeah,
but
that bear is definitely living, and Sadie's not going to generate that agility.
Is there a response? He's kind of looking at her hand like she wants to respond. Puts 1 card
are
down.
Are we going to see an incapacitate here?
Two cards down.
Do you incapacitate a Resolute Stand? She's thinking about it.
Yeah.
I'll swing one to your face.
Nope.
No, does not.
Green goes to the face.
Yep.
And that looks like the end of the turn for May.
Yep, and then here's the 3 banish from the Resolute.
So you were right. It was Resolute
Yeah.
into 3. Oh,
The
man.
target just was different. I thought it'd be for
yeah.
face, but it is what it is. Ethereal slamming down as usual for free.
Mm-hmm. Michael kind of taking a look at that forest cake as well. So we might be
Yeah.
seeing a 6/6 ethereal slime here.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat this. Finish this.
and the defenses are down.
Mhm.
I
The
suspect
scepter
May.
once again disappearing.
Yep, I suspect May wants to potentially. Oh, I don't know how. I can't quite see how many cards she has in her hand, but it's a lot. But definitely wants to at least save 2 to get Sadie back up to hand, so we can get to 4 prep counters before getting to 2.
Barry going in for 3,
yep.
and soon we'll see the other slime going in for 6.
Yep.
Still a lot of cards in Michael's hand for having spent 3 going to
Yeah.
3 here.
There it is, the 6 to face, and we're gonna take it.
Painful. So this is where she last turn is where she wanted to have the Dusklight Communion. But
Yeah.
this would also be a good turn for Dusklight Communion.
Yep. And then, as usual, the Songbird right after.
Is this going to get stifled? This is a decent stifle, although you might want to wait for the Storm Slime anyway.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, she values it.
I mean, if they can't find the Storm Slime, they can't play the Storm Slime.
I wonder if that was bait.
Maybe. Oh, well, we know that Michael does have a Storm in hand, so
yeah.
could very well have been. Sitting on 6 banished slimes, so that Storm is going to hit pretty hard.
Oh, yeah. That is Rye levels of oomph, I guess you could say. Oh,
Losing a Shadow Strike and a Inspiring Call in order to go to level 2 here. And I think with that trigger on the stack...
There it is. Yep, we're going to go to 4. So we can draw 2.
Yeah. I will draw 2. Yeah.
This, the slightly sheepish smile on May's face. This is what I should have done last game. But she looks in a good position here. Going to 2 here. She's unfortunately facing down some bigger slimes, but she's got a lot of options. And Baby Gray can hopefully defend her from some damage.
Yeah. Couldn't quite see if she had a DG up to 3 here. Ideally, that'd be the case.
Yeah, getting some shadows would actually be really, really nice for her here.
Do you think Reaver is a play at all into this matchup?
It's an interesting question because she does have some slimes in her deck. So it's not like the slimes that she pulls from Michael's deck are going to be useless.
Yeah.
A lot, like a good half of what Michael is running is already in her deck.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure.
Okay, as expected, DG to 3.
I suspect she's just going to go straight to Dancer, though.
Yeah, probably.
That Reaver here seems like a deep cut.
Okay, yeah. Dancer.
And I think just also getting those shadows out is just really important at this point.
Might be hard pressed to find counters, though, if you need to keep redirecting that gigantic ethereal that's coming in every turn.
Right, but like, now I'm thinking about it. Imagine she goes Reaver here, right? Pulls like Lustrous Slime or something and just takes over the game. Oh, I want to live that dream. Maybe I'm a Tristan player now.
A Slimes Tristan player. You know what I've noticed? Like, as we have a bit of a lull in this game, I've noticed a lot of people like just kind of slamming slimes into their deck. Just because of the value engine. It's like, I don't care what champion I'm playing. I'm just going to stuff a couple slimes in here just to see how it works out.
Such a good package, right? Just the baby grays, the baby greens, and the forest cake is enough to go really far.
Yeah, the synergy is kind of off the charts for those cards. All right. Shadow's Claw is coming out. The backup dancers are also out. And we are...
That is 3 prep counters.
Prepping... What are we prepping?
Oh, yeah.
That's a really good question. Oh, we have a Penumbra Waltz.
Okay.
So you burning the 3 prep counters, not getting any damage prevention off of this Penumbra Waltz, but getting some additional attackers because she's going to want to hit for a lot of damage this turn.
And you might as well do it while the defenses are down. Get the damage in while you can.
Yeah, a slime player on 2 cards can't really do a whole lot here.
Yeah.
There's room for a slime shield there, but 3 is just static.
Yep.
And that's 2 inspiring calls?
Oh.
So each of these shadows is hitting for 4.
That is nasty.
And then 3 from the gray, and then 3 from the dungeon guide. Is that lethal? That looks like lethal.
Yeah. Holy. Okay, that ended real quick.
Well, it turns out you don't need Shadow Strike to win games.
Wow. All right.
And this is probably what this deck is meant to do, right?
Yeah.
You have a lot of incidental little dorks from the beginning.
Yeah.
You bust out an inspiring call or 2, and suddenly everything you have is threatening.
Yeah. I think the double inspiring call was definitely a little bit spicy.
Yeah,
For sure. Could you call it a high roll? Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, but like Wind Ally is also built off this, squirrel inspiring call.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that's maybe a higher roll.
Sure.
But not, exceedingly lucky.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the Dustlight tech.
Yeah, nothing that came out. I don't know that we saw any sideboard tech from either of them this game. Unless the extraordinary bears came in for Michael. But I'm not exactly sure what Michael brought in.
Yeah.
Probably the Resolute
It
Stand.
wasn't super clear.
Resolute Stands, that's what Michael came in.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, and in fact, Resolute Stand would have saved him that turn, right? If everything is coming in for 3 or 4 damage, Resolute Stand would have absolutely
Super
saved the
unfortunate.
game.
At the time, defending the bear seemed like the right move.
Right? And I think he needed to do it in order to get to level 3. Like, he needed to do something there.
Yeah, he couldn't hang out at level 2 for another turn. That's just even worse, right? Like, Sylvie at level 2 just doesn't do anything.
But we might see him bringing in the Tariff Ring now that we've seen sort of the shadows do the go wide shadow thing.
100%. Yeah. It might have already gone in, but maybe didn't have enough time to get it out. I certainly thought Michael had at least one more turn, but the double inspiring call was pretty wild, so it just kind of ended the game way quicker than expected.
We might also see the one of Verdant Slime coming in, as that is a good way to deal with the Shadow
Yes,
Claw.
yeah, absolutely.
So quite a lot of sideboard options for Michael here.
I hope you break.
All right, Michael's on the play.
And both of our players look like they're having fun, so that's good. This is a heck of a match.
Is this our first match where we actually got to a third game?
I think so.
I think every game we've casted has gone 2-0 or 1-0, I guess.
I think, that was the 1-0. I think if that had finished, we would have gotten to a third game on that one.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, 100%, yeah.
But yeah, it's been, I'm not going to say it's been trounces.
No.
The matches have still been fairly even.
Yeah.
But, 2-0 doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah. I would say most of them are like pretty hard-fought 2-0s.
Yeah, absolutely. Hard fought is a really good way of putting it.
Another classic start with the Baby Gray here. Nothing too weird.
So again, we're going to see probably the first few turns fairly mirrored. We're going to see Grays.
Yeah.
We're going to see Forest Cake.
Yep.
Mostly just playing these small little dorks and drawing cards. Are we going to see Foreshadows from May again? Are we going to see...
Did you notice if those inspiring calls were ripped off the top? Like, were they top decks or were they already there? Because I feel like that might influence the decision on whether or not you like kind of early penumbral. Because like maybe if you have one inspiring call, you're kind of like, maybe I don't generate and burn a bunch of prep to spam some shadows. But if you have two, I feel like you absolutely do that like any day of the week.
Yeah, I think she must have had both inspiring calls in hand, and that's what prompted that play.
I think it's very dependent in that case on like whether or not, if you see X card, you're going, this direction. If you see Y card, you're going that direction. So we'll see. We'll do our best to kind of peek into May's hand.
Yeah. May getting a little bit of a focus on prep counters this time. So we have the early Saudi, nothing to kill, but 2 damage in.
Yeah.
Or, no, did it kill something? That was a gray. Yeah, it must have
the
killed
gray.
the
Yeah.
And the Surveil the Winds in the graveyard for May, so...
Yep. For that prep.
I'll show you this, and...
We've got a Baby Gray taking the buff counter from Sylvie, and then followed up by... possibly a Baby Red, or was that... I think that was just revealing for the draw.
Revealing, yeah. And then we're going to pay 2 for the cake.
The cake.
Draw another one.
Not sure how many more cards Michael wants to put down.
I feel like he's probably content as it is.
He's got Gather in hand, so I think he's probably saving and can gather during his recollection.
Yeah.
This gives him a little bit more control. Nope, he's
Or-
just going all in.
We're limitless.
Limitless.
Okay.
With the buff counter, okay.
I think that's smart. I feel like most people, at least what I've noticed from some folks locally playing slimes, is that I feel like they don't pop their cake enough. They like to keep it around for like the the idea of drawing more off of like suppressing it and getting another one. But at the end of the day, if you're playing a slime, let's say Limitless, right? A great attacker. Your opponent kind of doesn't want to hit into it because it's floating. Great to put a buff counter on so you can slam it in to your opponent's face nice and early.
And the buff counter here is actually really key because now both of these awake slimes are 2/2. So they can fight back against Sadie. If May wants to get those kills, if May wants to get that agility, she's going to have to sacrifice her Sadie for it.
Yeah. And arguably, that's probably not worth it.
Yeah, I think you want to keep Sadie around for the counters.
The prep, yeah.
So Sadie can't go in on either of the slimes, and Sadie can't go in on the champion because Baby Gray is just going to intercept.
Correct.
So that puts May in a slightly tougher position if she actually wants to do anything with Sadie here.
Yeah, and as Michael levels, that Limitless just gets more tougher and tougher.
Absolutely, more and more threatening with every turn that goes by.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe expecting that Limitless to grow, you go in on the Limitless anyway, right? Like sacrifice that Sadie in order to get that kill? That's not the line that May has chosen.
No.
May is playing out Sadie for the extra bump, the extra prep counters, and leaving everything else up.
I mean, at the end of the day, it is floating. So like, yeah, okay, you killed it. You killed it, but to what end? It still gets used in one way or another.
Well, we've gone to level 2 now, and 3 slimes in the banish counter. And there's that dungeon guide to level 3. Oh, this is looking good for Michael.
Do you want to pick one? This one? Sure. On enter.
This is the exact curve out you want for slimes.
This is really what you want to see.
You've got good board presence. You've got your DG to 3. You didn't get to draw 2, but you still at least drew 1 from level 2 Sylvie, so you're not totally in the hole.
Interesting. That slime eruption is also in from the board.
No, it's a 4/5.
Yep.
I'm not sure exactly what that's supposed to do, but
one more damage.
Maybe it's
Play this for free.
It could be floating fodder.
just floating. Yeah, that's fair enough. Well, we've hit 3, and we have the ethereal right on time.
And now that board looks mighty scary for someone still on Wind Spirit, by the way. We haven't even
not
leveled
even
up.
level 1.
We haven't even leveled up yet.
Oh, no.
And we're just going to Zephyr it.
That seems good here. I mean, it does give Michael an extra draw, but it also gets rid of 2 buff counters.
Yeah.
Let's see. You have 3 in hand still? 3 in hand.
How many? 2 cards left in hand?
Looks like 3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we're going to attempt to kill on the Sadie here. Kind of forcing the hand. Pay 2, return it. And then if you do you play the Storm Slime? That's what I was going to say. I was like, as soon as the cards go down, here's the Storm Slime.
5 more damage.
You can't stifle it with nothing left in hand, or at least with 1 left in hand.
5 damage off of the Storm Slimes on enter. 3 damage from the Storm Slime attacking.
Whoa.
And May is at 13 out of 15.
That was, honestly, that swing into the Sadie to force the return was such a big brain move.
Yeah, I mean, she did have the prep counters, right? So she could have stifled out of memory.
Is that a class bonus?
That's class bonus.
Yeah, she was still Spirit. So 100% a forced play there. And definitely may pay for it in terms of life.
Yeah, very smart move.
Now only 6 out from lethal.
Okay, everyone gets nervous when they play me now.
Choosing the prep counter here over the agility. And May is between a rock and a hard place. What do you do against this board as Tristan?
Double dungeon guy.
Yeah, there you go. It feels like her options are suppression tricks and Baby Gray.
Yeah.
And
but looking at that board, you're like, okay, well, does that really cut it though? I don't know if it cuts it at this point.
She has 6 health to play with.
Yeah.
So almost any 2 of those slimes getting through, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah. I mean, we're still gonna Baby Gray anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you do what you can.
Yeah. Maybe you fetch up a card, Penumbral Waltz.
Penumbral Waltz certainly helps once she's level 3.
Yeah. Not quite there yet.
Not
but
quite.
We are going to pay 3.
Is this dungeon guide to 2?
I think it's Sadie, right? Replay on Sadie?
Could be Sadie. Yeah.
I'll go ahead and swing to this one.
Let's try to kill it.
Great, sure.
Okay.
All right. Sadie getting a kill, so the agility's nice.
Yep. Do we want to
Baby
swing in? Do we
Gray.
not want to swing in?
This makes sense. A
do.
1/1 Baby Gray is too easy to die to the dungeon guide.
Yeah.
So you want to swing in. You want to make sure that you get your value. Knock out the 3/1 just to
Yeah.
prevent.
Even
some of
if
the
it
damage.
draws 2 cards and banishes 2, sometimes it is what it is.
Yeah, I think the banishing 2 is a lot less relevant for her here. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter how big that slime pile is.
It's gonna
enough.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
And she's got a bunch of cards back. The agility pulling some cards back into her hand. And hopefully she has enough interaction to keep herself alive here.
I think I at least saw a slime shield.
Okay, that's a good start. Getting a backup charger from Michael. Going up on influence.
Yep.
Reclick.
Making sure we've got as many options as possible this turn.
Yep, and that is a hand big enough to play 2 advanced element slimes. So he could definitely get some action here.
And the defenses are down. The Baby Gray has swung already.
Nothing impressive in hand for Michael, though. It's a bunch of small stuff, bunch of early game stuff.
Yep. He's got time, though.
It's true.
He's not really stressing out. Tristan's still level 1 at best. It's level 3 next turn, but likely not with any relevant kill shot that same turn anyway. Okay.
Zephyr on the Limitless. Reset those buff counters.
Yep. Michael says sure. Let's get that thing Zephyred.
And not quite enough on the board as it is, but Michael does have some plays from hand to try and drive it home today.
Yeah. And I think forcing out these cards from May, just like forcing answers, is like, it's good enough.
Yeah, you keep her options low. The
Yeah.
more you force out answers, the less she can do later.
Exactly. And here we have a Songbird, which could absolutely fetch up a Slurp Slime.
There it is. There's the Storm Slime.
And it's probably coming down.
Michael
Maybe.
asking a very pertinent question here.
Yep.
Do you have Stifling Trap or are you dead?
Good game. No stifle. May looked at her memory just to kind of bluff, maybe. Like, do I have a stifle in here? Nah. All right. I think that was pretty clean.
That was, yeah. We had some great first couple of games. I
Yeah.
think game 1 was very cool, and
Yep.
then game 2, May really showed off the power of her deck.
Yes, absolutely.
And slimes happened.
Yeah, game 3, unfortunately, not as cool. I think being stuck at level 1 for a hot minute there, and then like having the perfect curve out for Michael to get to 3 with the first storms, or for the first ethereal slime, and then followed by a storm slime, and then like Gaia's the bird, the songbird, another storm slime, literally right off the top. Anyway,
Yeah, just an incredible run for Michael in that
Yeah.
game 3. And May's deck just kind of didn't show up, right? Being stuck on win
Yeah.
for so long.
I think what kind of happened there, right? I think we lacked a Baby Gray turn 1. I think we only surveilled, I believe, turn 1. So that kind of like stifled the velocity, I guess, of her deck. And then probably just again like also didn't see DG. I
think
we
she
reached.
was looking for cards, right?
Yeah.
GCR, backup charger.
Yeah, wasted a lot of turns on that, which ultimately almost got her killed
Yeah.
from 13 health.
Not enough health, not enough options.
Yeah, and then I think we're gonna quickly run to a video while we kind of fill some dead time here, and then we've got actually an interview with Keith, our head judge. So take a look at that.
Alrighty, guys, we have Keith, head judge. If you have attended almost any TM-related event, basically, you've seen this guy. He is our head judge, our pick. But how are you, man?
Good, man. It's going great. Everyone's playing really well. Not too many issues. Nice venue that Savannah's put on, so it's been going good.
I know I already briefly said you've been head judging with us for, honestly, since the beginning.
Since the first Wednesday.
Since the first Wednesday. But how's like head judging been? How's like the experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's been good. I mean, obviously things have changed a lot as the player base has gotten better over time. It's been larger, right? So definitely has been a learning experience going through all the different events and learning how to just be more professional. But, it's been really good. We've been really supportive, and also you guys, TM32, has been upscaling it so much. So it's been a great experience. I've been enjoying it. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do this with you guys and come out and, just try to do the best events we can. So.
What do you have like tips or advice for someone? Because obviously if you want to judge, just pass the judge quiz, maybe apply for an ascent or a regional or whatever. But how do I elevate myself from regular judge to like a head judge? Or maybe I maybe I am a head judge now, but what should I expect? What should I do to get better?
Yeah, I think for head judge, it's definitely very different than a floor judge, right? So like when you want to judge, it's about, knowing the rules, the interactions, which, a lot of skilled players know that. But, judges is a bit more, right? So it's being able to interact with people, being able to, deal with disputes and concerns. So I would say for anyone who's aspiring to be better, obviously try to go to as many locals, try to participate in as many events, try to take those leaps. It's kind of scary sometimes when you're doing them. But just be willing to learn, make mistakes, and just willing to come out and participate, and just try to be good with people, and just try to have a good time. Right.
So something a little weirder. Has there been any weird judge calls so far? I know it's really early in the day, but
nothing crazy. So there's been. We had some like a deck list issue with one of them, so we had to fix that. Luckily, they brought it to our attention really early, so we were able to fix it. But nothing crazy or weird interactions that we had to look at the rule book and be like, how does this work? So it's been pretty smooth so far.
Gotcha. All right, so I asked Yvonne this, but how many slimes do you think are going to hit top 16 today?
I mean, if it's any indication from the last events, I think we had 8 in the last regional. I'm hoping it's a little less. I mean, with the changes to slimes and then some changes to Tristan, we'll kind of see what ends up. But I still expect probably a good chunk will be slimes. There's a lot of slime players here, so we'll see.
Give me a number. Give me a hard number.
I'm gonna stick with 6.
6.
That'll be my number.
Okay, alrighty. And then this is gonna be the spicy question: how many SoCal players will be in top 16 versus a NorCal player?
That's tough. I'll give you a number. I don't know the exact amount of SoCal players. I think it's a good representation here. I'm gonna go with 5.
5 SoCal?
So 5 SoCal.
Again, the rest NorCal.
Maybe some other. I know there's some people that came from Nevada. There's some Oregon players, but yeah, I think majority NorCal, and then I think at least 5 of my homies back in SoCal representing, right? So you guys don't let me down. Don't let me down. So.
Alrighty, thanks, Keith.
Thanks, man.
I appreciate it. And then back to the casters.
Hello, we are back. Keith, pretty cool guy. I think Keith's like Shinja said, has been head judging for TM32 events since Wengenals last year. So he's been with us a long time. Been to a lot of events as well. So if you've probably played at any tournament, you've probably seen Keith, likely, at any big one at least. So
I don't know him that well, but he definitely has that judge energy.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Head judge, big head judge energy. So I guess coming off of that, we do have, how many rounds left? 2?
2 more rounds. That was round 5 in the books.
Yeah, I think for the last 2 rounds, we likely want to... We'll see if we can fetch some folks that are maybe on the cusp of getting in. Maybe some 4 1s, 3 2s. I think 2s might still have a chance to make it in.
3 2s feels like that's kind of the danger zone.
It is. Yeah.
I bet a 4 1-1 would be perfect.
Yeah. It's a little spicy, but not on the edge of just straight up not getting there. But at the end of the day, I think we'll just try to get as good of a game as we can get. And I think we'll be right back. We're just going to wrap up this round here and then hopefully come back real quick here with a round 6 coming up soon. See you then.
See you then.
You want to wear this?
Huh?
You want to wear this?
What does it do? Oh, it just records?
Yeah, it's a POV shot. So it's judge POV.
If you want me to. Do I have to carry that around too?
I don't know.
Shinja told me to wear it, and he's like, go record content. I'm like, okay. The wilderness must be explored. Hello.
Sorry, just want to double check. So you declare an attack into the C-square driver.
Mhm.
If I give it stealth after the check is already declared, will it fizzle the attack or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So on the attack turn, I will fizzle it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, well, yep. You lost. Me too.
Oh, you get to go to 6-1 or whatever.
Yes. I don't think I'm actually. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. I love how it's like the common thing, like every few. I try.
Alright friends, time has just been called, so current players turn 0, play up to 3 turns or 5 minutes, whichever one happens first. Good luck.
That was an interesting, I guess, little B-roll video from Sean. Thank you for walking around.
I love the judge POV, and I love
yeah.
the soundtrack. Honestly, that really puts the topping on that.
Yep, that was a good little video. I want more. give me just the Sean cam all the time. All right. Okay, so we've got a little bit of time to fill until round 6. So I figured we would maybe just kind of chat. We can chat statistics and kind of look at what's going on, what's near the top, and I think you'd be surprised. I'm going to hit you with the current #1 seed with a score of 15 and a 60. What is it?
64%?
No, 90.91% game win rate is Ryan M with Fire Aggro Xander.
Really?
Yeah.
Fire Aggro Xander at the top list?
Yep.
That's
so
amazing.
I kind of like called this a little bit. I mentioned it at the beginning of the cast. I was like, I think Fire Xander is going to see a bit of a resurgence here with the amount of slime players. I do honestly think Fire Xander has a pretty solid matchup into slimes. Same with like Erupting. I know we have a like you mentioned, Ken Chromatic, also potentially I think running Erupting, which solid. But I think Fire Xander has certainly its good matchups into I would assume most of the field here today. And it shows. Currently 5-0, hardly defeated at all, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's really wild. So my impression of Aggro Xander, and generally all of these Fire Aggro lists that kind of have this sort of a similar game plan.
Sure, yeah.
Is if you're up against someone who doesn't know how to play against it, you just win.
Oh yeah,
and,
100%.
And if you're up against someone who knows how to play around it, and they respect you appropriately,
yes,
your odds go down drastically.
I think so. I'm not opposed to that view, but I think even so, even if you do respect it, there might be some more often than not, I guess, situations where like the aggro player will sneak it out from under you. It's kind of like if you've ever played Magic, at the start of every new format, or when like the meta is kind of very shaky, like RDW or like red deck wins, like these very aggro-centric decks typically kind of like will sneak to the top. That's just how it is. And I feel like we might be, obviously we're months deep into MRC, but I feel like right now with the ban on Tristan, like everyone's kind of like testing new things again.
Yeah, the meta's shifting a whole bunch.
Exactly. And given that this is a regionals and with Singapore coming up, I know some folks here are traveling to Singapore to play in the Ascent, and I feel like this might also be like a bit of a testing ground to figure out
I believe that.
like what still works, what doesn't work. And
there could also be some people playing, not their top pick, just
for
to
sure
keep some secrets back for the Ascent.
Yeah. Especially like Singapore is literally next week, so we are kind of edging really close to another big event, and I believe even what was it? Toronto is like pretty darn soon,
pretty
right
soon
after.
afterwards,
So you really don't have that much breathing room in between tournaments here. But Real quick, I do want to kind of touch on this Fire Xander deck. It's, I would say, mostly straightforward. It does run kind of the neat pull out the weapon from the material deck. Things like Verucan Soul Knife or Mercenary's Blade. Basically, Blazing Throw targets. Gildas is back on the menu. We've seen Gildas missing for a long time from a lot of the aggro decks. But it's back strong. 4 of. Woodland Squirrels, Classic, Arthur, Rending Flames, Garazi Couriers. That's stuff you've pretty much seen before, but maybe things you haven't seen before.
A little bit more ally focus with Arthur and Gildas in it?
Yeah. But not to discount the spells or like the more action-based stuff. We've still got Vermilion Decrees, your kind of like increasing danger with damage kind of card. Surging Bolt.
Nice.
I don't think we've seen Surging Bolt played at all until now. And I believe that's like the do 3 damage. If you imbue it, deal 4. I believe you can card check me.
Yep. Imbue 3 deals 3 or 4 to target champion.
Yep. So a lot of damage represented in one card.
Very focused.
Yes. And then the usual Planet Explodes mark to target Rococo's. Knighted Stab, Blazing Throw. Either way, it's like very solid. It knows its game plan. Its sideboard is pretty neat as well.
Okay.
In caps as usual. I played against the Fire Xander a couple weeks ago. My Resolute got incapped. That just straight up ended the game right there. So obviously, being Xander as well, you get to pay 2 for that instead of 4, which is
you've got
handy.
a lot of options.
Yep.
My understanding of playing against one of these aggro decks is you have to have 2 or 3 answers to what they're doing.
Yes.
And then they kind of stall out at that point.
Yep.
But if any of your answers get disrupted, that's kind
of
like
over.
Trouble.
Yeah.
That sounds like trouble.
Yeah, if you can kind of hold strong, not die too bad early, and you have a later-ish game deck, you can usually pull out of it. And I think at that point, it's like, how well do you juggle? For example, I'm going to use my case when I was Fire Merlin, right? Can you resolve those fast cures? Can you heal enough to kind of delay their onslaught to survive to get to level 3? Stuff like that. Real quick, we're going to shift to the top 16, I think top 16 graphic. We're going to see who's on top, who's the Bubble Mage. And Rain Goddess is the individual at 5-0 with Fire Xander. Duck Hats.
Duck Hats also 5-0, beating Chromatic for that last undefeated spot.
Nice. And then obviously Crimson here, Michael on Slimes that last round. So I think mostly everyone roughly stayed the same. I think some people actually got in, and some people actually left top 16 since the last time we saw the graphic.
Yeah, this looks mostly the same. I think Mucus is not someone I saw on the previous list.
Yep, came in.
Don Croxa looks new, but they must be doing super well.
Yep. But regardless, that's our current standings. We do have this game and then one more after. I believe we have Lee Fan once again back on stage with the Snoop Dogg deck, we'll call it. Currently 3-1-1, which is incredibly impressive. This is actually crazy. I think this is way better than he was expecting to do. He was like, I'm going to 0-2 drop and go get lunch. But too bad you are 3-1 and you potentially could still make it in, so you're going to play it all the way through.
My sympathies, you have to keep playing games.
Yeah. He's going to gain a bunch of elo from this, for sure. And then on the opposite side, we've got Jofacha, which is the legend from SoCal, the Nico player that has claimed 5 store champs. Basically, every single windmill engineer in SoCal belongs to Jofacha. So I think this is going to be a pretty interesting game here. Jofacha, super tough opponent, and then we'll see how we start with his first turn.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he knows what he wants to do. Very kind of quick to move cards around. Glimpsing 4 to the bottom here.
And I think Jofacha's the, I haven't checked the deck list and I can pull it up real quick, but I think he plays both spirits. So both the Serene to Glimpse and then just the normal spirit for 7 cards.
Yeah, Serene going first to give you that extra information about what your deck is doing.
Yeah.
And then normal going second because that extra card gives you enough to Icebound Slam on turn 1.
Nice, beautiful. Yep.
Actually, I was wondering if you were playing Slimes.
And we're seeing the wind half of Lee's deck right now.
Actually, what a terrible hand.
Very interesting to see kind of what shows up, right?
Yeah.
On any given hand could be one of 2 or maybe even 3 different decks.
Yeah, I think that's the tricky part about this Snoop Dogg deck here. It's like you're kind of actually blessed if you see a very straightforward hand, because then your decisions are kind of made for you. Like if you just see all aggro, all allies, okay, I guess you're just playing allies this game. If you do actually see Kindling Flare with a lot of gather, you could theoretically go to Polecock to do the Kindling Flare. I think the worst hand you can possibly see in Lee's deck is a mix of both, and you don't know which way to go.
Yeah, that can be really troubling, and
Might be the saving
not sure if we're seeing that from his hand right now.
Yep.
Looks like starting with Fairy Whispers, taking a look at what's on top. Not really seeing what he wanted, I don't think.
Am I making a mistake here?
Thinking hard about that flip.
I'm going to send one of these bottom dots, okay? Sure. Okay.
All right. Jofacha letting Lee actually modify the Fairy Whispers a little bit, but without looking at the cards. I guess you could argue that's fine, but...
if his opponent is willing to let him modify
Sure.
before the flip, like before it's finally
Right,
revealed, you know, he hasn't really committed yet. but
Yeah.
1 card to the bottom, 2 cards to the top.
So Jofacha's deck, fairly straightforward, Nico. I don't think there's anything too weird in here.
Swing for 2.
Maybe the only weird thing is like Snow Fairy, but even then, I don't think that's too weird if you if you want to get around an Interceptor or whatever. Pretty classic move. I think Freezing Hail is a card that's missing from a lot of water decks, and I don't know why people don't add it to their water decks. Jofacha's got 3 of them.
Yeah, it seems like it would be pretty important in order to clear the way early on.
Right, yeah.
Jofacha going straight into backup charger.
Yep.
Building up that influence.
Yep.
No response. Yep.
And we'll see what his early plays are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just enough cards if he wanted to slam.
And yep,
And
certainly
he
wants to
slam.
No,
I've heard Chromatic refer to this as I came here to do one thing.
Yeah.
And that thing is not slamming.
Lots of water. In fact,
yep, he pulls it all.
All water.
That is exactly what you want to see as an eco player. You get that initial 8 damage.
Yep.
I'm not sure how much floating memory he pulled. I think
at least 2.
That's pretty good.
Fracturize, and I think I might have seen a what's it? Diffusive block. Is that floating? I think. I don't remember off the top of my head, but you can quickly check.
Yeah.
It is float.
It is floating.
It is class bonus, but either way,
floating eventually.
Yeah, the Fracturize will handle the level 1 into Guardian, and then everything else will kind of play out normally.
Lee seeing the Icebound slam and immediately pulling out Nullifying Lantern. Unfortunately, 1 turn too late.
Yeah.
Not that he had the option to pull it out any earlier.
Yep.
But the earliest Nullifying Lantern he can.
And I think it's fine. Like, Lee's materializations are not too critical. He's not, like, going to 3 or anything. Sometimes he barely even goes to 2, let alone 1. So, Nullifying's fine.
And that Shimmer Cloak sneaking in a few extra points of damage.
Yep. Windmill, we're gonna imbue it. We should imbue it.
Presumably
I hope you're imbuing it.
Why are you playing Windmill if you're not imbuing it? But yes, imbued Windmill Engineer, drawing that card.
Yep. We do have an option here to... Oh, what are we doing? We are gonna... immediate... What? No. Okay, swing in.
The thing with Lee's deck is you never know what it's going to do, right? Like, it's trying to do wind ally things, presumably, but he's also got to spend some time on gathers in order to make the other things happen.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going for the reclaim.
We are
here.
going to reclaim it. Okay.
Getting the damage in first, though.
And then
immediately
re-imbuing it. Yep.
I love it. Keep that influence high. Get in for a little bit more chip damage. A little more 1 here, 1 there.
Yep. Yeah, that thing's done 2 damage this turn. So.
Yeah, and almost keeping pace with Jofacha's Icebound Slams.
Yeah, seriously.
Okay.
All right, Fracturize out for level 1.
Here comes Tony level 1. So the Guardian games can begin.
Did we
The
just slam
floating memory in his yard is now turned on.
Yep.
Can he slam again?
Oh, yeah, he could, but I don't think he wants to with the Nullifying on the field.
That's true. It only hits for 3.
Yeah.
It does mill another 5 more cards.
Yeah. But there's
Not
so
sure
much.
whether that's something he wants to.
There's
do.
already so much floating in there right now
Mhm.
anyway. Like, you don't want to accidentally mill like something important. Right as I say, maybe ravishing. I see Jovac just got a ravishing right at the top of his hand. But I don't know if he's in any rush. You also don't want to really mill your like Frost Warrens, especially in
Right.
this matchup.
Yeah, he's thinking hard about his options here. Taking a look through his material deck.
Maybe a little thrown off. You're seeing like Shimmer Cloaks.
Uh-huh.
You're seeing Wind Ally things, but then you also see Windmill Engineer that got imbued. And I don't think aggro or like mid-range wind you really uses Windmill. But
Did we note what cards were used for the imbue? Was there anything telling there?
I think a Zephyr was one of them.
I don't think any of the wind-specific cards, unless there was like a Cultivate in there, in which case Joe Faccia would probably be really confused.
Just like what happened in Lee's first game. Just
Uh-huh.
a puzzled look on your opponent's face when you're going Arasana.
Yeah, I think Lee's goal is to win game 1 without ever pulling out a champion.
Ideally. I think that it worked perfectly in round 2 because like you just had the aggro package on the spot.
Wow,
Right.
okay.
And it just worked out. In this case, less so. We are going to ravishing though.
Immediate ravishing.
I take 6.
And this is some extra damage, but also this is getting a look at what his deck is doing, which is maybe more important.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, it's 6 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm correct, we unfortunately lost the life counters again, but I believe it's 14 damage on Lee. It's 8 from the initial slam, and then ravishing for 6.
Oh, sorry.
No mill because he's not yet Nico.
Correct. But just the flat 6 damage is already putting Lee in a very precarious spot to basically force him to level or die next turn, which we see here. Arasana going to level 1.
Yep.
For 19 health. But it's unfortunately not that much more health.
No, he's got what? If he's at 14, that's 5 health to
yeah.
play with. Which is, a Frostworn and one other unit.
Yeah. Or literally any other attack that Nico, these Nico decks run.
Draw for turn? Yep.
So we have 2 herbs coming down from Arasana's level up.
Yep.
And Lee's got to find some way to keep himself in this game here.
And I think last we remembered it was 6 HP on you know what? We're gonna try something interesting here.
I think that's right.
It was 6.
I believe that's correct.
Yep. We're gonna draw on the health counters for everybody.
Lee deep in the tank.
Harvester? Oh, yeah.
And he has switched plans entirely. No more allies. Now it is herb time.
It's herb time. Honestly, if he happens to roll some of the healing ones,
that would be pretty good for him. That
could save him.
Yeah, there's only so much damage that a Nico player can do in one turn.
Yeah.
Right? Without being Nico, without having the lash out.
Yeah. No
Yeah.
allies on board either. I don't think Joe Faccia pulled out any paladins yet, which unfortunate because there's definitely more float.
Yeah.
That,
definitely more to use.
Yeah.
We're going to see some more herbs. We're not seeing Polaris yet either, which...
No, I feel like Polaris in this case maybe not that useful. There's not really any threat of allies. So, like, yeah, it's gaining age counters, I guess. But...
Harvester? Yep, another one.
Getting another gather.
Yep.
Putting more floating memory into the yard. Potentially setting up to go to Polcock and gain that extra few HP there as well.
Polcock is what, 22?
22.
Yeah. Oh.
Not a big jump, but a little bit of a jump.
We got the life totals back.
I trust the life totals.
Yes.
I knew they wouldn't forsake us.
To the face?
Move into attack here. We're going to swing with a Shimmer Cloak, but also we're seeing the diffusive block.
One face?
Cost 2. Not that cheap. But prevents all its damage, and it's floating. So
Yeah. Preventing the damage and getting the floating in there. Like, I think Joe Faccia is probably going to be a little worried here, right? He's probably never seen this deck. So he must be in a position where it's like, okay, well, I don't know if this 2 damage is safe to take because I don't know what it's going to follow up with.
Yeah.
And any excuse to get more floating memory in the yard is probably worth it.
Yeah.
So this is absolutely an understandable defensive play here.
And I guess as we're kind of thinking through this turn here, I do want to call to attention Lee's sideboard here, the orchestrated seizures, 3 of in the sideboard. Imagine if game 2, we actually see an orchestrated seizure go off, and like
gosh, yeah,
Lee
there's so much
robs,
floating memory to
just
steal.
robs all of Jaffage's floating to like go to 1, go to 2, all for free. That'd be crazy.
Oh, I hope it happens. Orchestrated seizure, does that specifically call out the material phase?
At the end of your own, at the end of your opponent's turn is the only time you can play it, but your materialized phase, yeah.
Yeah, during your next materialized phase. So Beseech doesn't let you steal more floating memory that time.
That would be crazy.
Ah, I can dream.
So at best, you know, maybe you get a free level, which is good. You rob your opponent's floating.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, a free level is not something you're going to turn down.
Yeah.
And getting rid of some of that floating memory. Does Jaffacha run Erendite? Like, does Jaffacha have that big hitter, or is it mostly the Lash?
Nope, no Erendite.
Okay.
I guess the big hitter you could consider is the Tideholder Claymore. But you know, if the nullifying hits the field, that's not coming out.
Yeah, that doesn't really help so much. Lee popping that Tariff Ring, so we're going to see any attacks from Jaffacha cost an extra 2 cards.
Yep. Polaris did end up coming out at slow speed, rested. Or I guess I shouldn't say at slow speed, out of materialization phase.
Yeah, activated from the material deck.
Yeah.
Which is sensible. Now that he's got the herbs out in the field, I think just having Polaris on the field makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it'll draw some fire. If Jaffacha fracturizes it, then you have an extra influence, essentially.
Yeah. I do think it does kind of suck to get it fracturized, but it's not the end of the world. I think Polaris kind of is bait.
Yeah.
In this case, because like you think Lee's gonna go to 3, maybe.
Absolutely, yeah. You look at this and you think, okay, well, I guess this is a Wind Astra.
Yeah, he's like, oh, he's gonna go generate a bunch of cosmic bolts, and maybe Lee has some sauce that that he's not aware of. But in this case, if it eats a fracturize, he's totally cool with it. It doesn't matter. Kindling Flare doesn't care about Polaris at all. It's just gonna burn those.
Yeah,
herbs.
all Polaris is going to do is kill off Frostborn Paladin.
Yep.
Well,
So
I
we
guess
are
we're
slamming.
slamming anyway.
For 3.
Yeah, definitely not going to be more than 3. I saw. This looks like another finale came out of there. But at least one. There's refracting missiles in there.
Lost in Thought.
So a lot more floating memory coming up.
Yeah, Sea Spark Diver's kind of dead in this matchup anyways for the most part. I don't think Lee has any slow float.
Lee taking that extra 3 damage, a little bit closer to death now.
Running pretty close to the edge here.
Yeah.
Tony with 20 HP, I think, for level 1. 13. No Kindling Flare as far as I'm aware, and I don't think we're anywhere near 13 herbs either.
No, we're really not. And even at the 13 herbs, that's not going to be enough. Jaffacha's running Serene.
Oh, good point. Yes.
So Lee definitely has his work cut out for him here.
Kind of thinking what he wants to materialize. Do you want to level up?
Yeah,
Maybe.
Where do you go from here? What is Lee going to try to do?
I don't.
It's so chaotic with his deck, right?
Yeah.
It feels it. You know, he's got 3 decks in one. Which deck are you playing today?
Even like, let's say Lee goes to 2. Polkhawk, 22 HP. You're still gonna die to a Ravaging next turn, no matter what.
Yep.
You'll be safe from an Icebound.
He has 2 of the life gain herbs.
Okay.
So he's got a little bit of buffer there. But yeah, at 19 health, that 2's not enough to save himself from a Ravishing.
Yeah.
But maybe he has some other defensive trick. Maybe he has something else he can do here that'll save him a little bit more damage.
Let's see. We are going to banish 1 floating for the Mechanized Smasher.
Ooh, is it time?
Sounds good. Recollects.
I don't think we ever saw this card get pulled out the last time he was on stream, yeah?
We did not. This does hit very hard.
Yeah.
Assuming he can pull it off.
Unfortunately, I'm going to dump my whole hand and probably...
Looking at his hand, he has the win cards necessary in order to get that hit in.
Yep.
He just needs to find a way to get him into his memory.
Forging Servant. Yep, gather. That's good.
And continuing to gather seems like a good way to do it. And honestly, every time he gathers on that 3 or 4, this match, the needle moves very slightly in his favor, right?
ever so slightly.
It's one more health that Jofacha needs to get through.
Yep, and I think we're cultivating fast speed prereq. I think.
And this should be 2 gathers, I think.
Actually, is that
Oh,
pre?
he
no,
didn't
that's
imbue it.
main phase.
He
I think
didn't
it's
imbue it.
yeah, I think it's also main phase. I think that forging servant got.
Yeah, forging servant already got played this turn.
Yeah.
One phase. One is good. One phase.
I mean, it's certainly damage.
Go 4. 4
And then we're gonna show 4 for the smasher.
Wait, is that how this works?
Cleric hitting with the giant fist.
Is that
I have to
exactly lethal?
That'll get him to 20.
3 Zephyrs, 1 Dream Fairy.
Oh my god.
No?
No, it got him to 16.
16. Ah, okay. okay.
Yeah.
I got ahead a little ahead of myself.
He'd already added the 4.
Yeah, okay.
Probably still dead this turn, but okay.
Scared me.
I was like, was Lee going to just pull this out right from under Jofacha's nose here?
So Lee sitting with, I believe, 5 health to play with right now. 17 out of 19 and 3 healing herbs.
Yeah. Ugh, that's too close for comfort.
That's absolutely too close to comfort. Is Nico coming out? What do we have coming out? Probably looking for some kind of weapon. Like, Jofacha needs to drive this game home now before something terrible happens.
Yeah,
to him.
Lee's got nothing, or 1 card in hand. I mean, at best, it's a Resolute. At worst, it's nothing he can play.
I mean, he can't play a Resolute right now. He's only on level 1.
Oh, yeah. Can't even free cost it.
Okay.
Nope.
Bulwark Sword. Makes sense.
All right. That's 3 damage.
Cerulean Decree as well. I think there's a Ravishing in hand. Does he have 2
There's
float?
a Ravishing. That's definitely enough.
Yeah.
Paying with the Bulwark. Banishing 2 floating as cost.
Oh,
1,
plenty
2
of floating.
floats.
I think that's it.
Going in
For
with
9.
that Bulwark Sword. Lee looking at his hand.
Recover 3, and then I can...
Counting some cards, doing some math.
Yeah,
But I believe it's inevitable here.
Yeah, looks like that's probably going to be it.
One hit wonder here, I think. Okay. All right, game 2.
All right.
Yep.
Game 2.
Sweep them up, move on to the next one.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
In theory,
Yeah.
now that it's game 2,
Yeah.
Jofacha should have a little bit more information about what he's up against. In theory,
some information, I guess.
In theory,
Yep.
Jofacha should know how to sideboard against this deck now that he's seen it in action.
Right. I hope nobody spoiled the fun and told like Jofacha, what Lee's playing in secret. But I think that Mechanized Smasher was like such a interesting.
It's such a great pull, just out of nowhere, right? Materializing 4 damage.
And it totally will sneak damage too. So, I mean, he was very close.
It was very close.
Maybe a couple allies from just killing as well.
Right?
Like
If one of those early gathers had been, a Foraging Servant instead.
Yeah, or Lurking Assailant or something, right? That's potentially, or a Tune.
Right.
Those two allies stuck on the field for the entire game.
Yeah, his deck is set up to take advantage of those early hits. He just didn't get quite enough of those early hits this time.
It was still super close, though. But as we mentioned, I want to see Orchestrated Seizure happen.
Yeah, this seems like the deck you bring it in against, right?
Yeah.
You bring it in against this deck. You probably bring it in against what, Merlin? Or does Merlin go through their float too quickly?
Depends. If it's the slow float version, you could probably get away with it. If it's the fast float version, probably not going to get away with it.
It really feels like Orchestrated Seizure, one of those cards that's a solution in search for a problem. There's not a lot of places that you can bring it in, but if you find it, it's amazing.
This is the problem.
And this is it, yeah. Maybe we have a problem that Orchestrated Seizure is going to solve.
I mean, like, hypothetically, let's say he got the Mechanized Smasher cost 2 to bring out. Imagine if that was just free.
Right, yeah.
Or any of the other 1-cost Regalia that Lee has in his deck, also free.
And
Not
only free, but reducing Jofacha's resources at the same time.
Reduce float, potentially reduce blue. Water if nullifying hasn't been played out on the field yet.
As if.
Yeah.
I suspect we're going to be seeing more nullifying lantern.
Another turn, like turn 2 nullifying, probably.
Seems likely.
I feel like you're probably at risk of dying if you just don't.
Absolutely.
So,
you have to respect that second slam.
Yeah.
If they slam you once, you cannot let them slam you again.
Yeah, and we saw like the second slam only went for 3.
Mhm.
If it went for 8, that would have been doomed.
That would have been it. That would have been the game.
Yep. So
Nullifying Lantern, a great play there.
Yep, folks are sideboarding. For Jofacha, we should talk about the other side of the list here. We've got Mage Bane Lash, Safeguard Amulet, Revitalizing Cleanse, Song of Frost, Stillwater Patrol, and Freeze Stiff, which is kind of interesting. I don't think I've ever seen anyone play Freeze Stiff. Very old DOA card.
Yeah, not one I am super familiar with.
Yeah, that's how little it's played.
Rest up to 2 allies.
Yep.
Okay. So this is maybe some defense
anti-ally.
against the go wide stuff?
Yeah. And I think after seeing this, you see the Shimmer Cloak. I don't think a Lurking got played, but you just see allies in general, and you're like, okay, maybe it's worth putting in. I don't think the Safeguard is going to come in. Because you just look at this deck and you're
Right,
like,
yeah.
there's no spell damage.
Well, he saw Polaris.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So maybe.
Maybe.
But also he saw wind allies. So, it's hard to predict from here what any given player down there is going to think.
Yep. I think Revitalizing Cleanse might work out quite well in Javacha's favor.
Yeah, a little bit of healing.
Yeah, just every bit of possible healing, like you mentioned. Stillwater Patrol might be interesting to take care of Lurking Assailants, since it has True Sight. But Mage Bane Lash, I don't know if Jofacha needs to go to Nico to win this. Clearly, like, he won it at level 1 right there. And I feel like
Go first.
he doesn't feel rushed. I feel like he knows he can end the game at level 1 just off of, if he gets a nuts Paladin draw, or like you mentioned, like early slams, Ravaging Finales, etc.
Yeah, for all that Lee is demonstrating mostly wind allies here, he didn't demonstrate a particularly aggressive form of it.
Exactly, yeah.
So, like you said, Jofacha has a little bit of room to breathe. He's not feeling pressured.
Yeah.
I think he feels like he can still run his game plan without too much interference.
Yeah. Until the orchestrated seizure hits. All right.
Oh, I hope I get to see that on stream.
Yeah.
That'll be one for the books.
All right, so game 2 here. Lee's on the play. We do have a Kindling now, but we awkwardly also have a decent amount of allies represented here with the Lurking Assailant, I believe, and then also the Asen. Got some responses with Stifling Trap, but the rest of everything is Gather. Gather City here.
Not really a good way for him to get that Asen out on turn 1, unfortunately. Given Jofacha's reputation, I think getting an Intercept ally on turn 1
might be good.
Would be a high priority.
Yep.
But Lurking Assailant, that's pretty solid. It's a good start.
That's a crazy looking altar spirit.
And there it is, that turn 1 slam.
Yep. Now will Lee recognize he can just retaliate with the... Actually, no. The retaliation is level 1 on Lurking, I think.
Yeah, the retaliation requires...
Wow, okay.
Requires
level
1
1.
plus.
Yeah, okay. So not quite. So we'll just take the 8.
We'll just take the 8.
And nullifying as
There
expected.
it is, yep, immediately.
Nullifying?
You have to. You just have to.
Yeah.
This is the price of admission. If you're going to play against Nico,
Yeah.
you bring out the nullifying on your first materialize.
It would have been great if the Asen actually landed, though.
Right? I mean, this is why Swift Recruit is in the board
Yes.
for Tristan decks.
Yep.
It's this exact thing.
Huge blocker for these turn 1 slams.
So now Lee has to decide just how much room to breathe he has. And unfortunately, I don't think it's that much. We saw Jofacha not shy away from just immediately busting out that Ravishing Finale.
Yep.
And
will Lee swing with this, though?
It's a good question. If he swings with it, it potentially dies to a Frostborn Paladin?
Am I taking another Ravaging Finale here?
Let
me think. Ravaging Finale is cost 6.
I could see
How many
that.
floating engrave?
But if he's not swinging with it, what is he doing with it?
Keeping it up for another slam. But, like, at this point, even if it is another slam, it actually doesn't get through with a nullifying on board. You're going to get at max 3. I think a Paladin, even with a Frost, or even with a token, is a 3/4, right? It won't get through the Asen at 3/4.
That's true.
you're gonna have to commit like 2 cards to it. So
Right.
I think it's safe. It makes sense for Jofacha just to go Scepter here. Not much interaction from Lee's end to take care of Scepter, and then it's basically free damage as you level up. We already got a ton of floating sitting in memory, or sorry, sitting in graveyard for easy level 1s, likely easy level 2.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, Lee showing that he's willing to play defensive,
Yeah.
leaving that ace in at home.
Yep.
Which, you know, that gives Jofacha all the time in the world.
Yep. And Chilling Touch here from Jofacha. I feel like this is normally kind of I'm going to play Chilling Touch for the float, but I think in this case, when Lee is kind of running super lean on memory, it kind of eats a turn.
It shows off the Kindling Flare.
Oh,
The
does
jig
it?
is up.
Did it? Oh, it did. It is unfortunately the one card that was shown, and now
Secrets have been revealed.
Yep. And Jofacha is probably like, huh?
Jofacha pretty stoic, though, sitting there looking at that Kindling Flare like, yes, of course there would be a Kindling Flare
Yeah.
there.
What do we... Oh, okay. Nothing too weird. Safeguard was the materialization prereq on Fairy Whispers. Orchestrated Seizure. Is that it?
It's there.
Show me the money. Oh, no, it's not.
Not there?
It's just another Cultivate, I think.
We'll see if he even brought the seizures in. I mean, presumably. he
I
would.
hope so.
Yeah.
If he didn't, I'm going to give him an earful at the end of this.
Will Beseech at the hand?
Drawing that Beseech. Okay.
Recollect?
I like Beseech here. I think he really wants to get some of those materializes.
Yeah.
And, you know, with the ace in at home to protect him, he does have some time to do that.
Little bit, but you also need to be a little bit worried about the Scepter just eating damage.
Yeah. You can't give Jofacha too much time.
Yeah, and imagine you go to level 1, or imagine Jofacha goes to level 1 next turn and then just DGs. He doesn't have any DGs, but like
Right.
if he went DG, like that is game on the spot.
Yep.
Well, actually not really. Safeguard's still in play. I think that's why Lee brought out Safeguard, just to prevent any potential level up damage shenanigans. Which I think is fine, because you have like the ASIN for the face damage, the face tank, and then for any other shenanigans, you've got the Safeguard.
Yep. Yeah, he is protected on all fronts, but you know, he's got to make something happen, right?
Yeah.
He can't just all of these defenses are ablative. Like they'll disappear the moment they get used.
Yep.
And he can only last so long if he doesn't start asking Jofacha some questions.
Yeah. Holding up 2 for Stifling Trap. I think that's smart. Stifling like Paladins would be... It doesn't quite get the kill. But
it prevents them from getting the draw.
Exactly. And then it makes it even harder for them to swing into your ASIN, and then now your ASIN can actually clear their Paladin in one shot. If you choose to swing.
I'm going to play Lost in Thought for 2. Any response?
Lost in Thought for 2. Draw a card. Okay, fine. That's good.
All right. We'll banish 2, and we'll draw 2.
So we're seeing a Lost in Thought from Jofacha, burning a couple of that floating memory in order to refill his hand and
I'll banish this.
maybe figure out what his next play is.
I'll go to Sonaris.
Going to Tony here, that makes a lot of sense. And that Safeguard immediately getting popped to prevent the Scepter damage.
Yep.
100% understandable.
Makes sense. There's no better time to use it. Yep. Jofacha's just going to banish it.
Yeah, just
Draw 2.
looking to go up on influence here. Not looking for the extra damage from going up to Nico.
Yeah.
Now, handful of options. What do you do with all of these cards?
Oh, man. What is that? 10 influence? 11?
11 influence.
Hand size?
The other question is how much of this is effective, right? Like, there's a bunch of cards in this deck that exist almost solely to be floating.
Yeah. Which is kind of tragic because you've got 11 in hand, and unfortunately one of those paladins that he's probably looking for is in grave, and you went through 11 cards and you still can't find a paladin? That's just...
Right?
Ugh.
Just no allies, no business, right?
Yeah.
He's got...
Fracturized, refracting missiles. It's just kind of like... You know, Storm of Thorns, there's a Sea Sprite Diver, but what's that really going to do? There is a Cerulean Decree, I guess. Freezing Hail.
But it's a bunch of reactive stuff, right?
Yeah.
Cerulean Decree is not an aggressive card.
And you definitely don't want to slam again.
Yeah,
not with
you really don't.
Not with a Paladin, or sorry, a ASIN in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Backup Charger?
Backup Charger's good.
Backup Charger? Draw into memory.
All right, I think Jofacha just passed. Did nothing. Drew 2 cards, passed.
So not a lot of business for Jofacha either. Still, you know, with 11 cards in hand and can't quite figure out how to make anything happen.
2 face.
Lee now standing with that lurking assailant. And Jofacha's life total ticking up, slowly but surely.
2 Kindling Flares. So here's the downside with Kindling Flare, like, you don't really want to see 2.
Right. Once you use 1, that's...
yeah, you want to commit.
That's all the kindling.
Yeah. Thinking real hard again.
Yeah, spending a lot of time in the tank.
What are we feeling, Lee?
Is it going to be more allies? Is it going to be more herbs? I feel like he's got to pick a direction.
Beseech, okay.
It's going to be
more
more materialized.
He's thumbing it.
I did not anticipate this one.
What, do you go to 1 here, probably?
Sure. He still hasn't drawn one of those seizures, right? So
Yep.
he can't, like, go to 1 here and then seizure his way to 2.
Right. Still, yeah. Dang it, I want to see it.
I know, right?
Smartly enough, I think Lee was about to pay... Lee changed out his memory before playing the Beseech, put both of the Kindling Flares down in memory because, again, you're okay if you lose 1.
Mm-hmm.
And
in fact, that's preferential.
Right, and rather than losing something else you could potentially play. So very smart. Hopefully Lee hits a Kindling Flare. That's what he wants to see, and there it is.
There it is.
Making that a 2 out of 3 chance instead of 1 out of 3. So smart, proactive mood.
Growing his herb pool, more healing available if he needs it. Ideally, obviously, these herbs are kindling for the kindling flare.
Yep.
But he does have that, you know, that minor amount of defensive power in the healing herbs. More gathers, as we saw from the last time Lee was on stream.
Yeah.
You know, he could get up to that, you know, 12, 15 herb count.
A lot of cards in hand.
Takes some time, but we can get there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think sometimes you actually get there quicker than you expect with the Cultivates.
Yeah, since Cultivate feeds off of your previous gathers.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's his plan. It looks like he wants now to get that herb count up and get in a little bit of chip damage with his lurking.
Yep.
Leaving his ace in home to protect himself.
Yep.
And, you know, over the course of like 3, 4, 5 turns, just build up and close the game out that way.
Yeah, he's feeling safe for now. You know,
we'll see if Jofacha cooperates.
Yeah. I think the kind of killer here is like Jofacha doesn't have any like hard negates like we saw in Lee's previous game, or at least nothing to like either negate the kindling or just completely stop it in its tracks. Like you have, you know, Cerulean, Frostbind, but you can still pay 2. So.
Yeah. I have seen some interesting tech from Arisana players lately.
Oh yeah.
They bring in Blinding Orb under a Grail.
Oh yeah. To kind of force the Frostbind to go through.
Yeah. So even if they have the 2 cards up, you can pull the 2 cards down with the Blinding Orb and then hit with the Frostbind or the Cerulean.
Yes. I've done that to a couple folks at locals, and they go, "What is Blinding Orb?"
Right. Yeah. That's always the first question.
Can I read that card, please?
And the next question is what?
Yeah. All right, another Cerulean off the top. I love how Lee's just kind of flashing his cosmic bolts at the corner again.
Yeah, just showing off. These are definitely going to become relevant.
Lurking does lose stealth when it's tapped, so there eats a Bulwark Swing.
Easy target for the Bulwark Swing. And this makes a lot of sense for Jofacha. Jofacha has decided that his opponent is playing slowly and chipping in the little bit of damage here and there.
Yeah.
And if Jofacha's not in a position to really put the hurt on, then he's got to play defensively.
Yeah.
And that kind of feels like what's happening here.
At what point do you try to make your refracting missiles actually punchy?
That's a good question. You know, I would actually think that maybe we'll see a backup charger and then fracturize the power cell.
Yeah.
Jofacha presumably running Fractal of Rain. Any other fractals in his list?
4 fractal rains, but that's it.
That's it? Okay. So he's probably not going to get too much damage.
Yeah.
But he can get through with this Sea Sprite and a Freezing Hail.
Yep.
So that might be his plan.
Can't quite tell how many herbs Lee has.
Believe it's
but-
around 4 or 5 right now.
Interesting. So here's the thing, right? Like Asen is still on the board. If Lee does try to go in for the kill, I think he's a little closer than he thinks.
Right.
Like Mechanized Smasher comes out. Asen swings in.
Jofacha at level 1, so 14 health to go before he gets the kill.
Yeah.
But yeah, 3 off of the Asen, 4 off the Mechanized Smasher. That's halfway there. And, you know, with 4 or 5 herbs, that's almost the rest of the way.
Yep. You don't need too many herbs for that.
Correct.
I'm so used to thinking about the sort of end game life totals for a lot of these, you know, level 3 champions, 25, 28.
Yeah.
And, you know, seeing people still at 20, still at, you know, 19 this deep into the game.
Yeah,
it's,
we're on like turn 6, 7. I don't even know. But I
it
mean,
changes the math.
Oh, yeah. You are absolutely closer than you think.
Lee getting in with that Lurking Assailant and passing the turn, so content to just do some small attacks here and there and not overcommit, right?
Yep.
So he's not running into any Frostbind. He's not running into any Cerulean Decrees.
Yep.
He's decided Jofacha can keep all of those.
Yep. Here's the Power Cell. Are we going to see the Fracturize immediately after? We are maybe.
Asking the question, can I recollect? So Lee has to
Yep.
decide whether to use the Terrafring here.
Yep. Just thinking, I don't think there's going to be a Fracturize here, so which is fine. Actually, it might be better that way. A Sea Sprite Automaton is or Sea Sprite Diver is an Automaton, and being a 2/3, getting the extra 2 damage could clear the Asen.
That's true. If he uses the Power Cell to clear the Asen instead of the Freezing Hail, that's pretty nice for Jofacha.
Yep. You can save the Freezing Hail for something more important.
There's the Tariff.
I think it makes sense. It makes sense, but at the end of the day, like you are, like Jofacha's got so many cards in hand. He can easily pay for all of it and play something else. In fact, he's going to pay 4 to swing with the Bulwark Sword and 2 on the Tariff.
And he's going into that Lurking Assailant, knocking it out again.
Yep.
This is a good use for the Bulwark Sword, you know?
Yeah.
Keeping his life total in a manageable place.
Yep.
And Tariff is still in effect, so I will just pass you. Go ahead.
And passing?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, not wanting to commit any more cards, not
No.
wanting to send that Diver in any place it could get killed.
I mean, yeah, it's no need to overcommit here. Like you kind of, you're in the position where like Lee's kind of getting lower on influence here. If he wants to play something, you could double Frostbind it if you really wanted to. I think he does have like either 2 Ceruleans or like 1 Cerulean and 1 Frostbind in hand, or some combination of the 2.
I mean, given how many cards he has to have something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's only so much deck left for him to not have double Frostbind.
Yeah, and I think at some point, like when Lee's getting very close to the kill, I think the Viridian Trinket comes out, and I don't think Lee showed the Viridian Trinket at all yet. So at this point, maybe if you're Jofacha, you're like, maybe he doesn't have the Viridian Trinket. So,
right. So a lot of wait and see from both sides, you know?
Bit of a, like, everyone's playing chicken.
Like,
you know, here's my one ally, I'm going to swing in. Are you going to answer it? Yes, okay, pass. And then the game continues.
Right. Lee has already shown no fear of taking his time, right? To kind of think about his plays and kind of take the pace of the game overall.
Yeah.
Sort of slowly and build up.
Yeah.
But with Jofacha up a game, that could easily backfire.
Yeah. I think ideally he'd like to finish this round in the next 2 turns, hopefully, so we could at least squeeze in a game 3 if we need to, if Lee can kind of sneak it out. Otherwise, it's going to go to a 1-0 in Jofacha's favor, which is the opposite of what happened in in round 2 earlier today.
Yeah, exactly. going through this Fairy Whispers here. Maybe Lee, you know, thinking about it, Lee might be content with a draw. 3-1-1, not the best record. I think probably, or 3-1-2 rather. 4-1-2 at the end of the day probably doesn't get you into top 16. I think you have to go
3-12,
5-2 or 5-1-1.
I think you need. Is it 15 points? I think it's 15 points. 3 victories would be 9. I think it's 3 a win, right? If he does win his 4th game, then that's 12. But he's got 2 draws, so that's 14 points. I think he's just out of it. Although I'm not a leaderboard specialist. For that, we'll call in Sean. He's much of more of a ranking specialist than I am. But
I am no mathematician either. But I think a draw is bad for both of them.
Yeah.
Nurture crops. Glimpse 2, gather 2.
Gathering some more herbs.
Yeah, that's good.
Is this happening pre-rec or is this main phase? I think
Really?
I think it's main phase, right? It's
I don't. Oh, he materialized. No, backup charger was a previous turn.
Ingredient pouch.
Oh, okay. The pouch came out this turn.
Yeah.
Got it. This could be in prereq then.
I look away for 1 second and we're skipping. We're like, what phase are we on again? Is that orchestrated seizure? I think it is. That bluish green card.
I think it is. Yeah. It might happen.
Please.
Lee, even if you don't win this match,
just do that.
You'll have won the moral victory.
Imagine if Lee also had a Diablerie here. Just rob the GCR, then rob the floating immediately after. Feels bad.
So we have the power cell on the Sea Sprite Diver. Just
As
like
expected.
You called it, I think.
Yep. That'll clear the ASIN. I don't think.
Yeah, I was waiting so long.
Yeah.
I finally drew one.
And then Snow Fairy as well.
Oh, I think he drew the Snow Fairy here.
Tap it. And then it can't retaliate.
Yeah, because he did the power cell in Recollect before he drew his card for the turn.
Okay.
So he might have been expecting to clear the Snow Fairy, but
beautiful.
We have a Stifling Trap on the Snow Fairy, and
interesting. And then a Cerulean after that.
Cerulean Decree stopping the Stifling.
Yep. So we'll go ahead and resolve the negation. Hold on, Lee.
Yeah.
It's not dead yet. And this. Okay.
There we go.
It rested, and then now we expect the swing in. For the automaton to go and clear out the. Oh no, the automaton's just gonna go face.
Yeah, absolutely. If he's locked down with the Snow Fairy, then he doesn't need to kill the Protector anymore.
Yeah. 7 in hand, pass.
Incredible.
Couldn't.
So much influence on Jafacha's side.
Couldn't quite swing in with Tony. I don't think. Icebound was in play. Even so, it's not enough anyway.
Right.
Hoping I wouldn't find the Snow Fairy.
Did Orchestrated get played?
It gave you a lot of time.
No, it did not.
I got put down right for.
Yeah, Lee didn't have enough influence left over to be able to play both the Stifling and the Orchestrated Seizure.
No. Tragic.
Yep, you hate to see it.
Might I say, I think this potentially might end on the next turn.
This looks like it could be it. Lee still stuck on Arisana, so only 19 health.
Still has a GCR. Still hasn't used the GCR yet.
Yeah, it's not like he's out of options for materializes.
But man, even after paying what, 7 cards, Jafacha still's got like
7 cards
a handful.
Oh yeah, he's got an influence of like 15 right now.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Still plenty to play for counters.
He's just been drawing cards and not doing anything.
Yeah.
Those Lost in Thoughts also been hitting pretty hard. Like he's been going through his floating memory. Lee still thinking about his materialize. And Jafacha, I think, content to let him run out the clock if that's really how he wants to play.
Yeah. Yeah, no pressure on Jafacha right now. Just stay alive. If Lee wants to take his time, go for it. It's going to end in a 1-0 anyway.
What is the play, Lee? Is it Crusader's Ring?
Feels really better. I think I have the GCR
Yep.
here.
Took a hot minute to decide that, but
Yep.
it is what it is.
What was he debating between? What was the other options? I guess he could have taken that time to go to Polcock.
I don't think there's any float. If he went to Polcock, he would have like 2 cards in, or like 3 cards in hand or something. It would be pretty tragic.
And I think his flair was in the memory as well at that point. So he would be risking his win condition.
Yeah. Man, I want an herb check.
Can I tell from here?
I don't know. It's pretty. 5. Not. I see 2 dice. 5 and 4.
It looks like 6 from here. I think I see 3 healing herbs and 3 of the cycling herbs.
I might be mistaking the imprinted, like the printed on die.
Oh, yeah, no. He's using dice that kind of match the coloration.
Oh, I see it. Yeah,
the
it's
sort of light blue dice.
I think it's 1, 2, and 2.
I think it's 2? Okay. So it's either 5 or 6 herbs right now.
Yeah, not even close.
Yep.
Unfortunately. And Asen's basically tapped down for good now.
Cultivate?
We're going to cultivate, I guess.
Yep, that looks like a cultivate. Joe Facha leaning over to read the card. That is an expected outcome.
Yep.
And you have 4 left in hand? I have 4 left in hand, correct. Yeah, go ahead. That's good.
So this should be 2 gathers, I think.
I think so. Yep.
We'll see if our count is correct.
I think Lee mistakenly imbued both cards when he only needs to do 1. Technically. But
yeah, he needs one of them to be win, but imbue reveals both of them. So it looks like he had 6 because this was 3 gathers.
Yeah, you're right.
So he should be
right.
at 9 now.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I messed up here.
Yeah, that looks like 2 level herbs, 3 healing herbs, and 4 cycling herbs. 2 and 2. And maybe he goes to Polcock next turn, and that does it?
If he can survive one more turn, we'll see.
Yeah, he just needs to survive that one more turn. If he put the Kindling Flare down, that's maybe a sign that he's not planning on going to Polcock yet. But I couldn't quite tell whether it was in his hand or memory.
I think it's down. I don't see any red in his hand. Reclaim. Was that a fairy and something else?
All on the bottom.
All on the bottom.
Nothing more that he wants to see.
Zephyr.
Zephyr from the top. Lucky pull.
Not very
Oh, yeah, he's still got the flare in hand.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
okay,
think,
he does, yeah.
he's building up to go to Polcock next turn and try and close it out then.
Yeah, those cultivates did add a significant amount of herbs.
Is 9 enough? No. 9 puts him at 17 damage on Jofacha. Jofacha's not serene this time because Jofacha went second.
Okay.
And hope I don't die.
Is there even any floating? So like let's think about it here. If Lee does manage to survive a turn,
have 3 damage on
orchestrated
board,
seizure.
Okay.
Doesn't have the influence for it. Cost 3.
Right. Yeah, that's why.
Man, I want to see it.
I know.
But he's just not letting us see it.
Yeah. It's really a deliberate decision on his part, you know. We should be taking this personally.
He is stopping us from seeing a fun card being played.
I can't believe he's holding out on us like this.
I guess we'll try. I'm gonna.
Even so, I don't know if there's even that much floating to rob.
Yeah, like Jofacha has been moving through it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
We see Freezing Hail here. Is that 2 damage going face?
Yep, looks like it.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, awkwardly, we got the life. Oh, there we go. Fixed.
It keeps happening. Yeah, Jofacha looking like this is probably going to try and close it out here.
Yep. Here, I think we'll go up to 18, and I'm sure there's a refracting missile in there. There's 4 refracting
Several
missiles.
refracting missiles, yeah,
Literally
absolutely.
his entire playset. So
Lee might have to burn some herbs to survive here.
not what you want to hear.
Swing 2. Yeah, swing 2.
Sea Sprite Diver coming in for the next just 2 damage. You go to 18.
Still has the option to slam.
I have to go for it. Zephyr?
Really wants.
Oh, he's Zephyring the Diver.
Frostbind. Yeah, that's
He's no longer Zephyring the Diver.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, was the ingredient pouch really that helpful? Like, would
yeah,
it would have been
he got one gather out of it.
Yeah, like maybe the Viridian Trinket, you just pull that out to kind of make Joe Facha feel a little more awkward.
That might have been the choice with the Grand Crusader ring, is debating whether or not to pull out the Viridian that turn.
Yeah. All right, so here's the last point of damage.
Here is
for 1.
Presenting lethal.
And then we get the heal. So we'll
stays at 18.
Yeah, and then we're probably going to see like another.
Yeah, I mean...
no, Lost in Thought. We're just going to draw.
Oh.
Sure.
No, putting Lost in Thought on the yard?
Oh, for the
ravishing. You know, that's a much better source of damage than one more from another refracting missile, and that closes it.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Well fought. Honestly, a struggle on both sides.
Yeah, it definitely took Joe Facha a hot second to figure out how to break through. I think the Asen keeping that up did stall out a ton of turns.
Slowed him down a lot.
Yep, Snow Fairy was obviously a good play. I believe it was 4 main board Snow Fairies, so I think that made sense. It was kind of the right play.
Yeah, I mean, Snow Fairy is exactly what that kind of deck is looking for.
Yeah.
Right? You want to make sure that your opponent's defenses don't stay defending.
Yeah, and that Asen certainly held up for quite a while. Like,
yeah, Asen kind of dominated that board for a bunch of turns.
Yeah, we might have. That was probably over 10 turns, right? For game 2 there.
Yeah, quite a while.
Yeah, I think we burned through quite a few materialization phases. So
no joke.
So yeah, so Joe Facha takes a 2-0 right there. That puts him at 4-1-1.
4-1-1. Yep.
And then Lee goes down to 3-1.
3-2-1.
3-2-1.
Unfortunately, that's almost assuredly out of the top 16.
Yeah, but I think he put up a way better fight than he even himself thought he was going to. Like, it's certainly a weird deck.
Yeah, it's almost a meme deck. Like, it has legs. It's
yeah,
not nothing. But
yeah.
The point of the deck is to be funny.
Yeah, and it's still got 3 wins
right?
at regionals.
Yeah,
so
he's doing well. It took a legend to knock him out of contention.
Yep. Yeah, and even last time at like was it Nationals? Lee brought Trisket, and I think he won his first game with Trisket on stream, but I think he ended up going like 1-5 after that.
Oh no!
So
did people know what they were playing against?
No, I think it just kind of whiffed the other couple times, which it happens. But at least he got his win on stream, and that was really cool. I guess he got one here as well on game 2.
Yeah, right. No, that worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah. Too bad he can sneak out another one though. But it is what it is.
Yeah. And now the secret is out, right? People will definitely know what they're up
Yeah, he was saving this joke meme deck for like the entire last 4 or 5 weeks. He's like, I can't play it at locals, otherwise people are gonna know what the funny thing is. But I'm glad he got to show it off twice even on stream.
Yeah, right.
So
definitely got his share of stream time.
Yep. So I think we're gonna probably see. I don't know if we can head into a break here, but I think we're just gonna spend 10 minutes to kind of round out the rest of the round, and then we'll be right back for our final round, and then we'll probably show standings and stuff to kind of figure out what people are looking at going into the final round.
Round 7. I'm excited.
Yep. And then we'll see you guys in a bit. All right, welcome back to the final round, or about to be the final round of the NorCal Grand Archive Regionals for the MRC season. Brought to you by Final Cut TCG. Very wordy, but we're rounding out the day here, final round, as I said. And then we're just going to kind of buy some time a little bit for production to kind of figure out all the overlay logistics and stuff like that. And I guess we can quickly chat.
We could, I think, potentially chat about the deck lists.
Yeah, potentially. Do you actually have them? I don't know if I have them right on me, but I can quickly.
I think we can bring them up.
We can
so one of them is somebody that we've already seen on stream.
Yeah.
Michael is back with his pretty much bog standard slimes list. So not a whole lot to say about this.
Yep.
Has some bears in the main. That's pretty much the only sort of decision I think that's being made there. That's maybe a little bit out of the ordinary.
Yep. But aside from that, nothing too fancy. I think we want to poke on Mucus's deck, but Mucus, I need to grab the list. Hopefully, I need to figure out like what his Omnidex number is, but I believe it's Serene, Water, Tenoris, Nika. So same thing that we probably saw with Jofacha last round. I don't know if it'll be super different. I suspect not, but we can figure that out. I think. After we get rolling here, I think we should be able to kind of suss out roughly what they're playing. But this will be kind of more of a traditional, maybe a matchup we've seen in the past, maybe at other ascents. It's your, Tristan versus Nico.
Right.
I think I haven't really seen too many of this specific matchup played out post-ban. So we'll see how it kind of goes.
I think most of my knowledge about this is also pre-ban, and from what I've heard, it's pretty good for Nico.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see how that changes.
Yeah.
Or if that changes much.
I think the Stones... Sorry, not ban. Michael's on Slimes. But what I meant was, post-change on the Stone Scale band. See if that makes any difference with the extra cost. Yeah, sorry, I baited you a little bit into thinking we were playing Tristan. No, we're not. Michael is on the Slimes, as we mentioned earlier.
Right.
So we'll see how it turns out.
Well, I do have a little bit of familiarity with Slimes versus Nico.
Okay.
And mostly the trick is for the Slimes player to get that early gray.
Okay.
Michael's really looking out for some kind of way to stop that slam in the beginning.
Yep.
And as long as he can stay alive, like, for the first few turns, then it becomes a lot easier for the Slimes player to close it out.
Yep.
Given Gather Slimes and the healing that's available.
Yep.
And the variety of taunters that are available for the Slimes deck.
Yep.
So if he gets a good roll, it's going to work out pretty well for him, and that is typical of the Slimes experience.
Okay. Roughly looking at Mucus's deck, it is different from Jofacha's, as expected. SoCal Nico, NorCal Nico has its differences. However, Mucus here only runs just Serene Water, not Dual Spirit, and I guess the biggest change is likely the fact that, some things that were main deck for Jofacha are sideboard here for Mucus, and then vice versa as well.
So if we're only running Serene, we're never going to see that first turn slam.
Correct.
So that's something that Michael has a little bit less to fear.
Yeah.
But I think he's still going to be spending his energy on that early defense.
Yeah, I think
getting a couple of damage in with the gray is far less important than preventing himself from taking 8
for
or
sure.
10.
Yeah, and I feel like that's probably a turn 1 play you're probably going to do anyway.
Yep.
So
yeah, perfectly happy to drop out some baby grays and make it work.
Yep. And as usual, 60 water in the Nico deck. Can never miss an Icebound. No whiffing here.
So what are we seeing so far? We've got a Frostsworn Paladin on Mucus's side, which is pretty good for him, I think.
Yep.
This is a big beater and can kind of run the board until the Slimes player gets some bigger Slimes out.
Yep. And as expected, escape the wreckage to protect the baby gray. And make the Paladin tap down for the turn. We'll banish the baby green. Go to level 1.
I'm seeing 2 other Slimes in his banish. Was that a Chilling Touch?
No, Limitless. Oh, wait. What happened there?
2 for a kick.
I think those were the I think those were the cards in his memory. I think it was a Chilling Touch.
Ah, okay. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
So Slimes player is still just doing Slimes things, right?
Yep. Oh, didn't quite let go of the
Yeah,
card.
he's
We're gonna
gonna
take it
need
back.
he's going to need to make the decision what he wants the counter on. And given that he's facing down a 3/4 Frostborn Paladin, this is a very relevant choice.
Yeah. Get the counter, potentially pop the cake. I think, Baby Red was probably the right play. There it is, popped for the buff counter, and then an additional from Sylvie. We're going to clean that up nice and easy here. I think we are declining to...
Yeah, it looks like no discard.
Yep.
So one card still left in Michael's hand.
Yep. And then the 2 cards back into memory.
Mucus going straight up to Tonoris. So no messing around here. Wants to get those Guardian abilities activated. Wants to get that floating memory activated.
And Icebound for cheap. For 5, we are Guardian. And we're going to nail 2 Lost in Thoughts, and I think a Paladin, and maybe a Snow Fairy, and then I did not catch the last one, but...
That's at least 2 floating memory, though, which is a pretty good hit for the Icebound.
Yeah. Sometimes you wish it was not the Lost in Thoughts.
Yeah.
But beggars can't be choosers, so...
And I will Sylvie on enter, draw 1. Yeah.
Michael going up to level 2 here. Getting his single card for having an animal in play.
Yep.
And it looks like there are now 3 Slimes in the banish? No, that's a Songbird, isn't it?
Yep.
So that's 2 Slimes, a gray and a green.
And then I think we're gonna see the DG here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hand down from Mucus, like face is open. DG, a nice promo.
Isn't it nice to always have it?
must be nice.
I mean, it's a Slimes player, so
Yeah.
obviously they always have it.
There are 3 slimes? Okay.
I think that was a king. And
Looks like
another DG.
King to DG, yep. So not
course.
anything that Michael's sad to lose. Although having that taunter, having that king around, does mean that Mucus is in a... That would be very tough for Mucus to get through.
Oh, yeah. Imagine Illustrious getting slammed, too.
Yep.
A gigantic ethereal, as expected, with an additional 2... Was that 4/3?
Yeah, 4/3 red
4/3
slime.
red slime. Like, yo, this is a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. This is, I mean, this is what you want, right?
Yeah, and they're gonna stick too. They're all beefy. Minimum
They're
3
huge,
health.
right?
Songbird.
And there's another Songbird. Yep.
What a
Digging
curve
for,
out.
For something else. There's another ethereal. Something else is going to be impossible for Mucus to deal with.
Okay. Notably, I think some Nikos used to run like Tidal Sweep. None here. So good luck getting through.
How would he do it? Honestly, you'd have to bring out the Claymore and then Tidal Sweep with that, and that still wouldn't be enough.
No.
Well, what is our Nico player going to do at this point? Like, do you go up to 2 here? Is there a better Materialize? Are you looking for a Tariff Ring? Like, what's the plan?
How many cards? So one in hand, I think, and then like 5 down. Do you even need just recover? Do you recover influence here? It's like, yeah, you go up to Nico, and then what? I
Yeah,
guess you
and
could
then what?
Ravishing. Maybe. You do have 2 float, or more than 2 float, to play the Ravishing. It might be it. But you're gonna go to sacrifice.
Nico, okay.
Both of the Lost in Thoughts.
There is a little bit of damage already on Michael here, and Michael has
Yeah.
also kind of gone through a couple of cards. You know, he's been playing those Forest Cakes. He's been playing that Baby Gray.
Yep.
Ethereal Slime has drawn him a card.
Yep.
So a Ravishing hit here could be pretty close.
I'm not going to do the math on the fly and
Yeah,
embarrass
right?
myself, but
5, 6, 7,
it'll
8,
either
9, 10,
be
11.
very close or just not enough, and then...
He's probably at about 40 or 44 cards left in his deck.
Okay.
And a Ravishing Finale hitting when he's at getting him to 16, probably not going to do it.
14, 28, and then... it might get close, actually. Because a Ravishing Finale itself won't do it, but maybe the additional Nico Lash counters might.
Swing 1 face. Straight. Faster.
3-9?
3-9.
And he passes the turn.
Yep.
All right. So Snow Fairy on the board, locking down the giant Ethereal Slime. And this is the defense, I think, that he needed in order to stay alive for another turn, as long as Michael doesn't have anything big to follow it up. We might see some other defensive options from Yukis here. Haven't really been able to get a good peek at his hand.
Well, with 2 cards, and you're kind of staring down the face of death here, or potentially, depending on what Michael top decks. It is looking a little grim. Still a lot of damage.
4 damage from the fire slime here. That's going to take him to 17, which is another 8 to work through from Michael.
Hero release.
Okay. There's the release.
Yep.
Serene Water. Okay. So he's got a little bit more freedom here. A little bit more room to work with than I thought.
What are the chances he just finds a Storm Slime off the top of this again?
100%. Are you kidding me? The slime count is pretty low, though. He's only got 3 in the bag.
Yeah, it's not going to hit as hard.
This isn't going to get a whole lot.
Yeah.
He hasn't lost a lot of slimes either, so he's not in a good place to bring out the Guy's Blessing, which is kind of the quick way to get your Storm Slime boosted.
Yep. Ethereal number 2? Oh, nope. Gotta rethink that.
I do like Ethereal here. I mean, Ethereal still hits as a 3/3 and draws you a card. Like that's that's not nothing. I think the one thing that Michael might want to be doing in this position is keeping enough influence up, keeping enough cards in his hand in order to be able to play a baby green, just in case a weapon comes out that he can't otherwise deal with.
Good point. And I think on Nico, with Ravishing, I do think it'll get very, very, very close to the 45 card mill range, where I think it might take Michael out. But it'll be quite close.
How many here?
Diffusive block preventing another couple of points of damage.
Makes sense.
Not bad at all. So, what does Mew do here? Thinking about his Materialize.
Yeah, 5 influence, 6 on the draw. Maybe Materialize something that costs 1 Mage Bane Lash.
Mage Bane Lash, yep.
I think this makes sense.
And if he's looking to get a big hit here off of the Ravishing and a Mage Bane, which would be a
that'll
pretty
do
good
it.
hit.
I think that'll do it.
But that's what the baby green is for.
Yeah.
And then the Ravishing will hit, but it's not going to be enough on its own in order to knock Michael out. And I think it'll only be like if Michael gets another turn, I think that's going to be curtains for our Nico.
I think so.
But we'll see how this plays out. You know, if he goes all cards down for a Ravishing Finale and Michael can interact with it,
might have just put himself into an awkward spot.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd like to see what the math is after the milling starts happening.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to get to 22 damage, I think.
I think he can do it. 22?
I think if he mills at 22, he has it.
Okay. Chilling Touch? Might not have enough float to even activate the Ravishing, actually.
Well, with this Chilling Touch, things will be a little bit better for him.
It is an extra slime in the banish this turn.
Temporary 4.
Okay, we're setting up defenses. Paladin.
All right, keeping himself alive.
Likely not going to swing in, but maybe we'll swing in with the Snow Fairy.
Paladin can potentially block. He might just want to use the Paladin to take out something bigger. Like, he might just want to kill the red here instead of trying to stay back and block something, since the red is going to be the highest damage anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Mikas was thinking about it.
Yeah. Most likely, he's going to be trying killing off something with Nico's attack here.
Swing at Baby Red.
Yep, there it is.
Baby Red?
Yeah. Okay.
You want a Slime Shield?
Slime Shield. Painful.
Another 4.
Do you know what that was targeting?
The Baby Red.
Baby Red?
Yep. So it got an extra buff counter, making it a 5/4, and gave it 3 prevention shield.
Yep.
So the Mage Bane Lash combined with Nico are doing, that's what, 3 lash counters? So
like is it 3?
I think it's 3. Always have to reread Magebane Lash every single time I see it.
Yeah. Magebane has 0 to start with.
So that 3 is all prevented, which means the red is still pristine here.
Yes. And then we would literally have, we have to commit everything just to get rid of that slime, and I think that's.
But also he has to. Like he can't have his 3/4 paladin sitting up and trying to block a 5/4 baby red. That's never going to work out.
Luckily enough, the big ethereal is still tapped down by snow fairies, so there's that. Beast Colony comes out here. No float to be seen in yard, so we're going to go hard for memory.
Yeah, it has to burn a card for it, but that means he's going to have a free beast play.
Oh yeah, another
So
slime
this
as well.
This is going to be a big hit.
Yep. Banish that. Draw a card. Recollect and draw. And then here we'll do the
See how much
incidental damage
we get.
here.
Yep. We got 1 there. We got another 1. We got 3 here. Can you find another 9 damage this turn?
Storm?
Storm hits for 8 total.
Shoot you for 5. That'll be free. Yeah, it's gonna heal 2 after, right?
It'll be free because you did the beast, the horn.
Oh, it's free.
Oh, not 8. 6 because of Magebane Lash's ability.
Yeah, the horn.
So whenever the Storm Slime hits, it deals-
Non-combat damage, yes.
It recovers 2.
I'm bad.
Shoot me for 5, yeah, and then heal 2.
Yeah.
So it takes 5 and then heals 2 back, going to up to 21, then back down to 19.
Yep, and then we'll swing in for 3.
And we've still got
a second
another
one.
Storm Slime. That'll do it.
I think Michael kind of, you can see he's like, oh, I might have miscalculated that, but luckily enough, I just had a second Storm Slime anyway.
Worked out exactly the way he needed it.
Yeah, I think he also forgot, just like us, he forgot the heal.
Forgot about the recover, but also the recover only happens after the damage is dealt.
Yeah.
So if the damage you deal puts him over the top, then
doesn't matter.
No amount of recover is going to help at that point.
Yep.
And yeah, that pretty much worked out the way I would expect Slimes versus Nico to work out most of the time.
I think it got a little bit close there.
Yeah, it got a little bit dicey. I
Yep.
think if Michael had had like 1 fewer way to interact, or just a little bit less on the defensive part, you know, it's kind of like facing fire aggro in that way. You need 2 or 3 important cards in order to keep yourself alive, and if any of those miss, it's over.
Yeah, and it might have probably made him feel extra bad that he had to commit his entire board to get rid of that fire slime. It's like,
yeah, absolutely.
You don't really want to do that, but it is what it is. And then here, real quick, while the folks are sideboarding, we're going to check out our top 16 graphics to see where we're standing at. That's a familiar name at number 1. Doug Hatz 6-0. I'm not sure if he's playing or if he just like decided to ID, but certainly locking his place in top 8 here.
Would not be surprised with an ID here. Most likely up against SRL in that second place slot.
Yeah. And we'll see. Maybe you want to fight for first. Get that regionals mat, the winners mat.
Would be a nice thing to be able to pull. I think I can actually check to see who has ID'd already.
For sure. We got some new names at most of the top 12-ish.
Yeah, in fact, all
they all ID'd?
Not everybody on this list.
Okay.
I think down to 12th
okay.
have ID'd.
Oops.
And except for this match.
Okay. I think, so that just kind of says like, okay, most of the top folks here are locked in.
So they've definitely secured their position here.
Yep. And then we have some
we
new
have invites
people.
down to 16, right? That secures those invites for all those.
Yep.
Excellent work.
A couple new folks at the bottom of the top 16 leaderboard here. Some came in, I guess, that were at the cusp. And they're now in, and I think now they're probably playing out their last match to lock their position in.
Some
or
of those
fall
people
out.
Lost early, so we kind of didn't see them on the graphic earlier, but you know
They came back?
Yeah. Once you get your 2 losses, all you got to do is win the rest of them.
Yeah, submarining, as it's called. Back to the game here. We already started. Sorry, folks. Starting with Mucus on the play, we're just going to go through the glimpse. Michael already kind of plotted out his 8 cards, but not quite playing yet.
Yeah, Mucus showing no willingness to interact with Michael's deck on the first turn. So this is,
this is fine.
Not strictly a tournament play, but also doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Cycle 4.
Okay.
We have 4 cards going down.
I think that makes sense. I think that's a Icebound Paladin he held.
Nice.
Snow Fairy, Refracting Missile.
What do you think he's looking for in this? Like, what is Nico side in against the Slimes player?
Dude, I'm I'm kind of conflicted. Like, I feel like you put pressure early with like just the paladin, the nuts draw on paladins. I feel like the nuts draws on paladins ends a lot of people straight up.
So you side in better luck.
Actually, hold on, real quick. Let's look at his list. I actually don't know if there's that much Kevin can really, or sorry, Mucus can really side in. Playing Viridian Trinket useless. Fractal of Intrusion might be useful. 3 Freezing Hails, and I did think I'm pretty sure I saw Freezing Hail in hand.
Yeah, I
that
think
probably
Freezing
came
Hail
in. Stops the like any slime shield shenanigans. Escape the wreckage to deny the draw.
Also, any early blockers, like if you really want to get that Icebound Slam in, Freezing Hail clears the way.
Yep. 2 damage, usually enough for slimes, so should be fine.
I see also 2 Tidal Sweeps on the board. Do you think that comes in, or is that something that he doesn't care about?
I don't think Tidal Sweeps come in here. I think that's more for like an allies thing. Especially at a 2 of, you're likely not gonna see it
right
anyway. And I don't think it makes too much sense in the Slime matchup, but I could be wrong. I've personally never seen it.
From Michael, we'll definitely see a Nullifying Lantern come in. That's in the board, and that is
yeah.
for exactly this match.
Yeah.
Also, Resolute Stand might come in, depending on how defensive he feels like he needs to play.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes Resolute with an Interceptor or a Taunter just straight up just ends Nico's career. When you just can't, kind of blow everything when you're on one turn, do nothing.
Yep.
Maybe you accidentally also mill like critical cards. Could
And
go
then,
very wrong.
Depending on whether or not Michael is concerned about Mucus's regalia, his weapons, we might see a Verdant Slime come in.
Potentially, yeah.
I think most of the time, Baby Gray is enough interact, or Baby Green, rather,
yeah, just
is
to
enough
flicker
interaction
it.
there.
Yeah.
So we probably won't see that one extra Taunter, but an extra Taunter is an extra Taunter, right?
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, I think, whether or not Michael feels that extra pressure.
Yeah.
If he feels like he's kind of advantaged in this match, then maybe he won't worry about it. He'll try and keep his game plan a little streamlined, a little leaner.
Yeah, yeah. But I think the Lustrous, honestly, if the Lustrouses land, that's
those are
already
pretty huge.
such a tempo swing. It kind of really puts the brakes on Nico on the spot.
Baby Red getting the level 1 counter from Sylvie, and then discarding a fire card in order to
the
draw an
Erupting?
extra card into his memory.
Erupting aside for is Erupting
Erupting is a side card, yes.
Interesting.
So I'm not sure what he would have sided out for Slime Eruption specifically. But it is nice to have that extra float.
Yeah.
Definitely seems like it's doing exactly what he wants it to do here, which is an extra point of damage.
Bit of a deja vu game 1 as well with the early Baby Red after the level 1 for the extra counter. Unfortunately, no cake here to make that thing even beefier.
No cake, no gray either. So kind of shields down here.
Yeah.
Oh God, yes.
Did you happen to sneak a DG? To sneak a look to see if Michael's got a DG in hand?
Really?
I haven't been able to catch any of the cards in hand so far. I've been too focused on what's in play.
All right. Let's see here.
And the way is open for that slam. No Nullifying Lantern on turn 1.
I feel like Mucus wants to try something else here. Is this about to be a Chilling Touch into a Pally play?
Catching a Songbird out of Michael's memory.
Not too important at the moment.
Finishing this, and then...
Actually, no, that was just a Chilling Touch and pass. Okay.
Chilling Touch and pass. I guess he's gearing up to go to Nico and doesn't really have a lot of other interaction right now.
Yep. Luckily enough, obviously the one pitched floating for level, and then the bear pulled out a memory. You kind of wish sometimes it was a slime, but it's not the end of the world.
Yep. Unfortunately, that slime count not going up quite as fast as Michael might have wanted.
Yeah, especially with 2 Storm Slimes in hand.
Right.
Swing 3 on attack.
The Slime Eruption is a great discard for the Baby Red, as is this Limitless.
Yep.
Because that's a float that will feed your slime count once it goes off.
6.
Doesn't quite get you the extra damage, but it's fine.
And Baby Red left alive to slam again. That's really nice for the slime player. It's so rare that you get a second attack with your Baby Red.
Yeah.
Getting to dump another floating memory into the yard. Michael must feel like everything is going his way right now.
Yeah, he's not feeling too much pressure. 2 Storm Slimes in hand, DG as well, Ethereal as well for the level up, and then Lustrous, most notably, as a potential.
I'll end my turn.
Lustrous tends not to be the turn you go to level 3.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. But definitely a great backup for a later turn.
Yeah. I think, what is it? I feel like 90% or higher of the time you want to slam that Ethereal.
Yeah. It's so big. It's so difficult to deal with a 5/5 stealth unit. Mew bringing out... What was that?
Ring and Pop? GCR?
Oh, that was a Grand Crusader.
Yeah, the 1E, the first edition picture version. So
I
different
see.
alt art.
Catching me on a technicality.
It's hard to get 1Es nowadays. It's
true.
not common.
So there's a bunch of extra influence from Yukis here.
Yep.
And still not doing a whole lot, though.
Spinning his wheels a little bit. I feel like the Chilling Touch turn was maybe to slow Michael down a smidge. Potentially provide an avenue for floating in the yard in case he wanted to level up. Didn't end up being the case, so bit of a wash. But at the end of the day, it might have been the only thing he could have played. So
yeah, if we don't see any action from him, next turn is going to be really bad.
Yeah. Sea Sprite Diver. I mean, it hits the Limitless, which is not
the float. Okay,
bad.
so one more card out of Michael's hand when he
Yeah.
goes to level 3.
Yep.
Cards in? 3.
But we're probably seeing just a hard level 3 here.
I don't know. I was like, I think, QSG
if he
here.
has the DG. Sure.
Yeah, he does have the DG, so I think in this case, no, we're going to change our mind. I think it's still going to be a
3 in hand, 4 down.
Quicksilver.
Yep.
But maybe changing what was under it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that looked...
Okay. Oh, no. Oh.
Going with backup
Backup
charger.
charger. Okay.
All right.
Extra
Just
card's
wants
cool
that
too.
extra influence.
Can't say no to an extra card. That's a lot of cards.
There's a lot of cards.
This is actually kind of a wild DG turn. Like, not only can you DG, you can immediately also play, like, maybe even 2 Slimes?
That's where you want to be, right? The first
Yeah.
slime is free, so you want to have at least 4 influence left over after you go to 3.
Yep.
But with enough influence, like, he could definitely keep going there.
Oh, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 cards left in hand. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So if any of those are ethereal, he
Yep.
gets 3 big slimes this turn.
Yep. We've got a card coming out from... Is that from... Wait. What is that card?
Something Michael is unfamiliar with as well. He had to pick it up and read it.
Let me...
Sudden Snow.
Sudden Snow.
Allies enter the field
Ah,
rested.
okay.
So this is the kind of defensive play that he needed here, right? He's not going to be taking any attack damage this turn.
Yep.
Better than Terra Frame.
And banishes the Chilling Touch as well off the additional effect to just draw an extra card too. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Enter,
Still going to play the Ethereal anyway. It'll come in tapped, but has the option to obviously fill it up with a bunch of counters.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do, right?
Yeah.
Ethereal is almost the perfect choice for your free one.
Exactly.
And that comes into play with 3 buff counters. 2
Yep.
from the Sylvie 3 ability and 1 from its own ability.
Yep. And then potentially, I don't think Michael's going to trigger the Force Cake, but he could have.
He could. Yeah, I'm expecting probably not a Storm here, although he might go Storm and then Lustrous just to get some extra slimes into his yard, or into his memory. But the Lustrous coming into play rested is going to be not ideal for him
Yeah.
for sure.
You also need to be a little bit careful of like a Snow Fairy just tapping that thing down for good.
Yeah.
And then it's like super useless.
Michael deciding to clear the board. I guess he feels a little bit threatened by the extra damage.
I think that's fair. And here we have a Songbird. We're just going to go fetching. Going to go fishing. Fishing up another ethereal.
Oh, my.
So now we have 2 Storm Slimes in hand, 1 or 2 Lustrous, and then also an additional ethereal to round up everything as well.
So the ethereal here, drawing him another card. Oh, he goes with the Lustrous instead.
He's going to
okay.
go for the Lustrous. Okay.
Sure.
And we're going to banish the cake, give it...
Honestly, 4 is probably enough buff counters. You don't need to put anything else into your memory in order to make this good.
Yeah. And like, if you're feeling safe, do you think Mucus could do 18 damage to you in one turn with, I don't know, 6 influence, 7 influence? I don't.
Feels unlikely.
Yeah, I guess it would be 8 on the draw. But then when your Lustrous kind of wakes up next turn.
Yeah, at that point, what does Mucus do ever?
Yeah.
He better find that Snow Fairy fast. And then the Snow Fairy will immediately die to the Ethereal Slime because it also has True Sight. Yep. Slimes are fine.
2 in? 2 in.
So we're seeing the Claymore come out here.
Bulwark Sword, you mean?
Oh, Bulwark Sword, yes.
Yeah. Very different there.
Is Bulwark Sword not a Claymore? I guess it's not a Claymore.
How many engraved?
You could probably argue it's a Claymore, but then we're kind of talking sword terminology here.
I'm not a swordologist, so I will go with Bulwark Sword.
If it was a Claymore, Merlin wouldn't play it because then you can't Ascension it.
Hard. Yeah, Bulwark Sword coming out here. That's going to be 3 damage on his attack. So he could potentially clear the baby red here.
Yeah.
Since the Lustrous is still rested right now, and that's not taunting.
Yep. But man, what a wide field. You have so much to take care of. Like, okay, cool, you killed the red. Okay, now you got like these bad boys to deal with right after that.
Yeah, you still have a 5/9 taunt.
Yeah.
In addition to a 5/5 stealth.
Yeah.
And how many 5-power units do you need on the other side of the board before you sort of?
At that point, you're icebound slamming units because you just can't you just can't remove them.
Yeah, I mean, I think unless Mucus finds a Snow Fairy, he's kind of lost here. Like, I'm not sure how he gets back into this game.
And here we go, swinging again.
One's good. 1 Yep.
The birds, the guides.
And here comes the 5/5.
Looking for the answer.
We have some interactions. That's an interaction.
Apologies for not knowing what that card is from the picture. I think it's Hailstorm Guard. Thank you, production.
Okay.
Costing 4 to activate.
And this lets him mill a little bit more. I think this was what he was looking for, was that big hit to Hailstorm Guard to feed his graveyard a little bit. He was hurting on floating. So that's why we're seeing so many cheap things come out.
Yeah.
It's just a really bad hand for Mucus, I think.
Yeah,
just not a lot of interaction, not a lot of floating.
Not a lot of aggression either. Like, it kind of whiffed on all fronts. And then on top of that, Mucus doesn't know what's underneath the QSG. For all you know, it could be a QSG Lantern under there.
Yeah, it could be. It's most likely a Covenant, but you never know.
Yeah.
That would be another Storm Slime.
That's another one. And then Mucus laughs, because of course.
Is 3 Storm Slimes enough Storm Slimes, you think?
We'll find out right here. Here's one.
Here's number 1.
Yep. 3.
For 4, and then 3 on the swing.
And now it's time for Storm Slime number 2.
Stone Scale Band.
Stone Scale Band first.
I'll respond to the activation.
Just to make your... Does it make it cheaper? I don't remember. I know you can activate it your next slime at fast speed.
It does not make it cheaper. So it's 2 reserve cost to be able to play your next slime at fast speed.
Okay.
Or next animal or beast, I think, at fast speed.
Interesting. Am I missing something? What's the angle for popping that right there?
He gets to banish something out of his memory.
Okay.
He also gets to take the on-enter effect and pull 3 cards out of his memory and hand and replace them.
Got it. Okay.
So if it's all cards from memory, he's essentially drawn 4 this turn.
I see. And then that's 4 slimes out of graveyard for the Gaia's Blessing. Okay, I see. This lined up quite nice. Here we go. And
now this hits for 9?
That's exactly 20. All right, Michael takes it. Nice. Wow.
Yeah, that just seemed unwinnable. Very firmly in the slime player's favor.
Yeah, that was so grim.
That was very rough. I have to imagine that Mucus must have just not seen anything worthwhile. Like, Michael played well. Michael got good cards, but You know, that really looked like a low roll on the Nico side.
I think so, yeah. Like, comparatively to game 1, which was much closer than this. You could, the stark contrast and, you know, I guess, would you argue that's the consistency of a deck? Like, Icebound has been known to bite people in the butt in the past, for sure. Versus
one thing you can definitely not say about Nico is consistency.
Yeah. And, I mean, even with 60 water cards.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, what if you mill 4 Frostborn Paladins and you cry? Certainly can happen. On the flip side, I think Slimes, again, once again showing just an incredible amount of consistency, and now I would really want to see what the top 16 leaderboard looks like in terms of deck breakdown, because I suspect there's a good handful of Slimes up there.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely going to deep dive into this tournament afterwards. We're going to be taking a look at it.
Yeah, I think this will be an interesting look. I think NorCal certainly has a lot of diverse players here, so just to see what made it in, what managed to break through. Xander, again, like we talked about. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it. I think Spicy's fast Xander matches are always interesting because there's a lot of nuance in like how you play out your turn. Sad we didn't get to see it, but if you want to see Fire,
a lot of thought goes into the aggressive.
Yeah,
you know, every line requires a lot of analysis.
Yeah, if you want to see Fire Xander, just go back to Ascent Ontario back in February, and then you can watch Sean like 12-0 everybody all the way up to day 2. So yeah, that was our last game here today. Overall, it's been pretty interesting. We got to see a lot of interesting decks, a lot of bog standard stuff, which is okay. Played at a high level though.
Yeah, and we also saw a lot of really unique stuff. You know, there's definitely been decks here today that I have not only never seen before, never even imagined that somebody would try and do. And
especially
we've seen
at regionals.
And we've seen them do it fairly successfully, you know?
Yeah.
Even the people that lost on stream, like, we weren't taking chumps, you know? These are people who already have wins under their belt. If they're on the stream, that means they're, you know, 2 wins, 3 wins, whatever, in order to get there.
Yep. And even early on, we try to, you know, pick the players that have historically had good results, so you're going to see good gameplay for the most part. So, and then I guess from that, I do want to touch on who ended up. Do we know who ended up getting first? I wanted to see if we can congratulate first place here.
I think it would have to be Duck Hats, since he intentionally drew with his opponent.
Yeah,
and that puts him at a 601. Which is I think unbeatable.
Look at that. Hold on. Look at both Duck Hats and second place. That's a really long name. I'm not going to try to pronounce right now, but their game win percentage is insane.
Yeah,
92%
for Duck Hats. That's wild.
I know Christian on Duck Hats is playing Slimes. So there's that. So we do probably have another Slimes winner.
Yeah, there's no other 5-0-1 who could have potentially won out.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah, it's got to be Duck Hats in first.
Yeah,
congratulations, Duck Hats.
Yep. Once
well done.
Nats champ, now regionals champ, and then hopefully more. We'll see. We'll see if he plays at Nats again.
He's definitely the kind of player that goes to Ascents.
Oh, yeah.
So he's been tearing up some of them.
For sure. And then also, I think, I know Ken solidified his spot as well in top 16, playing Erupting.
Yep.
Rain Goddess on Fire Xander. So, like, even within the top 4, 5, 6, I think we have a good distribution. Sano made it in with the Tristan inspiring call. So I think, honestly, like, when we do the look back and kind of break down top 16, I think we'll see a pretty decent breakdown. I don't know if we'll hit the 5 or 6 Slimes in the top 16 prediction that, like, Keith and Savon had, but we might get close.
Definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so I think that's that for us. We're going to go to a quick 15 or 16-minute break here, and then we'll come back, wrap things up, and then call the regionals a day here. So see you soon.
Welcome back to the last segment of the NorCal Grand Archive Regionals for the MRC season. Wrapping up here, just kind of, I guess, we're just kind of chit-chatting a little bit about the results, the final results, and then just do a quick deck breakdown. We do have, before we get to that though, we do have a quick video of just B-roll walking around the venue, just checking everybody out and prizing a lot of Sapphire packs.
God, you love to see that prize table.
Oh, yeah.
Everything just laid out. Really incentivizes you to get good, as it were.
Yeah, totally. Lots of folks here today. I think we had exactly 100 people competing. So not quite as big as SoCal. Fine, we'll concede it. But still a really big crowd. A lot of people stayed all 7 rounds.
Yeah, what a tournament.
A lot of people who are clearly not in top 16. They just stayed anyway to play. There's still a ton of people at the venue. So we're doing prizing.
Yeah, so there's some cheering over there.
Yeah, a bit of sound bleed and some cheering. But we're just going to wrap up here. And I guess real quick, deck list breakdown. You have our rough estimate. It's not quite exact.
Yeah, I did some math, and in some cases the math was a little bit wrong, so I think one person bubbled up in a way that I didn't expect, another person didn't quite make it in.
Yeah.
But it looks like we have 5 slimes out of this top 16.
Okay.
And then almost all kind of unique down the list. We had 1 Vanitas player.
Yeah.
We had...
The one on stream earlier.
Yep.
Yeah.
We had 1 Fire Aggro player.
Okay.
We had 1 Erupting player.
Yep.
We had 2 Wind Tristans. So Tristan's still making a show.
Sure.
2 Wind Luxems,
yeah,
which we didn't see any Luxem, and I'm kind of surprised to see Luxem at all, right?
Yeah.
Luxem's making a comeback.
I kind of wish we got one on stream. They might have said, no, I don't want to be on stream. But I think it's certainly one of the more interesting decks that I'm going to have a hunch and say that it'll show up in Singapore.
Yeah, for sure it will. For sure it will.
It's still a little bit quiet, but I feel like it's on the upswing here, so stay tuned.
We had a Wind Automatons player.
Standard.
Nico.
Yep.
A Water Crux Lorraine.
Yep.
And a Merlin. 1 Merlin.
1 Fire Merlin. Okay. I think this breakdown is quite diverse. I think of course Slime still had the highest cut, but that's fine. At least it wasn't a complete total domination.
Yeah. I think we kind of know where Slimes fits in the meta at this point.
Yeah.
And it is, I'm not going to say dominant, but it is ever present.
And I wonder if people will just start to kind of forego the late game decks and try to fight Sylvie and just start running the more aggro stuff again.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you know you're going to face the majority of Slimes players on the way up, absolutely tailor your deck to that.
Same thing with Erupting. Obviously today we saw Chromatic, a former regional champ here, playing Erupting, and I feel like a lot of people are not putting in Nullifying main board or sideboard, just completely disrespecting that deck.
Well, I mean, it kind of is its last hurrah, right?
Sure.
Erupting is on the chopping block.
It is, yeah. But at the end of the day, it still sneaks wins in if you don't respect it. And
it really does. It's such a good deck. It's
still
always been a good deck.
Yeah, there's always one person. Usually it's Matt.
It's Matt
sneaking in, Erupting at a big tournament. But here we have Chromatic doing that today. Really good record as well. So.
And showing off the deck well, honestly. He ended 5-0, 5-1-1, I think.
I think so. Yeah, he took an ID for the last one, as did most people.
Yeah.
So that's kind of our breakdown here for the regionals. We might have a graphic coming up here, but maybe not. If we slight delay. Okay, we're gonna hang tight here for a sec.
While they're going through the prizing, we do have our top player was in fact Slimes.
Yeah, it's Christian. We're gonna have him on in a bit. We're gonna ask him a few questions. We're gonna grill him, and just see, was it did he have any tweaks to his deck? I took a brief look at the deck list. I don't think it was anything special, but maybe he has something different to say. So we'll have a quick interview with him to wrap things up at the end of the night.
I hope he had an interesting run up, right? I'm sure he faced some really interesting decks.
I hope so. Maybe some interesting stories. We'll kind of figure out what kind of decks he ran into, what things maybe caught him a little off guard, maybe some things that did better than he thought against him that maybe was different. So still more prizing being handed out.
Yeah, right. I'm definitely excited about how diverse this meta is, right?
Yeah.
It feels like looking at stuff leading up to this event, it felt like stuff really hadn't settled yet.
Not quite.
A lot of people doing a lot of different things, especially a lot of people trying to build Arisana in a lot of different ways.
We saw 0 of those, unfortunately.
None of them made it to the top.
So maybe still requires a bit more time in the oven, unfortunately. But here we have our top 16 officially. This is the the final list we've got here. So a lot of familiar names as expected. Christian, Duckhat's at the top, 601. Crimson, who was on the stream multiple times as our Slimes player, Michael. And then Fire Aggro Xander as well. Erupting, like we mentioned. Tristan still having a decent showing here. And then maybe the only, I guess you could call it a surprise, Corono at 11th with Water Crux Lorraine. Internally, in NorCal, we kind of lovingly call it the TM32 special because Bailey plays it a lot at like his locals and also at Chicago, and almost made it into top 8 with it. But same vibe, not exactly the same deck, but same vibe. You know, Spirit Ruler Lorraine, Dispersions. I think there's still Souls in there, but I'm not 100% sure.
Soul's a good card.
Yeah. And then rounding out the bottom end, I think we have a lot of Slimes players returning again. TTA Steven. And then I think Malve as well might have been
Malve
playing
running
Slimes. And then Frankie, which we saw round 2?
Round 3, something
like that.
something
like that. Our only Fire Merlin made it in today. So good on him.
Yeah, congratulations.
He stands alone, along with Carino at as level 3 decks from an older era that maybe still doing well, still holding up in an era of Slimes and Tristans. So.
Yeah, I think Merlin is here to stay. You know, there's like even getting no new toys or very few new toys
still shows up here and there. I think
still well positioned.
Yeah,
right?
Especially in Asia. I think Asia they have an infatuation with Merlin, good or bad. So do I. It is what it is. But I think Merlin shows a lot more success. There's we've been seeing a lot more weird and interesting Merlin builds, kind of like these half-hearted hybrids as well.
Yeah.
That that run just Lorraine 2 in the main board, but then they have Spirit Ruler in the sideboard, and then a little bit strange, but if it works, it works. I think you tailor your deck to your local meta, and I think that's exactly what those folks did. So
yeah,
cool. Real quick, I think the folks at the top end are taking one last photo for the articles, for the posts, and then we'll have Christian come over real quick so I can grill him a little bit.
Yeah, congratulations to all of them, honestly. Like, well fought, well deserved. This was tough competition, you know?
Well fought for everybody. I can't believe how many people stuck out to the end. There's so many people like 0-6, 0-5 still playing 7 games.
I love it. Just dedicated.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great to see.
Good for them. I mean, I think we foster a pretty solid community here in NorCal. Win or lose, we're all here for each other. We all hang out, outside of the game as well. So we encourage everyone in their local communities to just do the same. Small game, but brings a pretty big and tight-knit community. So
yeah. Honestly, coming from a little bit more of a Magic the Gathering background, it's been really interesting to see kind of how Grand Archive has built its community, built its local events.
Very different from Magic, where you go to M&M and you're just like, all right, peace, guys, I'm done.
Right?
Bye.
Yeah.
Don't want to talk to you all.
It's such a Magic is a much bigger game.
It's
obviously.
much bigger, yeah.
But that ends up making events feel a little bit more cliquey. A lot of more people that you don't know, and they're kind of in their own group, and it doesn't feel good. And like as someone who is somewhat fresh to the Grand Archive community. It felt welcoming the whole time. I never felt like I was excluded. I never felt like it was difficult to meet people.
Right. And I think if you ever, I don't know if have you been to an Ascent before?
I have not. I'm actually really excited to go to an Ascent at some point. I know
hopefully December.
Yeah, exactly.
Right here, literally, I don't know, either in this literal same hall or somewhere very close.
Might be.
Not 100% sure yet, but yeah, I think Ascents are a totally different beast. You got people flying in all over the world for it, so that'll be fun.
Yeah,
a lot of maybe people you've met online also
Hopefully.
see you. All right. Cool. So I think Christian is ready. Do you want to swap in with Aubrey here with Jim?
Let me pass this off.
1, 2, 3. And 3.
All right. Last segment of the day, Christian. Hello, Duckhats.
Hey, Benton.
Once good. I'm doing good. You feeling tired? Long day.
A little bit.
You ID'd your last round, so you got a little bit of a break. But other than that, how was your day today? Like feeling good? I think undefeated for the most part.
Undefeated, yeah.
Roughly, what were your matchups? What did you see today?
I saw a good bit of everything.
Okay.
From like Tristan, Slime Mirror, Erupting, Nico, Fire Aggro Xander.
Oh yeah, that
I
one
got the-
person. With
I got the whole thing.
Awesome, and you beat all of them. So good
I
for
did,
you.
yeah.
All right, so once again, top step since nationals. What's next? You going to Singapore?
I'll be in Singapore.
Awesome. So everybody, watch out. He's here to take your Singapore spirits.
I'm there for vacation. I know what you're talking about.
Vacation first, me too. Vacation first, and then we'll see how we do competitively. But yeah, hopefully we'll have a good time and then eat some good food and enjoy the event over there. And then last thing, what's next after Singapore? You doing anything else? Still competing?
Yeah, well, hope so. We'll see.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Cool. So I think we will wrap it up here. Thank you, Christian, for hopping on real quick to just do a quick
Yeah,
hello.
of course. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
Dance
absolutely. Have a good one, everybody. Have a good night.